theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. JulieBDeepDives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory a thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hello, we are here. We are live with the latest episode of Duster to discuss, and a little catch up to do with episode 3 of Duster, and then we'll be caught up for next week with just one episode at a time. And I'm here with Pandecolima tonight. So sorry we're a bit late. I had to go for a really fun walk in the rain. It was just lovely. Really enjoyable. Up and down a broken up sidewalk that I could fall on my face on in the dark. Good times. I didn't fall.
Amazing. You made it though.
Yeah. Yep, I made it. So let's see who is here tonight. Hi, JT Moore. JT Moore is often first. Nice to see you. he beat you.
Yeah, he wins this time.
yeah, you're usually first now, but
yeah,
not this time. So one time it was like within a minute, like or less, you already had a comment in there after I said it.
Yeah. It's definitely a goal to reach for. I'll do better next time, Julie. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Not a race. I always, I find it really funny now that I have a channel for people to even do that on, because I remember I've been a YouTube user forever, since YouTube was created, and I think early on you'd see stuff like that, people wanting to be the first comment for whatever reason. And it's just kind of weird people doing that on my stuff now. I have a channel. Sometimes it's still weird to me. It's kind of surreal to me. It's strange. Even after, September will be a year. That's not too far from now. Although I don't want to rush things too much, but because I really do enjoy summer. And the last thing I want is cold weather coming again. But I love fall too. But yeah, early September will be the year anniversary of the start of the channel. So another 3 months roughly.
Mm. Well,
Um,
congratulations. You're all grown up, Julie.
well, I'm kind of bummed because I don't know. I looks like I actually lost a few subs. Like, who just unsubscribes for no reason? And I didn't. It's not like I released. So I had 1.91K,
Mm-hmm.
and now I have 1.9, and I don't know what happened because I didn't release any videos to piss anybody off. To make sometimes you release a video, someone might get pissed off and unsubscribe over something you said. I haven't
Mm-hmm.
released. I've been slacking. I haven't released anything in like like at least a week and a half.
Right. Right.
But I don't know what happened. Like, did someone tune into a live and not like something in a live? So like, who does that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It doesn't matter. It's not a difference of much. We're talking about less than maybe I lost like one or two. I don't know the exact count.
Right. All the real ones are still here, as you can see in the chat.
Yeah. Just sucks because I'm getting close to 2K. I don't want to see it go down like even a tiny bit. But hey Steve, Steven's Flaming Laser Spork. I should have brought the sacrificial. Here we go with the chicken sacrifice scheme again. I love it. I should have bought the sacrificial virgin chicken instead of commenting first. Wait, what? Instead of the sacrificial virgin chicken of summoning in punctuality. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you pretty much need to do some kind of ritual to summon me these days. I know, but at least made it in before 1 a.m. this time, so that's an improvement. Good morning, Theater. I'm doing okay. I was doing a lot better in the morning. I actually had a really good morning in terms of pain. I went for a walk on the bike path. I saw a baby turtle. It was adorable. And the walk actually went pretty well. It was nice weather, and my pain was way more under control than usual, so it was good. And then I came back. I still felt pretty good, and unfortunately fell asleep in my chair instead of laying in bed, and then woke up with terrible pain again. But at least part of the day was good. So that's better than I can say for other days in terms of that pain situation. That's why I was late. I needed to make sure I got enough exercise in to manage that. So Dieter said, sorry for the confusion in the last live stream. It's more like I'll be less in the chat when I'm at work and like on Friday when I have the kids. It's hard to multitask lately because of all this shit. It's okay. We understand. We understand, Dieter. It did kind of feel a little bit more like there was some kind of finality to it, like something bigger was happening. But that's good to know. That's good. We would really miss you if you just disappeared a lot.
Yeah,
But we understand.
Dieter's not going anywhere. Dieter cannot go anywhere. Period.
No, definitely. But so we understand when you need to be in the chat last, but we completely understand when you can't multitask and you've got 2 young kids to wrangle. That's never easy. 2 kids under the age of 5. I don't think his older son is even 5 years old. So that's not easy. So you do what you have to do, and we're thrilled to have you and all your help and support when you can be here. Yeah, I'm sorry that you're still struggling so much. I'm sorry about that. So I hope I hope therapy will help you. I think having a good therapist is something that a lot of people should really be looking into. Even if you think you got your problems all managed and you're on top of everything, I really believe that everybody could benefit from some therapy to work on themselves and get insight and process. We all deal with struggles in life. It helps you process things better in a more healthy way. And you learn things like more effective means of communication, such as when you're trying to avoid conflict, but you need to communicate your feelings about some kind of a disagreement, or and you don't want it to turn into a big confrontation. You use I messages, like the letter I, not you messages, as in YOU. You don't, instead of saying like, you never do this for me, you never do that, or you always do this negative thing, whatever. You say, I feel like this, blah, 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 when you, whatever, you frame it in terms of yourself, and then that doesn't put people on the defensive right off the bat. Then kind of shuts down communication. People put walls up, they go on the defensive. You learn stuff like that. Those are really valuable skills to have that frankly should be taught in schools. We need more people skills and stuff like that to be taught in schools, I think. But
Yeah, I think that's true. I think our education structure is sort of not changed with the times. We're still stuck in like 18th century factory worker stuff. You know what I mean? We're raising little workers when we need to be raising little human beings.
right, and we're not teaching enough life skills in school. I think there need to be more life skills. Scarlet was here. Shout out to Scarlet. She's off doing her own thing right now. She's got stuff that she needs to do tonight. So it's just going to be me and Pandecolima. But hope she's having a good night, and she'll be back with us Wednesday. So here's the deal with Wednesday. Just really quick. So I hate to do this. I really hate to do this, and I feel bad because I don't like going back on what I say I'm going to do a couple of times now. But because of my treadmill situation, I can't do excessively long live streams right now, and so I had to make a choice. Like, either do a From Rewatch live on Wednesday night, or do a live that incorporates our friend Doug Hughes, who we love having on here, and we don't know how much longer he's even going to be able to do this. We have no idea when they're going to start shooting From. We still have not gotten any word yet on when they're going to film, even though there were rumors that they were going to be starting this month. I don't know. Now it's not looking like it's happening this month because it's June 10th. We don't know anything. We haven't there, and if there were any movement on set, somebody would have picked up on it by now. Fans kind of poke around, in the distance and look, and if there's anything going on, usually somebody sees it. So we don't know though. I don't want to, like, while Doug is available, I'd like him to be able to join us as long as he continues to want to. And so Wednesday, he said that he should absolutely be able to join. So unless something else comes up, it's looking like Wednesday, Doug will join us for hopefully, a more in-depth appearance than he's been able to do for a while because he's less busy this week. So I'm thinking we'll just do that. And I hate to do it, but I can't do that and the From Rewatch in the same week. It's just not possible to do them both without being on here from like 10 p.m. until dawn or something. And it's bad for me. I can't stream on the treadmill because it's broken. So I'm going to have to push the Rewatch out again, probably to the following week. So we will get back to it. But yeah, I until I have a working treadmill, I can't do both. So hopefully that won't take too long and we can get back to that. So yeah, and everybody loves when Doug joins. So I don't think people will.
No.
I know. We love the Rewatch, but I think people, if you could pick, I mean, to me, it's a contest, right?
Yeah, based on those set of circumstances, you're gonna pick Doug.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna pick Doug because the Rewatch is not going anywhere. We'll have time to deep dive all that, rewatch every episode. But if there's a limited window for Doug, then we're going with Doug.
Absolutely. Perfectly said. Exactly. We have plenty of time. We're already about almost halfway through season 2 of the Rewatch. That's about, right now we have 6 more episodes of that, and then we're going to watch the 10 episodes of season 3. So 16 more episodes. That's only that's only, let's see, 16 episodes. Yeah, that's not going to take us long at all. 4 months worth. That's not going to take long. So we have plenty of time to finish that before season 4. And, so hey, Muncher Luncher. Nice to see you. Hey, Amy. Yeah, so okay. Scrolling down. Hey, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Okay. She said Scarlett said I will ring the bell for you, but right now you wouldn't be able to hear it. Yeah. Because Bill was ringing, putting bells that are bells and goats from Bill.
Mhm.
Uh, what's with this? Why do we have I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking. But in the chat, roosters. I don't know. Um,
You don't
uh,
know the other term for that, or you'd rather not say?
I don't know. No, I know the other term. Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah. I just don't want to. I don't want to chase people away. Maybe lose some more
Oh
subs for.
no, no, no! I'm sure. There's a lot of big roosters in the chat right now. That's all.
Yeah. Um. Anyway. Um. I appreciate Scarlett's support. Yes, please hit the like button. Yes, please hit the like button. Helps people find the stream with the algorithm and all. That would be much appreciated. Um, yeah, the opening credits of Duster. I love the opening credits. It's so fun. I love the toy cars chasing each other and the theme music. It just kind of gets you pumped for the new episode. Don't you love the opening sequence?
Oh yeah, I think it's fantastic, and it's so like it's like such a breath of fresh air compared to some other shows that we have been covering lately. I mean, that's like just fun, and it even makes us reminisce about being kids, playing with little Hot Wheels and whatnot.
Right.
It's really cool. Hmm.
Yeah, it's a very nostalgic show. Um, so anyone who, grew up anywhere near the 70s, even if like, you just missed the 70s and, like there's still 70s influences. Like when you grow up, it's like with me, I was born at the tail end of the 80s, but decades influences from different decades, like they bleed over. So the early 90s, you still you still like see influences from the 80s. Things don't just change overnight. So you still see in early 90s stuff, you see things that look like 80s hair and whatnot. It's the same with some of the 70s influence bleeding over into the early 80s too.
Right.
So
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, there's some. You walk around nowadays, every once in a while, you catch somebody. They look like they're still stuck in the '70s.
yeah, true,
Mhm.
true. Um, yeah, and it is a breath of fresh air, like you were saying, because what a palate cleanser after that disastrous the Last of Us season. Wow, I had a lot of fun covering it. The live streams were always fun, thanks to the guests on the panel and the chat. That's what made it fun to cover. Other than that, it would have been such a drag. So, um,
Yeah, yeah. I think towards the end of the season, we all kind of felt like Joel. We needed it to be over with.
right?
Yeah.
Put that season out of its misery. Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm. So yeah, this show is a lot of fun. This episode was the fourth one that we're starting the season. I mean, episode 3, but the fourth one that I just watched was really quirky and fun. Like it might be my favorite one yet. Actually,
Hmm.
I
I
really
think.
enjoyed it.
Yeah, I thought you know how sometimes there's episodes that are filler, and you can kind of tell that they're filler. I
Mm,
I almost think that this is somewhat kind of filler-ish, but it's
hmm.
done the right way because it was like so, like you said, it was so quirky and fun. And obviously, when you start covering it, everybody will see what we're referring to. But I thought it was really really entertaining, puts a smile on your face kind of episode.
Yeah, there's so much humor to this show that I wasn't expecting. I love that it has humor in it, and um, and I was taken completely off guard because it starts with the Looney Tunes intro. Like,
Mm-hmm.
what am I
Yep.
watching? Did I click on
Yep.
the wrong thing?
Yep.
What is this?
Mm-hmm.
And Warner Brothers makes this show so they can do that. They can literally they took Looney Tunes, the exact thing, the intro, and they're allowed to use it because it's the same company. So
Mm-hmm.
it was really clever, and we'll get to that when we get there. Um, but I loved that they even had a cartoon version of Jim, the main character.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yep. Yeah, that was really like a pleasant surprise. That was like so cool.
Oh yeah, I was not expecting that at all. I grew up watching that on Nickelodeon, the old Looney Tunes cartoons, like a lot
Mm-hmm.
of people.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, oh, good. Miss J's reviews caught up. Nice, awesome, awesome, Miss J. That's great. And if you ever have anything you want to add and you want to call in, just let me know. Or if you want to be a guest, you can be a guest. Dieter said, because Miss J's Reviews is a channel for anybody who doesn't know. So check out her channel. As a matter of fact, I got to check and see if I ever gave her a wrench so that she can drop her link to her channel because I don't remember it now. Let me see in the chat if she has a wrench. Where I'm trying to find her now. Oh, there it is. No, I never did. Hold on, I'll fix that. It's easy to do. I remember trying to figure out how to do it. It could not have been easier. There's a more complicated way to do this, but I discovered I felt like an idiot when I realized all I have to do is go into the chat, go next to the person who I want to add, click the three dots, add as moderator. Done. That's it.
Oh wow.
That's done. So Miss J, please feel free to drop your link anytime at all. Anytime you want to come in, you're in the chat, you can drop your link to your channel and we'll call it out and highlight it because we want to support you. And you and Grant are just awesome. Her partner Grant is the one who made the intro.
Oh wow.
She's his better half. Yeah.
Wow. Talk about a dynamic duo.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, they're a great fit together. They've done content together. They did a reaction video to the season finale of From. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they're just awesome people, both of them. So I would encourage everybody to subscribe to their
S-
channel.
Yeah, everybody should
To
go.
Miss J's. Hmm?
Yeah,
Sorry.
everybody should subscribe and go check it out. Just not right
Yes. Yeah.
now.
Yeah, don't leave us now.
Yeah,
But oh, thank you, Dieter. Dieter dropped the link to her channel. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I was just going to go look for it because I didn't know if you were free. Thank you. Um, Hi, Kelly. Nice to see you. Hope you are doing well tonight. Steve was breaking out the chicken for the summoning. That's it. I'm breaking out the sacrificial virgin chicken. You're hilarious. I love it. Yeah, Dieter watched it. Yeah, it's got a lot of comedy in it. I was not expecting that at all. It's listed as a thriller, but things. I mean, I like when you have a blend of multiple genres intersecting, and it's way more than a thriller. It's kind of hard to even really define it. I would call it more like like an action. I don't know, a
yeah,
mob.
like action comedy or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
You know, because
yeah.
there's a lot of humor running through it. You know.
There really is, yeah. And thank you, Dieter, for taking screenshots. I appreciate it. Your one of your screenshots is actually what I used for the thumbnail. It was a beautiful shot of Josh Holloway. So thank you for that. Appreciate that. I already did that one and this one. Oh, the chick. That's why the chicken. Okay, I'm dense. Sorry. Now that they're using the chickens to summon me. That's what it was.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's fine. So sometimes I can be a little dense.
Yeah.
The
Well,
pain in the
that's
brain
better.
fog.
Yeah, that's better than using the other word for sure, huh?
Yeah. Uh, he said, yeah, he's going to break out the sacrificial chicken, mostly because I can't afford to keep feeding this thing, but also to summon Julie B. Let me get my candles, unbroken ring of salt, and incantations ready, and then I will begin the summoning. Slight delay in getting the summoning ready. I thought I was reading the incantations, but it was actually Dothraki for dummies. Give me a sec. I know those incantations are around somewhere. Steve, you're a riot. keep up the chicken scheme. You're hilarious, and all of your funny comments and insightful too. On top of it, um, too funny, man. What if she was on time, but her wife it was down and she didn't realize, and she has been doing her stream just to herself for the past 18 minutes. Oh, it's funny. Well, there was one time when Doc was actually talking. And we couldn't hear him, and he didn't know. And he was talking to himself for like half an hour. Yeah. And I felt so bad. Like he didn't know anybody, nobody could hear him. Yeah, we just laughed about it. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I can download them from Discord. Sorry, yeah, I forgot to send the link. Okay, incantations are complete and the summoning spell is complete. Any minute now she'll appear. And it worked. You were right. You summoned me. How about that? It
Yeah,
worked.
nice.
Yeah, he said I did it, guys. Because then we went live right after that, so that was perfect timing.
Amazing. Did you feel like something pull you to your computer to log on? Did you feel some sort of like what's it unseen force push you to it?
Yeah, I don't know. I just felt something compelling me to come here to this live. Yeah, it
Yeah.
must have worked with this
Yeah. Yeah.
irresistible compulsion.
Yeah, me too. But I for some reason I smelled like fried chicken in the air. So I don't know what happens to the chickens after they're sacrificed. Do they go into a pot or something, or is that
Oh,
bad luck?
oh no. Oh no, that sounds good. You're gonna make people hungry. Um,
Yeah.
I could go for something. In fact, I'm gonna have to eat something at some point during this live because I
Maybe
haven't
some
yet.
maybe some chicken.
Yeah. Um, there was something. What was I gonna say? There was something. Oh yeah. Um, I have some. I feel like sometimes I have some kind of witchy powers myself because I'll say something about somebody and then they suddenly appear in the chat. And it's not that they were lurking either. They'll say they didn't hear me say that. They just like Doug. 2 different times I mentioned Doug Hughes and he happened to pop up in the chat just coincidentally. And it's happened with other people too. Mackie Val's, we can summon him. Um, I think sometimes though he is listening and he just comes in the chat with Scarlet and her 4 a.m. wake up call. It's become kind of tradition.
Oh, okay. I better watch out. You might,
Yeah,
you might send me away to some like shadow realm or something.
yeah, yeah. You better watch yourself. I've got those witchy powers, so I can summon people and I can send them away.
Wow.
Poncho, umbrella, and boots for the rain. Um, yeah, I actually did wear a poncho, but I regretted it because ponchos are maybe it's just because it's kind of it's a heavy poncho. It's lined, so it's kind of warm, and like when it gets wet, it's like the whole thing. If you put your hood up, it just weighs you down and doesn't feel good. Like your head can't move comfortably, left to right, and it's not the best choice, but it kept me dry enough. Um, anyways, hi Samuel. Um, okay, so okay, Dieter said I can be active once in a while, not always. That's fine. Whatever you can do is no, there are no worries. We appreciate it. We totally understand. I've wondered how the hell you've been able to do what you've done before. So, yeah, no worries. I'll be away. In a few, I'll be away a bit probably, but I'm able to listen at least. Oh, that's good. That's good. Um, I, I, I absolutely loved this baby turtle I saw. It was the cutest thing. I saw it crossing the bike path. It made its way safely across. It had a teeny tiny little head and little feet, but it was afraid of me, so it froze really still and kind of pulled its head in like Filbert on Rocco's Modern Life. And anytime he's scared, he would pull his head inside his shell and his limbs too. Um, and it was so cute. It was like baby Filbert, baby Filbert. I'll post some of the pictures in the Discord. I took a few, and I took one with my shoe right next to it so that you could see, for comparison's sake, just how tiny this is, because otherwise you would not know. For perspective's sake, you wouldn't know how tiny he was. Yesterday, I saw a little baby bunny right around the same spot, and then today a baby turtle. I love to see baby wildlife and take photos. It's just, I've always taken so much joy from doing that. Seeing the baby ducklings and baby geese and baby swan. This time of year, this is the time for all that stuff, actually. But it's kind of depressing. I don't really want to go by myself looking at them. Like, I've taken a lot of pictures of them in the past, but, well, I mean, I wasn't depressed doing it today, though. It was nice. So I can do stuff by myself now. You've got to learn how to enjoy your own company sometimes, and that's not something I was ever good at, unfortunately. I'm a social person. I'm a very social person. But anyway, so
Are you manifesting those animals? Can you like tomorrow if you go, can we have everybody in the chat think of something that you may try and manifest?
yeah. What next? What baby animal will be there next?
Yeah. Everybody in the chat, put what baby animal you want Julie to see tomorrow on her walk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see more cocks, aka sacrificial chickens. Yeah, that's the word I was thinking of. Why are there so many cocks in the chat? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I figured it out. Um, uh, Dieter. Yeah, only one gorgeous lady on the panel. Yes, just one lady tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. At least tonight, huh?
Yeah, for tonight, just me. And I'm not gorgeous. I'm not saying I'm gorgeous. Jesus. Um, but thank you, Dieter. Trust me, I'm a mess right now. That's why my camera's off.
Yeah, well, we have other opinions, Julie. Don't sell yourself short.
Well,
We know how gorgeous you are. All right, you just keep it from us. You keep it so that we're wanting it on Wednesdays when Doug shows up or whatever.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Wednesday I'll be on camera with Doug. That's the thing. If someone goes on camera, then I go on camera with them. That's really the only thing that gets me to do it. Otherwise, it's just such a pain getting ready for that. Oh, wait, I missed something from Dieter here. Oh, yeah, the education in Belgium is more like how to get a job, not for how to talk to people. Yeah. Well, yeah, that we should teach kids more about that kind of stuff. But oh, Steve, I hope your grandmother's calm now and sleeping. I know that could be really tough. Steve takes care of his grandmother like an awesome, kind human being. Dieter said, well, we've got some AI stuff. Julie's a gem, both sharp and divine, with looks like a stuff a duster in time. On her live stream, she'll charm and delight, serving hot takes and sass every night. You are too much. Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. Yeah, Bill Chill. I was really psyched about that intro. I thought that was just so fun and nostalgic. And everything was Acme brand on Looney Tunes too. Like those cartoons, fake Acme brand. Um, but we're going to start with episode 3 because we didn't get time to cover that one last week. Steve said, I normally cook dinner that coincides with the day of the week, like Taco Tuesday, but I got nothing in my fridge for Mondays, so we're getting Dan. What the hell? What's that?
Dan noodles.
Oh, okay. And scallion pancakes Monday. Oh, okay.
Oh, that sounds good.
Pancakes sound good. But scallions not for me, but yeah, pancakes are good. Tacos too. I like tacos.
Well, they're like a savory pancake with the scallions in them.
Aren't scallions those little green things like onions?
Yep.
Yeah.
Your favorite onions.
Yeah, I don't like any onions. Not a fan of any onions. I don't have much of a voice. God, I need to drink some water. My voice sounds terrible.
It's all right. It's a little bit like smoky, sultry, kind of like like everybody in the 70s, smoking like 3 packs a day or whatever.
Yeah, they sure were. Smoking way too much. Everybody was smoking.
Mm-hmm.
And I think by the 70s, they must have known that it's dangerous, that smoking is hazardous to your health. In the 50s, I don't think that there was enough awareness about that, if any, because I think a lot of people like in the 50s smoking all the time, they wound up dying of various diseases as a result. I mean, like pretty much like the whole cast of the I Love Lucy show, probably. Not, I don't think Bill Frawley, but then again, I'm not sure. But yeah, like they were all smoking like chimneys all the time, unfortunately, and it ruined Lucille Ball's voice. Ruined it as she got older and older. Her voice got increasingly hoarse, and she didn't even sound like herself anymore. With each sitcom she did multiple ones after. She did the Lucy Show, then she did Here's Lucy, and then there was another one after that. There was one that actually had her real kids playing her kids, Desi Arnaz Jr. and Lucy Arnaz. Lucy with an IE.
I think she even did one like when she's like really old, and she was like the grandma movie in or something, like an 80s sitcom that didn't do very well.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, she did. That's right. She did those. The later ones she did are harder to find. I'm a huge Lucille Ball fan. I love Lucy, and the Lucy Desi Comedy Hour. That was another one that was basically I Love Lucy, just an hour long, and it was the same, same characters and everything.
Right.
But yeah, but the subsequent sitcoms were not very good, so it's not much of a loss if you can't find them. They didn't last long or do too well. But if you watch them clips of them on YouTube, her voice gets more and more hoarse from all this smoking. And in fact, they used to do cigarette commercials on I Love Lucy. Like they literally, like back then, they would have the actors in the show do the commercial too. So
Yep.
they actually advertised for Philip Morris cigarettes back then. They had a Lucille Ball, like she was like in a Philip Morris like cigarette box costume or something crazy like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Towards the end, she started to sound like Miley Cyrus,
Yeah. But yeah, it's so weird now to think of that. Imagine watching From, and then the actors do a bunch of commercials in the middle of it. It'd be so weird. Or Duster, or whatever.
Right. Yeah, that would be weird, huh? Boyd is like, these talismans protect you, from the creatures or whatever.
Yeah, or Tabitha doing an ad for dish soap or something. Like it'd be weird. Uh, like like Mary Tyler Moore did that on the Dick Van Dyke Show. I saw an ad for. I bought back in the day when we still watched DVDs. I bought the
Mhm.
DVD set for the Dick Van Dyke Show, and that's the old commercials too. So she's like advertising dish soap. Um, just
Right.
me stopped in to say hi. Oh, that was nice. Just stopping by to say hi and give a like. Duster isn't really my thing. Well, it's not everybody's thing. To be honest, when I watched the first episode, I wasn't totally hooked in immediately. I had to watch. I watched the first two episodes and then I watched them again, and I got
Hmm.
much more into it on the second time, and then every episode after. So it's because I don't normally watch. I've watched next to nothing involving the mafia, so it's new. It's new to me, but it's it's a really fun, entertaining show though, and it's a cool challenge to cover something different from my usual repertoire.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. It's definitely a cool, fun romp, or something like that's how I would describe it. It's just a fun show to watch.
oh yeah, absolutely. Um, Dieter said, "Oh yeah, that's from the final scene." Yeah, yeah, I used that. It made it great. It made a perfect thumbnail, which is good because I was short on time. I was able to make a thumbnail quickly just from that. Um, I'm that was nice. It felt good helping you, and my day went better after that. Actually, I'm glad. I'm really glad to hear that. You deserve to feel better and be happy. Um, Good night to Amy. Have a good night. Sleep well. Hope you're doing well, Amy. Julie manifesting. Yeah. The power of poultry compels you. Steve with the jokes. I love it. Hi, Trace. Nice to see you. What? I'm not going to stop and eat right now, Dieter, but I will soon. I'm fine. I've got water. I want to get started first, and I promise I will eat something during the live. Just don't want to do it yet. I want to get into this episode sooner rather than later. Let's see. Scrolling down. Um, Right. Oh, okay. Guys answered. You answered the question as to what you want me to. Oh no, I don't want to see baby worms on my on my walk. No, yuck! I hate worms. Usually, after it rains, you'll just see worms on the sidewalk, or just one or two. Ew, yuck. What is this? Baby tigers? Oh no.
Hmm.
Well,
Well,
that'd be cute, but
yeah,
huh?
maybe a cat, a little kitten, or a kitten and its mom or something. Um, that'd be more realistic, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. No, no, it's another nasty answer. Nasty as in gross. Snails and slugs. Ew. No, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Rabbits. Yeah, that's the most likely thing. We have loads of jackrabbits around here in this state. Um, but yeah, I wasn't expecting to see a baby one though yesterday. The turtle, I was a little concerned for the turtle because it looked too small to be away from its mom already. Yeah, I don't know how young they separate, but this was a really tiny turtle, and it seemed like it was lost possibly because on the left side, I was walking on a bike path, and on the left side of it, there's a really steep embankment and a bunch of trees. And through the trees, you can see there's a large body of water down there. I'm not really even sure what exactly it is, but I don't know if it's a pond or I think it's a pond. Um, but that's probably where the turtle came from. And it was so there's that on the left side, and then on the right side of the bike path, it was crossing that way. I'm like, where are you going? Like, you look like you're going the wrong way, but you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to like turn turtles around and point them in another direction because supposedly they know where they're going, and if you move a turtle, then they can actually get really lost and never be able to find their way back where they need to be. The only thing that you should do is if you see a turtle in the road in the middle of the street that could get hit by a car, as long as it doesn't look like a snapping turtle, you can pick it up and bring it straight in the direction that it was traveling in, and then leave it on the other side of the road so it doesn't get hit. That's always a good thing to do. And I would have done that. I would have been a little nervous picking it up, but I would have done that for this if it hadn't already crossed the bike path, because a bike could have run it over. But yeah,
That's what happened to my mom. She saw a rock, what she thought was a rock in the road, and she like was turned the car to avoid it, and then saw it move, and it turned out to be a turtle.
Yep.
And and that turtle became Tina Turtle, and we had her for a while.
No way.
Yeah, Tina Turtle was very cute, and then grew and grew, and then one day, just Tina Turtle, I don't know if Ike came and got her or did something to her, but she went on to the next life. Tina Turtle was fun. That's the name my mom gave the turtle. That was funny. Tina Turtle.
It sounds like Tina Turner.
Exactly. That was cool.
That's so cute. I love that name. Aw. Turtles normally live really long. I'm surprised. I guess maybe not all turtles, but there are turtles that live like 100 years. They have a better lifespan than people. Like the snapping ones. Yeah, you got to be careful with those if you're moving a snapping turtle.
Or those big, huge ones. I don't know. I'm afraid to ask. Did you ever see the Nutty Professor? I think the Nutty Professor, or no, Dr. Doolittle. Dr. Doolittle, sorry, that one.
Yes, I did.
With Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
You remember those turtles?
Not really. That was a long time ago, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, those are some funny characters. Because the one she's like, he hasn't touched me in years, and then the turtle turns and he says, "What am I, a machine?" Very, very funny.
That's great. Yeah, I've only seen it once, so I don't remember much from it. I saw it in the movie theater. And
those are funny movies. Yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to digress.
No, you could digress sometimes. I digress. Like, feel free to digress if you want. But one time I saw a gigantic snapping turtle. It was actually in my grandparents' driveway, and it was lost. There was a little swampy area in that neighborhood, and it must have made its way from there and wound up like in the driveway, looking like it wanted to get into the garage or something. And so, and you can tell the age of a turtle by its shell. If it has really deep weathered grooves in it, the more weathered it is like that, the older it is. This one looked ancient, and it was huge. It was one of those giant things, and clearly a snapping turtle. My grandfather Googled turtles after, and you could see like it had like a certain type of tail. It was kind of jagged, and like the back of the shell has points on it. If you see points on the back of a turtle shell, it's a snapping turtle. And so you got to be really careful with that. But my grandfather wanted to help it. So rather than picking it up, he used a shovel to pick it up. So and the turtle, at first I think he put gloves on and picked it up, put it on the shovel. And then he used that to lift it up and put it in his truck bed. But the thing was reaching back, trying to bite him. They can.
No, wow.
They can take a finger off. If a snapper reaches its head around, it can. We Googled it after, and it can reach up to halfway back to the along like the length of its shell and bite you.
Wow! And take a whole finger off, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds like an ex-girlfriend of mine.
No. You got some real horror stories there, don't you?
Yeah.
Jesus. I think you told one last week, actually.
Oh, that was the where I got beat up because of a dream that she had. Yeah, that was pretty bad.
You You've got some pretty dark stories like that.
Mhm.
But if they at least they make for. I mean, at the time that's not fun, but at least it makes for an interesting story later or a
Yeah,
funny
yeah,
story.
exactly. Everyone can look back on all the things that I suffered through and have a chuckle about it,
Yeah, let's laugh at your expense.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah. So he took it back to the swamp, and yeah, like the thanks he got was the turtle tried to bite him, but thankfully it didn't bite him. Uh, anyway, um, coyotes. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know. Well, coyotes. I wouldn't want to run across one of those, but a baby wouldn't be bad. Crows. Oh, I have loads of crows around here cawing at me when I walk in the morning, really loud and like swooping around. I feel like I'm heading into Fromville. I'm just looking for the fallen tree.
Yeah, stay away from the fallen trees for real.
Yeah, seriously. I've already seen one right when I joined the fandom, so I think that's why I've been stuck in Fromville in my head anyway, ever since. Oh, geez, Bill, that's really sweet. Thank you for the compliment. That's nice of you. Wow. I am bashful though. I can't help it. Uh, let's see. Scallion pancakes are delicious. I guess I'm just a picky eater. I always have been. Just just my nature. But I've expanded my palate a bit at least. I refused to eat any seafood until a couple years ago, and I like salmon now. Um, okay. Oh wow, Steve was a chef before taking care of grandparents. Oh wow, that's cool. Try to stay sharp by cooking my way through different countries. Oops. I've been working my way through Asia for the past year since that kind of food wasn't ever something I've done in a professional capacity. That's awesome, Steve. A man who can cook. That's always an awesome thing. I love that. Love a man who can cook. Um, Hi, K Brew. Tabitha ad for no doze. What's doze? I don't
No,
know what.
no dose is I don't know if it's. I'm assuming it's still around. It's a product for you to not fall asleep. So it's sort of like a stimulant,
Oh,
like a caffeine pill or something like that.
okay. There, speaking of the Dick Van Dyke Show earlier, I was mentioning it. That reminds me, there's an episode where he was where his character was seeing what he thought was a UFO outside when he was working really late nights alone in the office, and he thought he was losing his mind possibly.
Uh-huh.
So uh, then people told him, "You must have fallen asleep and you're dreaming you're seeing the UFO." So he took these little pills. They probably aren't allowed to sell stuff like this anymore, but he got something at the drugstore. They called them nervy derbies. I don't know why.
Okay. That's funny.
Nervy derbies. And he took some to stay awake, and he still saw the UFO. It's one of my favorite episodes, actually. Dick Van Dyke is still alive, by the way, and he is 100 years old.
Wow.
Incredible. He's the last remaining cast member from the show who's still alive, sadly. We
Wow.
lost Mary Tyler Moore, Rose, what the hell's her name? What is it? She played Sally, but I don't remember her name now. It's escaping me. And Maury Amsterdam. Rosemarie, that's it. She was a child star, and she was a star her whole life. But yeah, he's 100 years old. He's incredible. He's a living legend. I love Dick Van Dyke. He deserves to get way more attention and respect. I mean, yeah, he's not that he's not respected, but he doesn't get enough attention on him in the way that, like, say, Betty White did. Um, Betty White was always so embraced, in her very old age, and we don't really get that with Dick Van Dyke, and I don't know why. He's phenomenal. He was like the male Lucille Ball, basically.
Yeah, he was very funny.
The physical comedy he could do was brilliant. The things he could do with his body, it looked like he could, like, make his bones turn into jello and like sit on a chair and then, like, slide off it, and
Right.
yeah,
Was
it's like his bones evaporated.
was he the one that was that part of the intro of the show where he would like trip and flip into a chair?
Yeah,
Is that am I remember that right?
Yeah, that was one of the gimmicks. He would trip during the intro. Yeah,
Right. Okay.
yeah, he was a klutz. That was like part of his character. Anyway, turtles don't raise their young, so that baby. Oh, okay, that baby wasn't lost. Oh, that's good to know. I was worried about the little baby turtle. Tortoises live 100 years, but not turtles. Oh, okay. Yeah, this one was just a turtle, I think. Um, let's see. Okay, so K Brew, yes, it's a weekly episode drop. Yeah. So watched the first four, pretty good, digging it. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Great. So we got another person who checked it out and is enjoying it. Yes, so every Thursday night the episodes drop. A new one on HBO Max, and I'm going to be doing watch parties starting this week for that. So on Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern when it drops, and if anybody wants to join a watch party for it, we'll do that in the Discord, and you can join if you're not in there already. In the description of the video, you'll see the Discord link. Um, Who's obsessed with car accidents? Well, they do happen a lot on Duster. I mean, that is kind of a thing. Like there was another one in episode 4. Um, I There was a close call. I was thinking, like there was some like a car sequence involving an old Model T. I think I was so afraid that they were going to wreck the car. That would have been horrible. Um,
You're
so
saying from episode 4? That
yeah,
car? Yeah.
was that a Model T?
No, it's something else. It's some kind of like souped up Lincoln. I think it's supposed to represent a real car. Like when we don't have to give it away now, but whoever they say owned it, I think really did own a car that looked like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I didn't know what it was. I just know it was very very
It
old.
yeah, it was something kind of modified and kind of one off. So it wasn't like you could go to the dealership and buy it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
When I saw that on a show like this, I was like, oh no, that's not going to come out unscathed. But actually, yeah, it was
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. Spoilers, it made it.
Yeah, the car made it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dieter. We love you too. Uh, so hope your work day goes easily. I'm going to pull up my images now. So this one, I need to actually get my other folder. Last week, I just kind of threw all 3 episodes into one by accident. I usually like to keep them separate, but okay, so here we go. I think I need to close a couple of tabs too. Too many tabs. Always too many. Okay. So, okay, now I just have to get through my hundreds of pictures to get to episode 3. I didn't take as many for this, though, as I do for other shows, because this is not a mystery box series. We don't need to dissect the hell out of every frame. Okay, so we left off. So at the end of episode 2, just as a refresher, we learned that there's some kind of corrupt scheme that goes up a lot higher than we realized, and it goes all the way to Washington, D.C. There's some kind of conspiracy cover-up going on here involving the death of Jim's brother Joey, whether Saxton was involved or not. So that's still a mystery as to what the hell's going on here, who this guy is, and yeah, how he's involved, why the cover-up is going on. Did Saxton really do it? Did Saxton really... I should start doing polls. I'm going to put up a poll and see what people think, if Saxton is really guilty or not as of now. Because just because they suspect him, just because he's a mobster and he has people knocked off all the time, and I'm sure he did have Nina's father killed, but that doesn't mean he killed Joey. So I'm going to put a poll in and see what people think. There's some conflicting stuff that we're going to discuss in here that is making Jim question it, as a matter of fact. Okay. Do you think Saxton killed Joey, Jim's brother. In case people don't remember names, because I know when I start a new show, it's hard to remember names.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're saying his Jim's brother?
Yeah,
What his name was?
Joey. It was Joey.
Joey. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah. So yeah, let me know what you think. Let me know what you think if, as of now, if you think Saxton is guilty of killing Joey. We all know he's a mobster. He has people killed. He definitely killed, had Nina's father killed back in the day. But did he kill Joey? We'll get into the details on these episodes and, you know, the doubts that Jim started to have. So this one is called "You're No Good," which was so fitting because it also used the classic song "You're No Good." Who do you remember who performed that? Because I don't remember the
I
artist.
believe that's Linda Ronstadt, I think.
Okay, yeah, classic, great song. And the usage of it is really funny, but I'll wait till we get there.
We'll get that paid off at the sort of. I think that was at the end of the episode, wasn't it?
I believe so. Yes. So, so wait a minute. Did I miss something? 13 hours. I think I missed something. 13 hours earlier. Hold on. Let me just check something. I think I might have missed the very beginning here with the screenshots. I like how it uses these graphics to like establish. It also does this with places. So when they go to different locations, it'll say Phoenix or whatever location that they're in at the time. It'll tell you. So you're gonna keep track of like the different areas that are involved in all this. Wi-Fi is being slow. Okay. Yeah, so I right now I'm not sure. I don't know how I would vote, actually. I I'm not sure. I think it would be an interesting curveball if Saxton didn't actually do it in this case. If he didn't kill Joey and Jim is working against him and flipping on him mainly just because of that. Although when he signed on, he said, I'm not doing this, to help you or whatever. I'm doing this. I said, I'm not doing this to prove he's guilty. I'm doing this to prove he didn't do it.
That he didn't do it. Yeah, exactly.
So that he didn't. Yeah. Because he's very loyal to Sax. It's kind of like a family, the way it operates. And from the sound of it, it's implied that Jim's father was also working there and working for that guy and then retired. And he considers the guy family too.
Yeah, he tells him that. He tells him straight up, hey, remember, Saxon's family.
He does. Yeah. Yep. What do you think at this point? Are you leaning in one direction or the other yet?
I don't know if I'm biased by, Keith David and all his performances and how I love him, but I don't think he did it. I think he's like someone said, a red herring. I think there's something else. There's got to be some other, another mystery that involves, the politicians and the corruptness and something. I think there's something that obviously we're going to find out later on, but I don't see it. I don't see it yet. Anyways, I don't see him doing it. Yeah,
if I had to pick which way, if I really have to, one or the other, then I would lean into he didn't do it because that would be less predictable. So I would have to go with that. And he talked about how he had really big plans for Joey, that Joey, if anything, Jim was kind of stuck in Joey's shadow. Like his brother was the golden child, and in the mob, like in this crime syndicate. He was kind of being groomed to be like a big shot, and Jim is just a driver. So it's just the way that the guy talks, Sax talks so fondly of Joey, makes me question that. It seems so genuine, but so.
Mm-hmm.
So I found what I didn't take screenshots of. It's they opened this episode with what happens at the end, actually. So they do that now sometimes, and it was the guy Breen, who was on the case before her
Mm-hmm.
at the mental institution. But at the time, we don't know what this is about. At the beginning, he's just got a knife to her throat, and it's very brief. She's struggling, and that's the end of that. Um,
Right.
so yeah, he's like, you answer this correctly, I'll let you live. Got to be the right answer, and then talk about a compelling way to start the episode and kind of hook you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I think that's all I missed after that point. Yeah,
Well, that makes
now
sense, especially where it says like 13 hours, right? It said 13 hours later. That was the other screenshot you had.
yeah, 13 hours earlier here.
Yeah.
So then we go back and we see what's going on, like what led up to that point. So, they dress. I've noticed that Awan and Nina dress very unconventionally for FBI agents. Like, would they be allowed to dress like this? He's got like a leather jacket on. It's really cool. Like, their outfits are awesome. I've seen Nina wear a jumpsuit outfit, but everyone else in the FBI office, they're just wearing suits. So, if these two want to be, well, these two are marginalized because they're minorities. So you'd think they'd,
Right.
try to dress, at least conform to the dress of like the other people who work there. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I just find that a little weird.
I think they're doing that for us as the audience, so that they always stand apart from the rest of the sort of clowns that are in there, kind of thing. At least that's what I would assume. They're sort of giving us a visual cue that they're outside, that they're different, that they're outsiders.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, actually. So so Jim goes to the hospital, the Phoenix General Hospital, and he visits I always have trouble. Oh, Izzy. He visits Izzy, and she's with her. I think that's her boyfriend. He's like a doctor. He works there. Yeah, he's a doctor, and I love that shirt that Jim's wearing. It's cool. I've never seen one like that. This shirt here.
Yeah, that's real nice.
It's unique.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he's always got a chain. He's always got a chain hanging from his jeans. I didn't know that was a 70s thing. I didn't think that was a popular thing till later.
Yeah, me too. I didn't associate that with the 70s.
Like I saw a lot of that in the 90s, then the 2000s as well. Like a lot of like in hip hop, for example.
Right.
Anyway, or even like goths would wear them too.
Mm-hmm.
But so in this report here, this is the report on the C4 residue that Nina and Awan went and broke in and got from that van where Joey's, it exploded basically. And so it says it positive results for test of explosive residue. So it is C4 that caused that explosion. It tested positive for C4. So it says, after an additional investigation, it was accessed. I think it should be assessed, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
That the explosion. Here I am correcting the
the
grammar. I'm correcting. I think that's wrong, but okay. It should be. It was assessed that that's spelled wrong. That the explosion was They need to hire somebody, like hire me to proofread for you. Jeez,
Wow.
I see articles in newspapers that have like errors in them all the time. I'm like, what the hell? And I couldn't even. I applied when I got out of school. I couldn't even get a job as a copy editor, and clearly they needed help. um, so it says the explosion was a result of a propane tank that had a leaking seal and were being carried in the cargo area. Da, 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 okay, so this is evidence. This is evidence she can use um, to prove that like this there was some kind of cover up and the explosion didn't come from inside the vehicle. It came from outside. It came from underneath the vehicle. Um, and this dude here, he basically kind of warns Nina, just stay away from that case. I think that's if I'm remembering that correctly. I think he says just drop it. Drop it. That I think this is the guy who tells her the case is cursed. The last guy lost his mind. Leland Breen. It's cursed. Leave it alone. But of course, she's not going to leave it alone. Look at her. Look at her face. She's wait a minute. Where her face is like, yeah, that's not happening. She's got a look of determination. Um. So they always meet in this parking garage for some reason. Nina and what's his name and Jim. I always have to reach for names when I have a new show I'm covering. They don't stick in my head easily. They always meet in this weird, quirky parking garage, as usual. There's something here. So she shows him the evidence that she got, and so it's looking. Sachs is looking more guilty based on that. Sorry, why is this so slow? I'm going to close a few more tabs. This is annoying me.
Maybe it's maybe you're on like the 70s Wi-Fi, you know, and that's why.
Yeah, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on. So damn slow. Okay. Try this. See if oh, you know why? I know what the problem is. I know why this is so slow. I didn't delete all the screenshots I took from my Chromebook. So it's kind of clogging it up a bit. I'll just see if I can delete them. But even that takes forever with StreamYard running. Jeez. So annoying. It was a 1930s Lincoln Model K boat tail speedster. Wow. It's
Yeah, that's a
highly
mouthful.
specific. Cool.
Yeah, it's also a mouthful
Yeah.
title for that car. Yeah.
Right. Kelly said, I think the Washington people are involved and not Saxton. Yeah. Yeah. They're definitely covering something up. So maybe I don't know. Maybe this was like a way they could try and take him down by framing him or trying to frame him for this. I don't know. But yeah, that's a logical thing to think at the moment because why is there this cover up happening? Why are these files from Breen gone? They're just missing, and he went crazy, and he's in the nut house, and we've got like FBI agents discouraging Nina from doing her job. Stay away from Jim Ellis. Stay away from Breen. Putting roadblocks in her way, and now we see like there's some kind of corruption going way up all the way to Washington. So I'd have to agree on that. Yeah, that it's probably politicians involved in this, not Saxton. In terms of Joey, anyway.
Right. Like he got too close to something and he had to be eliminated. And it you know, it's got to be something. I would assume it's something like that. Like he found something out and so that he couldn't spill the beans to anybody, he had to be taken out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could very well be. That could very well be. So yeah, I don't think he did it. I don't think he did it. The more I think about it, yeah, that's what I'm saying for now. But we'll see. Well, I was trying to to delete these screenshots, but it's just taking way too long. So I'll just leave it alone. 70s show tropes, car racing, crash scenes, and corrupt senators. True, Bill Chill. Mhm. Dieter said he could do it, but seems he didn't actually. I have no clue. Sexton may be getting set up by the FBI. Yeah, Bill Chill, it could very well be. Hi, with Alice. Nice to see you. Let's see. Oh, Dee Dee Warwick. Huh. I've never heard of her. Sister of. Is that her name? Isn't it Diane Warwick though? I thought her name was Diane. I don't know.
No, it's Dion Warwick. That's
Dion. Well, is there some other singer with that last name? Because that sounds familiar. It's also.
Yeah. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Warwick is also the town I grew up in Rhode Island too. Named, I guess they named it after the England. There's a town in England named Warwick as well.
Is that where you live at? Warwick?
West Warwick, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, I wish I lived in Warwick. It's like night and day. You cross over the town line in between, you're immediately like in like nasty, ugly town. Let's see.
Okay. Where I'm from, the west side is the best side. So I don't know. I think you're on. I think you're on the best side, the west side.
Yeah. Trust me, if you saw the two, you would not think that at all. I'm just fortunate. I'm very fortunate and grateful that I got to grow up in Warwick as a kid. It's so much nicer. The school system was nicer. As a matter of fact, we were living in West Warwick until I was almost 5. And then my mom deliberately chose, when they were buying a house, to move to Warwick so that I wouldn't have to go to the schools in West Warwick, which were really, lacking. And so she bought a house in the same neighborhood as my grandparents, and which was awesome, and my aunt and uncle, who at the time I was close to. So it was great. We, got to go to good schools. Anyway, I digress. But so Samuel said, I don't know if he did it. Oh, I should have put maybe as an option. I might have to redo it. I think I just put yes or no. Yeah, I think I might. Did I put yes or no? Let's see.
But yeah.
Yeah, damn. I should have put yes or no, because it's hard to pick just one or the other. So far, 78% say no. I'd have to agree, and 22% said yes. Okay. Bill Chill says the creepy, mean, supervising FBI agent is involved with setting up Saxton. Yes, I don't remember his name either, but creepy, mean is a great way to describe him. Yeah, he just, the way he kind of leers at. There's a certain way he leers at Nina. He does look kind of creepy. I know exactly who he's talking about. He's like kind of a younger. He's not the one that she directly reports to, who's actually being nicer to her now. It's this other guy. He looks a little younger, and he kind of leers at her. And he's the one who kept telling her, stay away from. I think he's the one who kept telling her, stay away from Jim Ellis. And so yeah, I agree on that. He could very well be involved. Bill said, I'm calling it Agent Grant is the mole/villain. I wish I could remember the name of these agents. I don't remember which one is Agent Grant. Do you?
No.
Yeah.
Because I mean, yeah. I'm not sure.
You know what? I'm gonna just Google it on my phone, because now wondering because I think it should come up. I'll just put Asian Grant, Duster, actor. Okay, so I need a picture though. Oh, wait, is that, yeah, Dan Tracy. His name is Dan Tracy. Okay, that's the creepy mean one. At least I think that's the creepy mean one. I don't know. Okay, yeah. So Bill was referring to him too. Yep, I agree. I think it's I think he's involved, yeah, and he could very well be a mole / villain. There's something unsettling about this guy. I definitely agree on that. Agent Crit. Let me see if I can I think he's probably in this episode, so I'll just point him out when we get there when I go through the photos. Now this guy's starting to he's at least changing his attitude toward Nina, which is good. He was kind of a jackass like the others too at first, but now he's being more accommodating. So at least there's that. She talks to her mom again, who she calls Mama, which is cute. Her mom gives her a lot of advice and stuff. She talks about her insecurities to her mom. Sorry, this is wicked slow. Nope, there's my New Englander coming out.
I was gonna say, is that I just
Wicked slow.
Wicked.
I didn't say it quite like that. Wicked. Yeah, this is wicked slow, and yeah.
Park the car in the yard.
Yeah. Luckily, I don't talk like that, even though I was born and raised here. I dodged that bullet. It's an unfortunate accent, if you ask me. Anyway,
you can kind of hear it though. You can kind of hear it in your voice a little bit, every once in a while.
I hope not too much. Yeah, I don't think it comes through too much, but every once in a while, I catch myself. Something comes out and it sounds more New England, and I just kind of cringe at myself. Oh no. My mom was raised in, well, not raised, but born in Pennsylvania. Her parents talked with a Pennsylvania accent, which you pronounce things more properly for some reason. That's just their accent, and so I talk like that. Thankfully, I just like it. I like the sound of it better. And yet, my mom, when she came here, she was like 2 years old, and when she started kindergarten, they made fun of her accent. She had a Pennsylvania accent, and the kids were making fun of it. So, if you ask me, she should have been making fun of them.
Yeah, they should have been making fun of themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for real. So, I forgot to get rid of that comment. I used to do that all the time. I look at my old streams. I would always forget to take the comment down when I was done with it, and so I'd have it up for like forever while I'm going through images and rookie issues like that. You go through. You can only get better at this by doing it. It's all just getting experience. You just have to kind of jump in and do it. So he goes to Snowbird, and this dude here is always like kind of giving him assignments. The way they dress is just so what is this style here with the guy's hat and all the instead of ties, some of the guys, even some of the FBI guys wear like these other things. I don't remember what they're called, but they're not
the bolo tie.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
You see a lot of those.
More like westerny, kind of like Texasy, but this is like Arizona, so sort of that's sort of a Western, bolo tie is what it is.
Yeah, which I've never been a fan of. I don't really like that so much. It's like I don't know. It's just not my thing. They all look like oil tycoons with those things.
Uh-huh. Right.
And he's got the belt buckle and the hat. Uh, Now this is okay. This is bugging me now. Did he injure? Did I forget or something? Like was there a fight in the show where he injured his eyebrow area because it looks beat up in every episode?
Um.
Like look
Hmm.
at his eyebrow.
Right.
It
Right.
looks like
I'm trying to remember.
see look at it. It looks like it got beaten up. And it's like this. I think it's like this in every episode now. It's like I mean, yeah, he was in some crazy fights, so maybe that was a result of that, I guess.
Yeah,
But
I'm
it's
trying
just
to
kind of
remember
bugging
what.
me. Like,
Yeah, I'm trying
what
to
is
remember what
that?
fight
Yeah,
he had in like episode 2.
right. But there was well, he got in a really crazy fight with sunglasses. Sunglasses. So
Oh, okay. So then that's got to be where it came from then.
yeah, it must be. I don't
Yeah.
remember seeing that area bleeding, but yeah, it's gotta be, I
Hmm.
think. So so yeah, like he's kind of poking around. Nina had asked him to kind of like get she needs hard sorry, I need to take a drink. Just give me a sec. My voice is acting up again. Sorry. Okay. So Nina had asked him to kind of get closer to Sax, uh, you know, find out where he's going and get some information on him, get some intel. So he
Right.
wants to know where Sax is going, and this guy's like, "Oh, what are you asking that for?" Essentially, like you never ask that kind of thing, and he plays it cool. He plays it cool, but he's trying to worm his way in and get some intel, and Nina visits the mental institution where Breen is. It always takes me a moment to call up some of the names in my head.
Right.
But,
Right.
but yeah, Breen is at this place, and she's talking to this guy he's not accommodating at all. He's saying that he's not allowed visitors. Breen is not allowed visitors, and she wants to talk to him. But while she's doing it, she's so smart. She looks over and she eyes a brother over there. She kind of sees an opportunity, like, okay, maybe she can kind of smooth talk him. I mean, there's no way around it. Like, she sees another African American who's working there, and they like as minorities, they were everyone, especially back then, they were fighting an uphill battle against racism all the time. So if she's going to convince anybody to get her in there, it would be him.
Hmm.
It would
I
just
think
connect.
what she also notices besides that connection is she notices that guy is giving him like berating him, kind of giving him a hard time. So I
Mhm.
think that she also uses when she ends up talking to him, she uses that like, "Hey, these people ain't treating you right. Let me, help me out, and I'll help you out," kind of thing.
Exactly. And
Hmm.
look what's going on. It's a white guy in a suit.
Hmm.
This guy's doing a more blue collar job, and unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that was more common back then. It was a lot harder for African Americans to get certain kinds of jobs, and so it was very unusual for someone like Nina to be an FBI agent. She's facing racism all the time, and this guy, is being shit on by this white dude in a suit, and So, she sees a way that she can kind of a way in, like a potential way in with this guy.
Right.
Solidarity. They both get shit on by white bosses. And this guy shuts her down. So yeah, no visitors. So yeah, I love how she's already the wheels are already turning in her head for an alternative though. So smart. She's extremely smart and clever. I love the locations that they like the exterior locations of the places in this show. Like they did such a great job making them look retro and colorful. And this is a like a burrito joint or something. It's cool.
Yeah, and
He
and
takes
and the color palette that they're
Mhm.
using, you can tell that the colors are more saturated. They're using a filter or something to have all those colors pop,
Mhm.
as opposed to just being
Yep.
like darker blues or something. No, everything's like radiant. You feel it's almost like you feel the warmth of the Arizona sun as you watch the show.
100%. I've noticed that about the color gradient that they're using for this show. It looks like they're using some kind of a filter to heighten the warmth of the colors. And I know it because I know how it works because I edit photos a lot for thumbnails for this channel. And what
Hmm.
I often do to make them pop and make them look better is I just use my Google photo editing app and I turn up the warmth of the colors and it transforms the image. It makes it really pop more. I turn up the saturation a bit. I sometimes I increase the exposure, make it lighter. Boy, does it help for certain shows. I don't need to do it as much for this. I do it a bit, but like for a show like that's shot so in such a dark manner all the time, shadowy, it really helps because you want thumbnails to pop. Anyway, though, but yeah, that's totally what they're doing.
Yeah.
Definitely, it gives it more of a 70s aesthetic for some reason too. Just to use a different color palette and color gradient for something that's taking place in the past. It creates that kind of vibe.
It's like it puts you there just simply by the colors that you're seeing.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, he's definitely got a big cut on his eyebrow. Yeah, you can see it right there on his eyebrow. And I don't know, I guess with TV magic, I usually expect to not see these things hanging around for so long. Like, you don't see it as much. Like, thought it would have been gone by episode 4, but I believe it's still there in the next one we're gonna get to. But he's eating there with his supposed niece Luna, but the going theory now among the watchers of the show is that Luna is really his daughter, not his niece. And I am leaning that way too for the time being. I think
Hmm.
it's highly likely that she's actually his daughter.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Now, that's a good point. Are we going to become duster holics? This would be the dustabelia. We got to come up with a name for the dusterites.
oh, I know. I
Yeah.
know. We could be
Yeah.
the dust bunnies.
Oh, okay, okay, all right.
We could be the dust bunnies. That would be a
Yeah,
cute name.
yeah. Okay, all right. We'll pencil that in. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
we could be the
Bill
dust.
Chill. Yeah, Bill Chill says dust mites. I don't know,
Oh, that's good too. Oh, that's even better. That's
because that's
better. I like that.
more less sort of because bunny sounds feminine to me. So for
Yeah,
whatever reason. So
it does sound
dust
feminine.
mites. There we go.
That fits for either gender. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The dust
Oh,
mites.
the dust
Ha-
mite.
hashtag dust mites.
Nice. I'm gonna scroll up and check in with the chat now. I forgot I get carried away sometimes and I was plowing through some scenes quickly, but let's get back to the chat for a little bit. Um, okay. S- Wow, it's been active. Let's see. Trying to find where. Oh, did I not send Scarlet a link? Oh shit. She might. I think she's. I think she was going to bed though. So I believe she told me that after her, you know, her plans that she has on Monday nights, she goes to bed at 1 a.m. So, um, so yeah, I think I should just send her a link in case anyway. But um, oh, you are welcome, Miss J. You're welcome. It's just so that you can drop your link. You know, if people have channels and they come into my chat, especially a regular like you, I always give out a wrench so that you can drop your link to your channel. It's not so that you don't have to do anything for me. You don't have to, you know, act like a mod, like an official mod. It's just so that it's just because if you don't have a wrench, if you're not a mod, then the YouTube doesn't let you drop links. That's all. So now you can feel free anytime at all. Drop if you have like a new video or you want to just drop your link to your channel for people to subscribe. Now you can do it. Anyway, I'm trying to find where I left off with the chat. Okay, right here. Samuel said, "Why would Sax kill Joey? Though we need motive. Maybe Joey was a mole collecting intel on the Russian connect or connection. Or, yeah,
Yeah.
that could be. That could be. Maybe I don't think he did it. I don't think he did it. Bill Chill said Agent Grant probably drugged Breen or had that doctor drug him to get Breen committed to. Yeah, there's something really fishy about him. Supposedly going crazy, and this is not on the up and up. Like even the wife is in on it. Breen's wife was calling that guy in Washington. You know, she's colluding with them. His own wife. Gee, that nice wife. Like
Right. Right.
in on some kind of conspiracy that had her husband committed and drugged, most likely, making him insane. We'll get to his lunacy. It's hilarious. The stuff he says. The stuff he says. It's absolutely hilarious. The random shit that comes out of his mouth. But I think it's probably drugs.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
No.
I think he was drugs, and I think that the book that Saxon's son was reading is an Easter egg related to that.
Yeah,
Do you remember the book? Yeah.
Yeah. The book. I don't remember the title, but when I Googled it, it was something to do with drugs.
Mind control or something.
Yeah,
Yep.
drugs and mind control. Yes, that was definitely an Easter egg. So that wasn't just me having my From tinfoil hat on. I think that really does mean something. I'm used to, you know, trying to pick up on little things like that. Like, okay, if there's a book prominently featured on camera, then they want us to notice it for a reason. And that's usually the case. It doesn't have to be a mystery box show for that to be the case.
Yeah,
Especially nowadays with the high quality of TV, compared to what it used to be. Things are much more meaningful and meticulously created. In the past, maybe they would just, I don't know, like on Lost, Sawyer was always reading books on the beach, but they were probably just random books rather than something that meant anything to the story. Although, I mean, that's obviously a huge mystery box show, but I don't think they went that crazy with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't think so, because like he was reading at one point, he was reading Watership Down, and I don't see how that book relates to anything that happened on Lost. And he was like, it's about bunny rabbits. I was like, no, not exactly. But yeah, I don't. As an example, right? You know, that's very true. I think they were just sort of like shout outs to themselves or shout outs to the fans to like look up that book and know what it's about.
Right. Maybe it's just maybe the writers liked that book, so they just threw that in there. Yeah, and you know, there's a famous quote, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. I forget who said it, Freud, I believe. And it's one of Doug Hughes' favorite quotes. And he reminds the From fandom of that, because sometimes we do overthink certain things. Not everything has to mean something else.
Right. Sometimes a guy in the yellow suit ripping somebody's throat out is just a guy in the yellow suit ripping somebody's throat out, you know?
Sure. Yeah, no, nothing strange about that at all.
I mean, we see that everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing unusual to see here,
Mhm.
Anyway, Bill says, Agent Grant probably drugged Breen, or had that doctor drug him to get Breen committed to the mental asylum. Joey probably caught or uncovered Agent Grant's corruption. Yeah, maybe that could very well be, and then they had to take him out. Yeah, but I just wonder why didn't the FBI want Breen taking Saxton down? It's weird to me. Why would they do that to Breen and hamper that investigation into Saxton? It's just strange, but that's
Because
part
maybe
of the
because maybe because somebody above those FBI agents needs Saxon to do whatever it was he was doing.
yeah, that could be
I would think, Sorry.
sometimes politicians and organized crime have colluded together. We know that has happened.
Hmm. That's
Like,
right.
for God's sake, um uh in my state, um in my state, we had a famous, serious scandal with Buddy Cianci, the mayor of Providence,
Mm.
for a long time back in the day, and he was deeply involved with organized crime. Interestingly enough, though, when he was mayor, he was actually very effective, and his ties to organized crime actually seemed to kind of help. I mean, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but Providence had a lot less issues when that was going on, and it was kind of working. But eventually he did get caught, and wound up doing prison time for it. And interestingly enough, my dad was an ACI prison guard at the correctional facility, state prison, and my dad did that for like over 30 years. And he once saw Buddy Cianci sitting on a toilet. Yeah, you don't get a lot of privacy and dignity in prison. Without his
Yeah.
wig, too. Buddy used to wear a wig, and yeah, how far he'd fallen. There he is in prison without his wig, sitting on a toilet. Uh, the mayor of
Uh,
Providence. The fun, what's funny though? Even after that, he was still really beloved by a lot of people in Rhode Island. He was a pretty effective mayor, and Providence did well under him and didn't do so well after. And he even tried to run again and almost won after doing prison time in the 2010s. He ran again and he came close, but not quite. And yeah, he passed away a few years back, but famous corruption case here.
oh.
But so it does happen. Sometimes politicians collude with the mob.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that what is that what Rhode Island is famous for? Corruption?
Unfortunately, we are rife with corruption in this state.
Oh
Rife with it.
no. You need to
Yeah.
get out of there.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I do. I need to vacate this
Mhm.
godforsaken place. Rhode Island is a mess. There's a lot I love about it. I was born and raised here. There's a whole lot I love that's unique to this place. We're the ocean state. We have like a ridiculous amount of the state is along a coastline because of the way it's structured, and that's why we're the ocean state. And it's got beautiful beaches, it's got Newport, and there's a lot I love about it. But I'm fed up with it. I've had my fill of Rhode Island for a lot of reasons. And I don't really have any reason to stay here, to be honest, anymore, other than my mom. So my mom and I need to get the hell out of here. Yet like yesterday. Anyway,
Mhm. I'm sure you'll make that happen soon.
yeah. Um, yeah, it's looking like that. Looking like that's probably gonna happen. Yeah. So, um, so so Doc says hi. Hi, Doc. Nice to see you. Nate, my neighbor over in Fall River, Mass. Nice to see you. We had a great FROMacademy on Friday. It was awesome. Doc did an amazing amount of research and had a great discussion on the monsters on From, and we'll be doing another. We'll be doing part 2 and another part following that the next Friday, diving into the nightmare creatures, aka the monsters on From, and everybody's theories, and all the research Doc has done about it. So, looking forward to another one. We'll start at 11:30 p.m. Eastern on Friday, and Doc will join by around 12:30.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. The FROMacademy, a lot of information, really cool.
It was an amazing discussion. The chat was lit with theories and ideas. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. So much creativity and intelligence in this fandom. I love the discussions we get into. So, Scarlett said my iPad is this. Oh, shoot. This was half an hour ago. I didn't see it. She said my iPad is super low, but I will plug it in and hope I don't fall asleep before it gets enough power. I can actually join StreamYard. I did send her a link. I thought I forgot. Okay. So she's got a link if she wants to join, of course. Oops. She said I just wanted to be here for Watch Your Ledger. Watch Your Ledger is always shouting her out. Samuel says Jim and his dad expressed anti-Marxist communist sentiments. Joey might have become an informant once Sax started working with the Russians. Yeah, there's something fishy going on with the Russians. That's a great point. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sax and the Russians.
It's always those Russians.
It's always the Russians. Yeah, back then we had the Cold War going on, so you never know. There was a lot of course, anti-communist sentiment going on with that situation. So, Julie's a townie. Yeah, I am. Basically, I grew up in Warwick. I did leave Warwick for a little while and lived in other towns, and now I'm one town over, so sort of like a townie. So, sounds like a candle during a war. Warwick. Yeah, it does, actually. I never even thought of it that way. Yeah. No worries if your iPad dies, Scarlett. It's okay. Don't feel any pressure. You got a lot of stuff going on, and we do a lot of lives, so whatever you can do. If you want to join, cool. If the iPad doesn't work, then well, that's more sleep you can get, which God knows you need working in preschool. I know my mom works her ass off as a preschool teacher. Yeah, I should have put maybe in other. I wish I had on the poll, but I guess I could just start another one. I'll start it. We still have a lot of ground to cover. I'm going to end this one here and start another one. See if it changes. So it's at 67% no, Sexton didn't kill Joey. 33% yes. I'm going to end it right there and do a new one. Okay, so here we go. So I don't know what this is. Sometimes we have to try this and try to think of what we could do with this. There's another option under YouTube, my YouTube tab, because I'm running it. It says engage with your audience. You can start a poll or start a Q&A. So it says answer viewer questions live. I don't really know exactly how that would work. I'd have to think about it, but to try it sometime. Okay. Do you think Sexton killed Joey? Okay. Yes, no. Let's see. I guess maybe. Can't really think of a more complex possible answer to that, but there. Explain in the chat. How about this? I know. But for people who are just leaning in that direction, I'll say probably. Probably.
No, okay, that's good. Yeah.
and maybe probably not for people who are on the fence. That's what I'll do. Rather than just maybe. Maybe is too vague. I like probably and probably not better. There we go. So now there's a new poll. So yeah, that might change the balance of things a bit. We'll see how that one pans out. I like doing polls. We should do some kind of a tier thing, like this trend that other content creators have been doing lately sometime too. It's a
Oh,
tier rank.
the S tier stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And undecided, I could have done undecided, but I think people could. I think if pressed, you could probably pick yes, no, probably, or probably not. I think, but and unfortunately, there are only 4 options. I can't do more than 4. What the hell? Talks like I want to watch Afterbirth with the mutated placenta that attacks Bristol. What the fuck?
That's like, so what did Bristol do? That's like so specific.
Yeah, Bristol is a beautiful town in Rhode Island. Uh, a mutated placenta? What the fuck? That's so weird. Okay. Dark Place might be calling my name. What's Dark Place? Okay. There's a mole in this show too. Donna is in it. Oh, you're in the Donna mole camp, huh? What did you say?
No, I was just chuckling. But yeah, that's. Remember, I've told you that maybe Donna's a daywalker, monster.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, thanks, Scarlet, for pointing out there's a little bit of audio stuff. Appreciate it. These mics are very, very sensitive, but mics on any device seem to pick up everything. By the way, I meant to tell you this earlier, but side note, there's a button. Well, I don't know if you have this on a phone version, but if you see a button that says settings, there's an audio section of settings, and then there's a thing that you can a box you can check that says reduce mic background noise, which might help with any background stuff going on. Just FYI. So okay. But there's no fan noise now or anything like that, or whatever. Hi, Sleepless. Nice to see you. Sleepless. I think Sleepless just joined the Discord too. So thank you for doing that. Appreciate it. The show is great. I mean, I wouldn't keep covering it if I wasn't really into it. I wasn't sure how it was going to be going in, but I love it. It's got a little action, adventure, intrigue, some mystery to make you debate and, try to figure out what's going on with this crime syndicate. Is this guy really guilty of what he's being accused of? And, there's a conspiracy going on involving government clearly. So and there's, I don't know if I mentioned it, but comedy too. So highly recommend. Steve said, as someone from Philly, I have to disagree with the Pennsylvanians pronounce words better. Maybe it's just the part of Pennsylvania where my mom's family came from, Lancaster County. Maybe it's the Pennsylvania Dutch thing. That's the way they pronounce things. My grandfather's family, they were Mennonites, so they were kind of secluded from the rest of Pennsylvania. Maybe that's the reason. But my grandma talks differently too because she came from North Carolina. No Southern accent at all, but yeah. Mystery FBI guy could be a mole. Yeah, he very well could be. Like the one I think he's talking about the one in Washington D.C. because we don't know his name yet.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't know who that guy is.
No, we don't. We haven't seen him again since yet. Mm-hmm. He put his hat on like he was heading out to take care of business though.
He'll probably be there episode 5 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you could tell that he must be like some kind of congressional representative from that area, because he put on a hat that fits in with that whole style
Yeah,
of
and
that.
he had his bolo tie as well, I think.
He did. Yep. Samuel said we need to smoke these moles out. Yeah. For one, yeah, in this show, I think moles make perfect sense in a show like this. I don't think From needs a mole, but I won't go off on a tangent on that. But in this show, oh yeah. Yeah, there are definitely moles, at least one. Yeah, Sleepless, all I needed to know was that one of these characters is played by Josh Holloway.
Hmm.
They're like, all I know is one of the characters is played by him. Yeah. All I needed to hear was that, and I was like, okay, I'm sold. Sign me up. I'll watch anything that he's in, period. He's a phenomenal actor. It's not just because of his looks. It's not just, I'm not just thirsting for him. He's an amazing actor. He's full of charisma. He conveys emotion really deeply. Uh, he has such a range, and of course, that intensity too when he needs it. And also a soft side, like with Luna here in this scene. So,
Yeah, we're
mhm.
we're all in love with Josh. Absolutely.
Even the dudes, probably a man crushes on him.
Oh yeah, big time. Wait, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people, misunderstand. It's like, I know a lot of women are thirsting over him, but I just, I don't know. I respect so many qualities of his acting. He's not just a pretty face. So, bolo ties with a scorpion in it. Indeed. Yep. They wear a lot of those. No one wears those around here ever. You will never see, I never have seen a single Rhode Islander wearing one. Yes, everyone wearing a bolo tie just looks like Colonel Sanders to me, or an oil tycoon for me, Steve. Yes, indeed. Uh, okay, I'm sorry, I'm still behind the chat. I'm trying to catch up here. Oh, thanks for the update on that, Doc. I'm gonna make a note of that somewhere. Stephen King's The Institute comes out on the 13th. Ooh, let me see. Stephen King. I love Stephen King's work. The Institute. I heard of that before, but I forgot all about it, that was going to be coming out. Stephen King's The Institute. It's horror. Okay. Uh oh my god, it's directed by Jack Bender. Holy shit.
Oh wow.
And he's an executive producer. Oh, I've definitely got to watch. And oh man, so wait, it comes. Oh no, what am I gonna do? I thought I was gonna be like, oh, nice and chill now, only covering one show, and it's a much more light. It's a much lighter, easier show to cover, Duster. And I just got done covering 2 shows at once, but if this is a good show, I mean, it's an MGM Plus series. It's Jack Bender's an executive producer and a director, and it's a Stephen King horror series. So I may well wind up covering this and Duster. So stay tuned, guys. I'm gonna have to look into this now. If that's the case, yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna have to figure that one out. We'll see. Thank you for the concern, Dieter. Yeah, my voice is all screwed up from too much talking. I never shut up, so I get a hoarse voice sometimes. Let's see. Okay, The Long Walk is the first book King wrote. Super hyped for that one. Oh, so that's coming too, huh? The Long Walk. I heard of that. I'll make a note of that. The Long Walk. Oh, it's a movie coming out in September. Cool. Not his first book to get published, but the first one he wrote. Okay, cool. So, oh, the lighting on the show, yeah, it's awesome, Miss J. It definitely is. Bill Chill thinks Luna is definitely Jim's daughter. And yeah, the dust mites, we're definitely going with that. We're gonna be the dust mites. I'll be using that one, Bill. The term that you coined is perfect. Dustbusters, that's a good one too, Steve. The vacuums. Yeah, I remember Dustbusters. Julie's Dusterholics, Dusties, Drifters, or Dust Devils. That's a good one. Even Jim's stepmom is sus as well. Yeah. Nosy as hell, isn't she? Earth Abides was a big inspiration for The Last of Us, and the main character was that makes it even more interesting that the therapist in The Last of Us was reading Earth Abides, the book. It was inspiration, and the main character was the inspiration for a lore character from the first game. Yes, yet Gail is reading that. Cool, Steve. Also, yeah, yep. When they're talking about Ellie's tattoo, yep. George Carlin joke, the Freud cigar reference. Oh, what does that mean? Because Freud was like obsessed with everything came down to like dicks.
Phallic symbols.
Yeah, everything was about dicks with Freud. It's always about that. Like I don't know why he was too obsessed with that stuff, but the Swiffers, crop dusters. That's a good one too. Who said that? With Alice.
Alice said that. Yeah.
Plymouths or crop dusters. That's another good one with Alice. Okay, scrolling down, trying to catch up. Oh, I could do that with Doug. The Q&A is for when people ask questions to like Doug. Maybe when it gets filtered easy. I'll check it out. Yeah, I'll mess around with it. Muncher said I need a sure why not option. Peter, I wish we could all just move into one big complex together, like a big or like a big neighborhood, and just have all of us close together. We could hang out instead of spread across the world and across the country. So it's tough being far apart. Oh, Steve hit the wrong choice. Damn. Yeah, that sucks. Well, just I don't know, vote for the other. You know how you can balance that out? Well, no, never mind. You can't vote twice unless you log in on a different account. If you did, you could vote twice for the one that you meant to, and then it would cancel out the one you didn't mean to. The closest option to Rhode Island airport. Sorry, we have an airport. They always say it's in Providence. It's not. TF Green is not in Providence. It's in Warwick, but they call it Providence because it's right next to it. And my cousins lived so close to it that like the runway was like right next to their neighborhood, and yeah, they had constant loud plane noise all the time. That would be so annoying. Steve said I'm half. No way, Julie. I'm half Pennsylvania Dutch on my father's side. Yes, they enunciate like a motherfucker. Yes, that's where I got it from, and my mom. That explains it. Okay. Yep. Yeah, we enunciate our words pretty clearly for sure. Yep. That's cool, Steve. Yeah, my mom's father, so my grandfather on that side, he grew up in a Pennsylvania Dutch Mennonite family, very traditional on a farm. His mother never cut her hair in her whole life. They don't cut their hair, the women. She had her little bonnet thing that it's like a little mini bonnet they wear on their head with bobby pins, and they're like a less extreme version of the Amish. And it was really cool visiting them a few times as a kid. Anyway.
Next live stream, you should wear that with Doug, a little bonnet.
I could cosplay as one, but I don't have one. I don't know who inherited those things, but we sure didn't. When my great grandma Helen passed, she lived to be like 96 years old, and I look a lot like her. I have the same shaped face. No one else in the entire family on both sides has dimples, so I got them from her, which is cool. And it was my mom's favorite grandparent and the one she was the closest to. So it's just kind of fitting that I'm her only child and I look so much like her. Muncher says I can't unsee Victor in Holloway. I don't see what you're seeing. I really don't. I see Sawyer. All I see is Sawyer. But I mean, I know they both kind of have kind of longish hair, but I'm not seeing it. I don't see the Victor references. Do you?
Actually, in the shot that's like on the screen right now, kind of, but not in. They look like they could be like brothers or cousins or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe cousins. Samuel said, I bet Asian Breen didn't kilometer himself. An FBI guy did. He said that because he's wondering if YouTube still deletes comments for saying, unalive. We just say unalive, even though it sounds ridiculous, because sometimes YouTube does delete comments like that, and there can be issues with streamers saying it. So just to be safe, I say unalive himself. That's what I would say. Yeah, spoiler alert if you haven't seen episode 4. We're gonna be covering it in this live, but yeah, Breen supposedly unalives himself. Kilometers and delete are less likely to get removed. Yes, deleting oneself, unaliving, that's another one. It's so silly. Like we have to use these code words.
Yeah.
It sounds ridiculous too.
It's just words.
You know what the worst one is though? Like we're not supposed to, refer to Mr. Adolf by his last name. Some people just do it anyway, but I've literally seen a guy who he wasn't trying to be funny. He was doing a serious video, but he called him Funny Mustache Man, or Charlie Chaplin lookalike or whatever. But Funny Mustache Man, like this is serious stuff, and YouTube won't let people even in an educational way say the name sometimes.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is like if you don't remember history, you're doomed to repeat it. So why cover that up and prevent people from being able to talk about it freely? Anyway, Bender and King. Oh, we watching that? Yeah, Jack Bender and Stephen King. Come on, yeah, we're checking that out. So I saw it comes out June 13th. Maybe we. Oh, and I'll have to get MGM Plus again for that. But maybe we can see what day is this? Monday, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't have anything going on Thursday other than, Duster drops at 9 p.m. Eastern. Usually new MGM shows drop at midnight. So we can even do a watch party for that. That would be fun. Let's do that. Let's all check it out. Anybody who wants to check it out together, since most of us here are From fans, we love Jack Bender. Stephen King is a big influence on From. If it drops at midnight, which I'm going to Google it right now. What the hell is it called again? The Institute series premiere, huh?
And what is that one about exactly?
I don't even know. All I saw were those names, and I was like, okay, oh, damn, it's going to drop. Wait a minute. No, not June. Oh, thank God. Okay, I don't have to cover both at once. Excellent. And I'll have a new show to cover before too long after Duster ends. Oh, this is phenomenal. This is great news. It premieres on July 13th, not June.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Great. All right. I don't know what it's about yet, but I can pretty much guarantee I'm going to be covering it.
Right on. Oh,
okay.
I'll see if that one app that I have has it.
Okay.
We can watch it through that if just in case.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I can't afford to have all these apps. So when I finish covering a series for a while, I get rid of it. I just have to. Right now I'm subscribed to HBO, so I can do Duster watch parties. And I also The Last of Us before that. But yeah, I can pretty much guarantee I'm going to be covering it. That's exciting. And also, it's possible I may end up having to cover 2 at once again, though, because Welcome to Derry dropped a teaser that said it's coming this summer. I find that weird that they can't give a date if it's already pretty much summer now, almost officially, and we need a date. It took them a year just to tell us this summer. It said 2025 since August, or since summer of last year. It's all they said, and now it said this summer, so they may overlap, and there's no way I'm not covering Welcome to Derry. So we'll see. You might have to decrease some of the From stuff for a while if they overlap. It doesn't say what it's about. The Institute. Sorry for the digression, guys, but the Institute. It's about a young teenager. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm definitely we're covering this show. It follows a young teenager who wakes up in a place where children possess special abilities, but only to discover its institute's dark secrets. Hell yeah, I love concepts like that. That's it. We're covering it. I don't even have to think about it. I love this kind of shit. Like, like it's like a Twilight Zone kind of premise where you wake up in a situation and you don't know how you got there, and like there are weird things going on. I love that kind of shit. That's straight Twilight Zone vibes, don't you think?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And obviously, both of us have a real high opinion of Twilight Zone. I mean, yeah, exactly. Twists and turns and what's going on, what's real, who's real. That kind of stuff is
Mm-hmm.
amazing, amazing TV shows and movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love that whole, that what you just said, like not knowing what's real and what's not, like the what is something a dream? Is something really happening? Is there something paranormal going on, or is the person just crazy, questioning reality? Twists. I love that stuff. So I don't know about you, but I definitely want to cover it. And yeah,
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
fantastic.
Hmm.
So we've got, after this week, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got. Oh, this is perfect. We've got 4 more episodes of Duster. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to end on July 3rd, which means that's a very small gap. So we'll just have a 10-day gap in between. I won't have to be without a new show to cover for long, and then boom, the Institute. I don't know about Welcome to Derry. If it does come this summer, then they'll overlap, but I'll just have to cover both and do less From stuff temporarily. Anyway, sorry for the long digression with like figuring out channel business in the middle of a live, but that got me really excited seeing that. So it's all your fault in the chat bringing that up. Damn. I'm just kidding. But I'm sorry about the digression. But no, I'm glad you brought it up. This is excellent. Excellent. So, because I have trouble finding new shows to cover. I have trouble. There's so many streaming services and I can't find shows easily. So it's great. Okay. So, oh, Dieter, you're so sweet. Dieter, I will make time for self-care, but I'm always going to be looking for at least one new show to cover at any given time. It's very good for the health of the channel. It helps me pick up subs. I mean, if I want to get to 2,000 subs, I can't just cover only From and do, just random fun lives just for the hell of it. The thing that gets you more subs is covering current shows, and new seasons. But we don't get a new season of From for a while, so of course I'm going to make time for self-care, treadmill and stuff. I'm working on that. I'm doing much better with balancing both right now. So don't worry. If I have to, I'm just going to have to cut out some of the From stuff for a while. And by the time this comes to pass, Doug may be off filming anyway, but we're always going to make time for Doug. That's a given. No matter what's going on. If Doug wants to come join us, he is always, he's got an open invitation anytime. We will make time for that. But I'm talking about like less From Theory Live and Rewatch stuff because the Rewatch can wait. We've got plenty of time for that. It doesn't sound silly, Dieter. I would love to meet you too. I would love to meet you, and it's tough. It's tough making such amazing friends that are so far away. Yeah, Bill said, "Yeah, Julie, wear the bonnet, the Mennonite bonnet."
Yeah, I think that would look good. That would look good on you.
They're very little. Have you ever seen them? They're small, and it's almost like, imagine like kind of like a yarmulke, but it's like white and translucent, and they use bobby pins to pin it on the back of their head.
Oh, okay. I'm sold. Let's see it.
If I had one, I would, but I don't.
Yeah.
If I've had one, I'd probably look even more like my great grandma, in that style. The screenshot of Josh Holloway on the screen right now. I've had it paused on this for a long time. This mouthful of food. It's a good point. And then we've got the vampy stepmother, the stepmother fucker, as Jim called her. Somebody please pull up a side by side of Victor and Holloway in Duster. Yeah, I would if I wasn't so far away from. Away from finishing up these episode breakdowns. So we got to keep it moving. Really, no Adolf. That's right. Funny mustache man. Yes. Yahtzee is. People say Yahtzee. Oh my god, I didn't know that. I know we can't say the real word, but I never heard people say Yahtzee. Oh my god, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, the other YouTubers use that as a substitute.
Yeah. From becomes the Institute hospital theory. Ooh, yeah. Maybe it's like a backdoor sneak spinoff or something.
And then everyone's in a coma, like Bill thinks.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. We can't rule that out. So, let's see. Okay. The bonnet you're referring to is called a cap. Oh, okay. I should know that because it's my family, my family history, but did not know that. So, Phil said we need AI Julie in the Amish / Mennonite bonnet. You guys are funny. Okay. All right. So let's keep it moving. We got a lot more ground to cover here. So we got another scene as usual with Jim and Luna, and then this was funny. Okay, she's doing now. We see why he puts up with he was up with the stepmother. The father puts up with stepmother fucker's bitchiness. Now it's starting to make sense. He gets a free show, a free burlesque show all the time. Free burlesque show. And he's having a good old time. Look at the screenshots I got. He's sitting here looking at it, and then look at his face. Oh, yeah, he's huh?
Yeah, he looks excited for sure.
Yeah. Now it's making sense. Okay. Well, I mean, we can figure it out anyway, but yeah, he gets free lap dances. Look at that. It's getting freaky over here. And what are these? They have goofy lawn ornaments. I just noticed that. They have a lot of lawn ornaments. Oh, she put her feather boa around him. This lady cracks me up. I love that character. She's and the way she bitches at Jim, and we know she's responsible for this leopard print couch pillow in the backdrop too, of course.
Yeah, everything's so gaudy, like you said, the lawn ornaments and her decorating style.
Right? Yeah, gaudy and tacky. And look back behind the dad on the coffee table. that was really common. Those giant thing. Those are supposed to be grapes. My grandparents had one of those too. They were really popular back in the day.
Oh, really? Even because I remember there being like a lot of fake fruit everywhere, right? But you're saying that
Yep.
there was giant ones too, exaggerated grapes?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it
I
was for some reason it was a popular decorative item. Yep. I saw
Wow.
it on the Dick Van Dyke Show too. My grandparents had one that was just like that, but a different color. Yeah, it was
Interesting.
cool
And that
actually.
was
Heavy, really heavy.
now was that
Yep.
70s or late 60s?
Probably 60s because I saw it on the Dick Van Dyke Show. That was early 60s. So I would say 60s. He looks so silly in the feather boa, the dad. He's still like while Jim's talking to him, he just sits there and leaves the feather boa on, like all cash. It cracks me up. So,
Yeah. Hmm.
were you gonna say something? Did I
No,
cut
no,
you off?
I was just kind of agreeing with you. And that's some of the underlying like we were talking about the show being funny. He's, all that
Hmm.
kind of stuff just plays into that. A serious show, he would take the boa off, but no, he sits there and he talks to him with it. So that's sort of the nature of the show, which makes it so cool.
100%. It makes it a lot more fun and quirky, and the show doesn't take itself too seriously, which I love. I forget why he's going through his Rolodex. It was like I forget. Do you remember why?
He's looking
I don't
he
recall.
he's looking for the guy that would hook people up with the C4. Cause
Oh, okay.
um, cause
Got it.
remember
Got it.
Nina's like, hey, it was C4 that blew up your brother. So he's trying to figure out
Yeah.
if how Saxon would get a hold of some C4.
Okay. I remember that now. Thank you. Some of
Hmm.
the details are a little foggy. Watched it last week, but so yeah, and he also, I believe, in this scene, not Sax. I don't remember the dad's name. I'm so bad with these names, but the dad refers to Saxton as family in this scene, I believe, and
Yeah,
so
yeah, that's right. That's
he,
right.
he clearly views him in that light. I I would assume he worked for him too. He even wears a pinky ring. Every mobster in TV and movies, they all wear pinky rings. Um, it's just a thing with them.
I
And then
guess
we've
it's
got the
a
nerd here. Hmm?
part of the. I guess it's part of the mobster uniform. Like silk suit and a pinky ring.
Yep,
Hmm.
absolutely it is.
Hmm.
So we've got the nerd here with the Superman wallet, Awan. He's so lovable. I like his character a lot. They make him very likable and sweet. The Superman wallet was a nice touch. Um, he and Nina make a good team. I like them. I like that duo. Um, and I'm calling it now. They're probably going to wind up dating because in an earlier episode, someone thought they were. They both said it in unison. Oh no, we're not. I'm not his boyfriend, or I'm not his girlfriend. That's such a trope. I could totally see it coming. So
Right, right. The dad's name is Wade, so his name is Wade Ellis. We'll try and remember that because I didn't
yeah,
remember his name either.
thanks. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's yeah. It's always tricky with a new series remembering names for me. I have this really bad problem with it though. When somebody introduces themselves to me, they say, like my name's whatever. They keep talking, and I don't know why, but my brain filters out the name. It goes in one ear and out the other, and I hear everything else they're saying, but not the name. I don't know why. It's weird. Um, so Nina approaches this dude, and at first I thought she was just gonna flirt with him and sweet talk him, which she does. She uses her feminine wiles. She knows how to do it. She's kind of batting her eyelashes at him, so to speak, and being a little bit flirty, and of course offers him some cash. How much is it? A whole $10 or something.
Yeah, it's like not very, because I think that's all that Awan had in his Superman wallet. Whatever he had like $11 or something.
Yeah, $11.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. Well, that could buy more. That could buy you more back in the 70s.
Hmm.
It's not
Yeah,
worth much
that
today.
that's very true.
Um, wait a minute, I missed something. Oh yeah, so he's just off doing work, his usual mobster work. And I love this car so much. It's just so it's so iconic to this series, the Duster rolling down the highway. Um, this scene was really funny. This is another character whose name I don't recall, but the son of Sax here, he's laying in bed and I don't know if he's doped up on meds or something, but he's like crying and stuff. Like he's just randomly.
Royce, I think his name is Royce, Julie.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm.
Now, I don't know if it's this scene or if it's a different scene, but I just know I remember he's like randomly crying, and I don't know if it's like the meds he's on or what after having his heart transplant, but it's funny.
Yeah, it's that scene. But yeah, they I'm assuming it's his meds. I don't understand why they haven't explained why he would be crying.
I know, but it makes for a comical scene because his father's reaction is priceless. This big tough mobster, his reaction to the son blubbering. It's funny. Like so. So this is starting to feel kind of like something out of a sitcom right here. This is exactly the kind of thing that would happen. You got these two teaming up and stealing nurse and janitor uniforms and
Hmm.
suiting up you know to go off on some kind of mission that's straight out of a sitcom. Lucy and Ethel would do shit like this all the time.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, and same thing. The boots she was wearing didn't exactly match a nurse's outfit, but
No, they did not.
yeah.
I thought that was weird, but yeah, she's got these like sexy boots on, and I don't get it, but because I don't think she was wearing them when she showed up there, but maybe she wasn't. I didn't notice. Uh, so yeah, they she got the keys from the dude. She paid off, and that enabled them to get into there and get those outfits, and they're off on their mission. Now, 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 what so Jim is driving Sax around because he sabotaged the car of the that was supposed to be driving Sax around on the sly so that he could keep tabs on Sax for Nina and the feds. And Sax, he grabs a hold of Joey's old dog tag from serving in Vietnam, and they talk about him. He talks about Joey with such fondness about how he was grooming him to. Yeah, it sounded like he was grooming him to be, in an important role in that crime syndicate, and he really looked at him like family, and so it's starting to cast a little bit of doubt the way that he talks about Joey. Would he have had him killed? Like I I'm leaning towards no right now. I say no, but um yeah, it's interesting. Like I think the show wants us to assume that Saxton did it. Uh, he's a mob boss. He had Nina's father killed, but yeah, never take things at face value like that.
Right, right. Yeah, he was being very like emotional and sentimental about him. So that's sort of
Mhm.
the counterpoint to what Nina's pushing with all her FBI evidence. And I think that's the a cool like way to present this story, because it's like, is he, isn't he, kind of thing, and we're supposed to. I don't think he did it. It just feels like, no, like
Right.
that would be fucked up. Like we wouldn't have a they wouldn't present him in some of these positive ways and calling him family and all that, and then he's just gonna kill his brother. It's like, no way. That seems incorrect.
I agree. So I closed that image thing so that I could pull up another folder a little quicker. So I have this last scene in a separate folder. So this, let's see. Let me make sure this is the right one. So yeah, what happens is her partner Awan, he distracts this doctor out in the hallway and like pretending he's going to med school and expressing interest in learning more about the patient's charts and stuff, but he's really just stalling the guy. And Nina is in here meeting with Breen, who grabs her and puts a knife to her throat. And the stuff he says is just hilarious. He's like, did the trees send you? Like, what is this from? The tree? Like,
Yeah,
it gave me vibes of From right away.
that's funny.
And
Yeah.
he's like, and this Jew, like, this sounds like, is this Victor or something? He's like, which tree was it? They all talk to me.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think he said something about the pans and the pots and pans don't get along or something like that.
Yeah. I've got this. See, there, I deliberately took screenshots with the captions on so I could show what he says, because it's all hilarious. Yeah, I've got it here. So he's like, hey, I just thought of something. All casual, like, while he's got a knife to her throat. Hey, I just thought of something. He's like, what? He says, everyone says October should be the 8th month, and December should be the 10th month. Sorry, this is a little laggy. But you know what I think should be a month? And pecan pie. What the fuck?
Yeah, there's something wrong with that dude's meds or whatever. That's
Pecan pie. What the fuck? Okay. Now, I think I don't know if I'm pronouncing that the way the Pennsylvania Dutch do or the way other people do, but some people say pecan. There are different ways to say it.
Or pecan. Pecan
How
pie.
would you pronounce that word?
I would want a piece of pecan pie. Pecan.
That's how the Pennsylvania Dutch say it, because that's how my family would pronounce it. But but yeah, it's like, yeah, oh yeah, everybody says October should be the 8th month and December should be the 10th month. But you know what I think should be a month? Pecan pie. Why? And what the fuck is this dude? What do they have him drugged on? Acid? Like, and he says, because pumpkin pie is a fucking joke. Yeah. Oh, and pecan pie is so normal to name a month. Sure. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
No, I'm just reacting to that, like that pumpkin pie is a joke. I had never heard that joke before.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I want to know. Like, I could use some of what he's on just to take a vacation from my own head. Sometimes I kind of envy crazy people. Like, like, you don't have to worry about anything. You're just, crazy people. Really crazy people are often like real happy if you think about it. He's like, okay, I just had some questions. Oh, she says, okay, I just had some questions for you, Agent Breen. That's it. And he's like, you know what I'm thinking? That there's a way out of this. And he goes on to say, yes, she says, yes, I'd hope so for both of us, because she doesn't want to die right now.
Right.
He says, you answer this correctly, I let you live. Now, suppose I had a gun to your head instead of this knife, a 6-shooter with 1 bullet in the cylinder. I pull the trigger. No, we don't want that. She's poor thing. Like, she's terrified. He's like, but you know what happens? Guns don't fire. It's just a click. So then I give you a choice. Should I spin the chamber again or not? And he's like, so she's only got one chance to answer correctly, or she's gonna be dead. He says, "What do you say?" She's wondering what this has to do with anything. He's like, "I'm asking the questions, and I'm the one holding the fucking knife." So this is really interesting. He's like, "I'm looking for an answer," and she's like, not knowing how to respond. He's like, "And it's got to be the right one." And when he says this, I'm kind of wondering, like, is he trying to send he's trying to send her a hint, so he may not be as loopy as he seems right now. He may be, I don't know, like, he's trying to send her a clue right here. So she's like, all right, let's just talk about this and slow it down. He's like, no, there's no slow. I'm gonna count down. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. And then she blurts out an answer. She says, spin the chambers. And then he says, why? I'm a professor. You got to show your work. Because she says, because if there is one bullet in the gun, there's a 1 in 6 chance that it'll fire if you pull the trigger. And if it doesn't, there's a 1 in 5 chance. And she basically just says, she says, if so you spin the chambers, the odds are better for me because I want to live. Better because I want to live. Great acting by her too. Like, she looks terrified. She's got real tears in her eyes too. So why was he, I mean, was that part of the hint too? Why is he asking her why did he want to know the answer to this question? I'm curious to know what the chat thinks, what you think. What was that point? What was the point of that? And then after this, he lets her go, and then there's this interesting shot. He looks up and he sees their reflection in something, and it's like, I think he's more present in the mind than he seems. I mean, I'm sure they have him drugged and loopy, of course, but there's something in there. There's something going on here. To me, this shot kind of seemed like a clue that he's looking at himself in the mirror, and it seemed to me like a clue that he's more aware of what's going on than he might seem, and there might be moments of lucidity at the very least.
Right. I think he's trying to fight through what the drugs are doing to his mind, and he's trying to tell her something. But obviously pecan
Right.
pie and December and October maybe aren't what he's trying to say, but he's trying to tell her something. Now the whole spinning the chamber, I'm not sure. I may have to like think about it more, but I don't understand that. Maybe the chat has an idea.
Yeah, let us know in the chat if you have any idea as to why that question was so important, and he was, otherwise he was going to kill her, and then he said right answer. So he let her go. So the right answer was spin the chamber. So there's got to be something to that question, some kind of clue in there. Then he says, I hate for you to see me like this. So he is aware a bit, at least a bit, of how messed up he is. And so he's like, I hate for you to see me like this. She reassures him, it's okay. I'm on your side. And he says, no one is really. And I think there's some truth to this, like big time. I think that there may very well be, when he said that, I think it's a clue to the fact that there's more than one shady person. There's got to be, because for there to be a cover up like this that's going all the way up to someone in DC, then there's more than one person who's in on it. So that's why he says no one is, like, on his side. Like, there are a bunch of people who have their hands dirty here, who have gotten their hands dirty.
Right, right.
She says, I promise you I am. He's like, you sure you're not just a sneaky nurse? So right now he's lucid. for sure. So she's like, so you had the police make an adjustment to the report the night that Joey Ellis was killed. Why? And where are all your files on Saxton? They're all missing now, which is super sus. And he says, so here again, he's lucid. He says, no, he was in her job before her. He was the one, the FBI agent investigating this case. He says, no, my turn is over, Hayes. It's your turn now. So he calls her by her name. He's mentally present. My turn is over. It's your turn now. Like, he's done with this shit, this case that landed him here. It's your turn. She needs to figure it out. But he does give her this one clue and says, follow the numbers. That's going to be important in the next episode. Follow the numbers.
Right. Yeah. Could the maybe it's your turn now also be a reference to the Russian roulette? Like he kept, in other words, he kept investigating, and boom, he came up snake eyes because now he's all drugged and whatever. Hey, it's your turn now to spin to take your chance to find out the truth and not get blasted. I don't know. I'm just trying to assign something to it.
I like that. Yes, I like that. I like that a lot. It makes sense. Yeah, it connects. And it's your turn now, kind of like spinning the, what is it called again?
The cylinder.
Yeah, like, your turn now. Like, you could even connect that to it metaphorically. Or like double meaning, rather. Double meaning.
Right,
to
right.
It. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
That's right. And there's Russians involved. So it's Russian roulette, huh?
Yeah.
Very good. Bill said something about Russians in it, and I'm like, oh shoot, Russian roulette. Yep.
Yep. Now it's coming together. That's making sense to me for sure. Yes. Okay. So she's just confused, and she's asking what numbers, and this is where he says, so she's like, what numbers? He says, I can't tell you here. He says, the pots are listening. The pots are listening, and then he's like, not the pans. The pans could give a fuck. But the pots, the fucking pots. What the fuck? The pots are listening. Not the pans. The pans could give a fuck. The pots, the fucking pots are listening. Oh my god. So now he's crackers again. So I think he goes back and forth maybe between moments of lucidity and then like lunacy again.
Right. He's definitely on some stuff that we could use. Sorry, he's definitely on some stuff that we could use.
Yes, no, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could use some of that just for a vacation from my own head for a day. But just kidding. Don't do drugs, people. But
just say no, everybody.
just say no. Yeah, that his lines, that whole scene were that was just hilarious to me. I'm so sad about what happened to him in the next episode. I wanted to see more of crazy Loopy Breen. Rest in peace. Spoilers for episode 4, which we're going to talk about next anyway. But he goes busting out of the room and runs down the hall yelling. And then of course gets quickly caught. He was yelling for running for the fire exit. Gets caught immediately, of course, and she takes off. She and Owan both make their exit. And they first they make sure that who's breathing? I forget. Oh, I guess. Wait, how did he wind up on the floor? I forget.
Oh, I don't know. Go back. How did the Awan hit him or something?
Oh, I think that was Awan. For a second, I thought that was a staffer that did it, but
Okay.
wait a minute. Yeah, was that Awan right there? Yeah, it must be. It's just that his hair is like, maybe that's his hair right there. They got it flying in his face or something.
Right.
Yeah, he like slams him into the wall, I guess, to stop him, and then they make sure he's breathing, and before they take off, so they don't get caught.
Yeah, that was nice of them.
Right? Yeah. That was Cheddar. Just make sure he's breathing and then take off. Um, anyway, so wait, what is this part? I forget. So did I skip ahead to the end or something? I'm confused.
No,
I
well, I
might have.
think. Well, don't doesn't Jim and Saxon they stop somewhere to like get a drink or something?
They
I'm not
do, but I think
sure. Uh-huh.
they do, but I think I accidentally skipped to the end. Oh shit! I think I did. Yeah, I did. I screwed up. But I wasn't looking at the chat either. They might have. Did you see anything in the chat? Did anybody notice? Because I definitely skipped to the end.
No, not at the moment. No.
Oh well,
I don't
it's all
see
right. So
anything.
that's what happened.
Uh-huh.
That's what happens at the end. This is why this happened, because at the last minute I already had screenshots for this episode, but at the last minute I went back. It specifically went to all of his scenes so that I could get his hilarious lines on with captions.
Oh,
And
okay.
I did the ending first, and then I did this scene next. All right, so let me go back to my regular image tab. Yeah, sorry for the confusion, guys, and the out of order
Mm.
breakdown. I've never done that before, and all the time I've been breaking down episodes. That's a first. But maybe my brain is just fried from covering The Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale at once.
Maybe some of the Breen drugs are coming through the screen a little bit, huh? Are the pots and pans talking to you or no?
No, the pots and pans aren't. Haven't had a conversation with me just yet, but just wait. I've, I've gone through a lot, so you just never know.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually,
Because
you just snap.
Bill, I think, pointed out there's that bar fight scene is in this episode too, right?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the scene that I was looking for. Okay, so the scene that I should have shown, I'm looking for it right now. That's why I closed it. It's faster if I close it and find what I'm looking for and then share it.
Oh, okay.
So the first conversation she has with him is funny too. And that's why I wanted to go back and get all the closed captions on it. So let me get back to that. Okay, right here. So she goes in to talk to him, and this is her first conversation with him. And he's rambling nonsense. Washington is as much a president as he is a state or a school, which, okay, yeah, it's true, but what's your point? And I love how like they make him look like a wild, with his messy hair. He says there are 4 oceans and 7 seas, but that number is not as lucky as it seems. I wonder if there's any code to what he's saying. If that He sounds like he's rambling nonsense, but I wonder if there's any clue that we
Oh,
should
wait
be
a minute. Wait a minute. He's saying all these different numbers all the time
right. The
because
numbers,
he said that 7 not as lucky as it seems, and then he's like uh October the 8th month, December the 10th month, right?
right?
And then he says six chambers, right? So
Yeah,
maybe all these numbers are all like, add up like on Lost or something to the numbers on the hatch. Maybe,
yeah.
but in seriously, maybe he's trying to that's his code. Like he's trying to give her a series of numbers that she needs to look up.
I think you're right. There's I think the writers expect us to just write this off as some comical nonsense that he's spouting because it's comedic. It's comedic in nature. It's ridiculous, but I think that those numbers definitely are going to mean something. That great point. I hadn't thought of that. That makes total sense. And then later he says his big clue to her was follow the numbers. After he just referenced all these numbers the whole time he was talking to her in both conversations. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That I think that's going to mean something. So we've got 4, 7, 6 chambers, the 8th month, the 10th month. So maybe all of these numbers are going to be significant in some way. So yeah, interesting. I like
Yeah.
it. I love a good mystery. Obviously, I started the channel covering mainly only from in the beginning and of course Severance. So I love mystery elements. I'm glad this show has that going on.
Yeah,
So
that's pretty cool. I mean, it adds another layer to the show. Absolutely.
yeah, yep, it sure does. I love that. I love the reason I watch slasher movies is not for the blood and gore. I watch it because of the mystery, trying to, wondering who the killer is, which character is the killer. I love a good mystery. Okay, I'm just kind of checking in with the chat here before we continue further. With Alice said, it's the heart transplant. Okay, as to why the guy is like suddenly crying. They say people take on the characteristics of the donor. Oh, that's interesting.
I've
Oh,
heard of that. Like people after the transplant have a fondness for something, and then they find that they didn't have before, and then they find out that the donor liked that thing or something like that. I've heard stuff like that before.
oh, interesting. That's so interesting. So, what does this mean? Jesse said, I'm adding Big Daddy Kane to Julie playlist for no reason at all. Who the hell is Big Daddy Kane?
Oh, you don't know who Big Daddy Kane is?
No.
Oh, it's more hip hop history that you're gonna have to dip into.
Oh, well, if it's hip hop history, then sign me up.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
want to learn a lot more about it. So
Yeah, Big Daddy Kane is early in the hip hop. Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna mute for a second so I can fill up my water.
Oh, okay. Yeah, everybody put your favorite Big Daddy Kane song in the chat. If we got some Big Daddy Kane fans. Mine would probably be There Ain't No Half Stepping.
Okay. I will have no voice at all if I don't keep drinking. So, water, that is.
Right? Yeah.
Just water.
Clarify that. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm actually, I'm going to be collaborating with the JH Review on some Kendrick Lamar videos, if all goes well. So, I want to learn a lot about hip hop history, and he's gonna, we're talking about potentially like covering, like starting from the beginning of Kendrick's career and going album by album and analyzing each album and like possibly doing reaction videos to it, which I've never done before, but I'm really excited to do whatever it is that he thinks would be like the best format or the best approach. I'm game. I've been dying to talk Kendrick Lamar on YouTube and ramble on about him in these streams, which is just off topic, and I can't do content on this channel by myself, not knowing. Well, I can't do it period on this channel because it would screw up the algorithm. It's not the same as the other stuff I cover. You can't just do rap stuff and TV shows on a channel. It screws you up.
Yeah, it'll mess up. Exactly. It'll mess up your views and all kind of stuff. Yeah, the algorithm doesn't like that.
So the JH Review has a separate channel just to cover rap related stuff, and so we're gonna collaborate over there.
JH Reviews. That guy's name is Justin, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
His name is Justin.
Nice.
Yes. Dieter was so friendly and kind enough to invite him, send him an invite link so that I could join, and he asked his name because nobody knew it. We just know him as the JH Review. So yeah, his name is Justin. Anyway, well, stay tuned on that. I'll let you guys know when we get that going. We're just in the early stages of talking about it right now, but that's like more hip hop history that Kendrick Lamar, he's a newer artist, but his work is already hip hop history. It's genius. Every album is genius. And I'm just a new fan, so it'll be an interesting mix.
Yeah, my favorite song has become that Luther song from him. Just absolutely beautiful, and it incorporates the actual Luther song so well into the track.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. That is one of my favorites too. It's hard to pick one favorite. I can't pick one. I love that one. I've been listening to that one and Poetic Justice the most lately. I just love those songs, but not. I found a version of Poetic Justice on YouTube with no Drake, which is great because Drake ruins it. His verses are so cringe. His verses were so cringe. Anyway, I won't get into a tangent on that, but yeah, I love Luther. It's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous song. Anyway, back to the chat here. Bill said Ezra Saxton could be an informant for the FBI. That would be another twist. Oh, yeah, you never know. Could be. Samuel said maybe his meds are making him crazy. Making him crazy is part of keeping the conspiracy under wraps. I definitely think that's the point.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Bill, I thought so. Different parts of Pennsylvania say both, pecan or pecan. So yeah, could be both. Steve, yeah, did the faraway tree send you? This season is going to end with Jim and his duster coming to a stop in the middle of the road because of downed trees with crows everywhere, then cut to black. That would be fitting, yeah.
Or maybe because it's in the 70s, maybe that character has already been there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they've been there before. Yeah.
Maybe that's yeah, I don't know. Maybe one of these days we'll see a duster off in the background.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
keep our eyes open. So okay. Belated good night to Doc. I wish I had seen that a little sooner, but okay, scrolling down, just trying to catch up really quick here. So Bill says he's hinting or foreshadowing to the files in episode 4. So the numbers in the files that she sees later are probably made, referenced here. Yep. Bill Chill said yes. Russian roulette. That was a great catch the connection that you made.
Yeah, like it's your turn. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Green was getting the MK Ultra drugs. Yeah, probably, Samuel. Steve said we're cooking now. Thanks. Yeah. I think you were the one who was mainly making those connections.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to, think out loud over here. I think the chat has a lot of good, like really good theories on what's happening.
For sure. But Alice said maybe the knife event was Breen's way of checking how cool she is under pressure. That may determine in his mind if she is a legit FBI agent. Could be some kind of a test.
Interesting, yeah.
Yep. Breen is on some azapines. Yeah, probably. Probably. The pots are listening. Probably isn't that far off, and that they're. Yeah. See, this is what I was thinking too, Steve. So he sounds like a nutcase just saying this, but I believe like he's paranoid for a reason, that there probably are, it's, people listening in on anything that he's saying to anyone. Like, so yeah, like he's not too far off. But there are bugs listening, and people who work there are watching him for whoever is behind all this. I agree, Steve. Anyway, Breen's meds, azapines and amidols. Right? Samuel, yeah, I thought of this too, Samuel. Numbers now, is this from? And he used the two numbers, the main numbers, 4 and 7 in this spot too. Those are the from numbers, 4 oceans and 7 seas. So Is this from or what? What is going on here?
Oh wow. Maybe this is shout out to you, Julie. Maybe this is about you. Since you cover from and loss and all these numbers, huh? What do you think?
Or maybe it's just a sign. I sure picked the right show to cover now. Steve said that guy was right though. Fuck those pans. Got to get the movules that Isaac uses for better conductivity. Yeah.
Yeah, remember that that fancy pan that he used in that one, the torture scene.
Yeah. He knows how to pick his pots and pans for maximum torture value. Anyway, yeah. Tinfoil, Washington is the face of the country. 4-7. Breen is giving her numbers to follow or find clues. Yeah, I definitely think those numbers are significant for sure. Washington is the face of the country. Wait, what about face? What did he say about face? I'm trying to remember. What did he say in that last scene of something about? I can't remember now, but with Alice.
I don't remember him. I don't remember him saying that. I remember him saying about Washington being a state and school and all that. But he said something about a face.
Yeah, later in the last scene, he was talking about. So maybe he said something about face. But with Alice said that's a good theory, Carl. Love it that you were saying earlier.
Oh yeah. Cool. Thank you, Alice.
And yeah, I do too. Great theory. Steve says, follow the numbers. I think those numbers correlate with the dates on the files that he switched. Yeah, definitely. In the next episode, we see there are discrepancies with the dates of his case files, and the years are all wrong and from decades before. Yep. Absolutely. He switched the dates so nobody could find his files by searching the dates of the cases, and he basically just gave her the code the way that he did so that the bugs they planted there don't find it. Nice. Yeah, so they don't find the files. That makes total sense. That makes total sense. Yeah, Dieter. Finally, Kendrick videos. I don't listen to rap, but this is going to do you good. And the views also. Well, it's not going to be on my channel, but that's okay. I'm just happy to be part of it. It'll be on Justin's alternate channel, the other JH review channel. And like it could be an opportunity, for me to, just branch out a little bit and, maybe mention this channel, give it a little more exposure. So, let's see. Dieter said, Carl, you're doing good. Thank you for keeping my best friend company.
No problem. It's easy. It's easy to do.
Yeah, that was sweet of Dieter to say. Steve said, thanks, Carl. Honestly, figured all that because of what you were just saying. So if I'm right, it was only because of you. Oh, cool. Yeah, you sparked that. You sparked, see, this is what happens. You sparked that idea that Steve had. You bounce ideas off each other. You had your idea, and then that sparks another idea. And this is how collaborative theory crafting happens. I love to see that. It's so much fun.
Yeah. I mean, teamwork makes the dream work. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why we love these lives. That's why, especially for the mystery series, it always helps. With Alice says, I don't think Breen takes his meds. He's probably only pretending to be crazy for self-preservation, unless he's bored occasionally. Yeah, I've thought of that too. That maybe the meds do that to him, but he might have stopped taking them to avoid that. And they show the pills here. They show the pills, and she takes them. She takes them away. So actually, as a matter of fact, she takes them away. So now keep in mind, don't be so folks in the chat, I screwed up. So let's not get confused. At the end of the episode, we see him still acting crazy, even though she took his pills. So I think he is pretending to be crazy at times.
Or maybe it's wearing off a little bit too, huh?
Or it's wearing off because that could be why he was in and out. Part of him was lucid. That
Oh,
okay. That's
oh, and,
it.
oh, and Julie, I think Tony left a comment. So you shout out Tony as well. He's here.
Oh,
Mhm.
thank you. I'm still a few minutes behind. Just a few
Yeah,
minutes behind.
yeah.
Oh yeah, there it is. Now I'm caught up. Hey Tony, nice to see you. For our friend Tony Teflon. Um, Tony's a big fan of this show too. And Tony, anytime you want to come on and join, you're welcome to join. Just say the word. These Duster lives or any other live. But it says Russian roulette. Yeah, Russian roulette is 4.7. Russian greatest gun ever made, AK-47. Oh, I didn't know that was Russian. Huh. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, well that explains the 4 and the 7, and you made that connection with the Russian roulette, like the guys who Saxton's meeting with the Russians, and
Mhm.
you got what's his face Breen talking about spinning the chamber or asking her what you do, and she says you spin the chambers with the sun. Yeah, we're making connections here. I like it.
Yeah, yeah. We're deep diving on the Duster. That's what's going on.
Hell yeah, we are. And check out if anybody here is not familiar, but you probably already are, but in case you're not, here's the link to Tony's channel. Check his channel out. And I'm not sure what he's covering at the moment, but Tony, feel free to let put it in the chat, like what you're doing at the moment, what shows you're covering, or if you're covering a show that's coming up soon. I think he said Dexter. He's covering
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
the new one. So what is this, a spin-off of Dexter or like a reboot, or I don't even know, but because the
Uh,
original Dexter is over. If I'm
right,
not,
right,
I don't know,
right. Yeah,
but
I'm not. I don't remember. I don't remember what he said. What he said it was. We'd have to. I can look it up right now. Let me see.
so there's some kind of Dexter show coming out soon, and Tony's going to be covering it. So any Dexter fans out there, definitely check out his coverage of Dexter. As far as I know, he's going to be covering that. Tony, correct me if I'm wrong or if you changed your mind, but I'm pretty
Dexter.
sure.
Looks like Dexter Resurrection is gonna come out on July 11th.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Cool. Cool. So yeah,
It
check
picks
out
up.
the
Looks
channel.
like it picks up where Dexter New Blood left off.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Yeah, Steve said it's a sequel to the recent sequel of Dexter. There's another one. Oh wow, I didn't even know
Yeah,
that.
there was one after the original, which I
Oh,
think was that New Blood.
okay, gotcha. Um, uh, Steve said Tony coming on to show us how to do his finishing move. Oh no. Um, yeah, that was a fun moment from our some of our not safe for work little digressions last week on that live. That was a good time.
That was the mini deep dive after dark, right? That's what
It,
that was.
it was. It was fun. Samuel says maybe they were trying to MK Ultra scramble his brains and he used rhymes to remember. Very well could be. Yep. Oh, okay. Tony said it's the original Dexter. He's alive. Oh, gotcha.
Oh,
Gotcha.
thus the term resurrection, huh? Oh, nice.
Well, okay, cool. So, all right, so let's move on here. So now, uh, wait, was this the next scene? I want to make sure oh yeah,
No, this was
this was
wasn't
at the
this
end.
where? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So now I'll go back to my regular folder. Just a little disorganized tonight, but usually I have everything all in the proper order. Okay, back to
It's okay. It gives us sort of the immersion of the of Bream, kind of like a little bit out of order,
yeah. I think it might have been helpful in that like we were able to make connections a bit easier by comparing the two scenes back to back.
Yeah, there you go. Was it your free will that did that, or was that predestined?
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh?
The Russian mafia began to establish itself in the United States in the late 1970s. Oh, I didn't know that, Samuel. Okay. Is Russian a flag-worthy word for YouTube now, SMH? No, it's not. It's fine. So then we have this scene, and it's like they always like have to like announce where they are for some reason. I don't really know why, but this one is in Tucson. So this is the bar scene that we had missed earlier, where I skipped to the end by accident. So so they stop at a bar for a drink, and you can tell that Jim is conflicted about this whole situation, and he's still not sure if Saxton really did it or not. And this was funny with the scene where she was walking down the hallway and there was a legit jump scare. Nina was walking down the hallway and this crazy lady just slammed up against a wall and like smushed her face into the glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, it made me jump.
Yeah. A classic institution trope, right?
It is, yep.
Yeah.
It is. Jim was in the car writing down notes, so stuff to report back to Nina, like so he was like watching Sax with the Russians, and one guy had a big birthmark on his face, and they mentioned somebody named Xavier, like a few other things he wrote down here. And so then they go in for a drink, and wait, was this out of order? Why are they now in the car? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
He picks him up. Like, he didn't go with him to the meeting, but he came out and he got in the car. So
okay,
I think that's right. Yeah.
Good. I thought I screwed up the order again. So yeah, now they're having a good time talking about music and laughing, and you can tell they're actually pretty close, and it's genuine. So Jim is having a hard time with this, investigating him, and he really doesn't want it to be true that Sax killed his brother, and it might not be true. It really might not be. Now this is a scene where so Saxton, he was talking about how some songs just speak directly to your soul.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason he said, I don't know why it is, but there's a certain song that it's always spoken to me like that, and it's "You're No Good." It's like, I wonder why. Gee. Yeah, that was funny. I wonder why you think that way. Could he be any more clueless and any less self-aware?
Yeah, I would think putting people in the ground for money kind of lets you know that you're probably not any good.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is where they go have drinks, and you can see Jim is like eyeing him, really trying to assess like what to make of this, and this is where Saxton, I think Saxton he's like talking about Joey. And is this the scene where he's talking about Joey? I'm trying to remember, because I have captions on another set of pictures, but let me double check.
Yeah, I don't remember. I would assume so, because there was a point where Ellis was like, yeah, you know what, this is not everything. In other words, I think he was more convinced that he didn't do it. But in this scene, right? Isn't that when he felt that he didn't do it?
I believe so.
Or like
Yes.
more or rather reinforced his feeling that he didn't do this.
Yeah, that's the vibe I got from this. I'm looking through my notes just to make sure I didn't miss anything here. So also some stuff Saxton told Jim. And this is stuff Jim was writing notes on, and he's gonna let Nina know. He says, like, the meeting that he's going to, let's just say it's got global implications. If I'm longer than 30, that means the meeting was a bust. And then Jim kind of spies on the meeting it's a bunch of Russians, and so he's like, Sax is like, well, when your friend Xavier says how much money he will pay, we set the meeting fast, or or someone says that. So they're talking about a guy named Xavier. Jim makes a note of that. And so yeah, he's like compiling notes. And yeah, so he's like, yeah, and he said that sometimes the exact quote was, sometimes there's a song that just looks into your soul and haunts you. And he's got a few, but the one that gets me every time is "You're No Good." I don't know. There's just something about it. It's like it speaks to me in a way I can't explain. Gee,
and then he laughs like hey, like that, right? Yeah.
he does. Yep. And then he asks Jim, "You got a song like that?" And he responds, "I only have eyes for you." Yeah. Which is, I wonder if that's a little nod to the fact that he's spying on Saxton right now. Eyes. I only have eyes for you, maybe.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. I can see that. Get it?
Yeah. So, and when they're having drinks here, Saxton talks about how his dad was a barber, and a generation removed from his dad, picking cotton in Tennessee, and somehow, like, here I am, not serving drinks, not cleaning floors. I own my own goddamn company. And he says, I'm telling you, this deal happens, we'll leave them all in the dust. Greek, Sal, the Vegas, and East Coast families, we'll have the same do whatever the fuck we want clout the Kennedys got. And he says, but shit's got to go smooth. I'm going to use an interpreter next time. Then Jim asks these people, where are they from? Sax says, fucking Russia. There's this Russian antiques importer out of Flagstaff. I've used him before. Should have used him today, but they said they could speak English. Only understood every third word, though. And so Jim's like, you sure the meeting went well? And then they just toast to shit going smooth. So he's just he's just delivered an awful lot of information to Jim that he can now relay to Nina. So got a bit too chatty. He also says, I wish Joey was still here. He was your blood, but I loved that boy like he was my own. So he's getting really sentimental about him. And this is what makes Jim question it now. He says, I loved that boy like he was my own. And he says this even when he's drinking. So like when you drink, your inhibitions are lowered. Like, yeah, you tend to be more honest and direct. So yeah, I don't think he did it. So then Jim goes in the bathroom and looks in the mirror, and I almost forgot. Also, Saxton says that he even had thoughts about grooming Joey to be his number 2. So he was that's a big deal. He says he was something special, your brother. Tough as hell, razor sharp, could sell anybody anything. And then they toasted again to family and to Joey. So this is a lot. That's a lot of sentimental talk about him. He thought the world of him, the way he described him. He was grooming him to be his number 2. And this is like the boss, the mob boss. So that casts a lot of doubt on his guilt. And Jim goes in the bathroom and says he didn't fucking do it. He looks in the mirror and says he didn't fucking do it.
Yep.
And he also, I didn't get a screenshot in this folder, but he smiles in the mirror and says, Baltimore wasn't him. He always calls Nina Baltimore. He doesn't want it to be Sax because Sax is like family to him. So he wants to prove that he didn't do it still. Now, unfortunately, we have this scene with these racists coming at Sax, saying that he's not welcome there because he's black and all that, and they call him slurs, but he refuses to leave. He refuses to tolerate it. The guy calls him boy, the bartender.
Right. Yep.
This grown ass older man being called boy. That's a classic racist trope for black people, black men. I mean, and yeah, he's not going to tolerate that shit. He takes a pool cue, and then Jim comes out in time to back him up because some other racists move in. They get into a big fight, and he's like, he basically winds up forcing. It's a very satisfying fight, I gotta say, just watching them beat the shit out of these guys, these fucking racists. And he winds up, forcing that original asshole who called him boy to call him sir, which is really satisfying.
Yeah, they just whooped everybody's ass is what happened.
Yeah.
Those guys didn't know who they were fucking with.
No, they didn't. It was just two of them against a bunch of people too. And this is Sax with his crocodile shoe on the racist bartender's throat, saying, demanding he call him sir, and he got his sir. Look at that! Look at his face. Don't fuck with this guy. Yeah, that was satisfying. So, yeah, he's not going to take any of that shit. Anyway, so now we're at that scene. We're caught up now. I already covered this scene. So I think that's the end of that episode. We already did the final scene, so we can move on to episode 4, which I'm going to need to try to get through a little bit quicker. Probably won't be able to read as many comments so that we can wrap this up.
Well, this one also is a little bit, I think it has a lot less of the sort of even mysteries of what's going on,
Yeah, definitely. This one had a lot more important details to. I mean, episode 4 is great and it's entertaining, but it's not as pivotal, I think, in terms of the information that we get in it.
Right, exactly. That's it's easier. I mean, it's more of an action. It's an action episode, and less of the mystery details are needed. It's like, okay, was this guy working for that, and this is what happened, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there's a little bit more to it. Hold on, I'll just cover the last little bit more here. So, Jim washes the blood off of Saxton's hand. He got his hand really messed up. Those rings probably did some damage. Those rings were what did you call those rings? Like
Oh, that's when you wear a bunch of rings, that's like legal brass knuckles is what they are.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to have this thing. I actually found it on the ground somewhere and I just kept it. It was this plastic keychain, but they're not brass, but it was like brass knuckles but made of plastic, and you put them on but it looked like cat ears. It was designed to look like cat ears.
Yeah,
very pointy.
That's a self-defense weapon. So you take that, like if somebody's trying to do something to you, and you punch them right in the eyes with that.
Yeah. So that's why I kept it. I put it on my keychain. And just like first glance, it looks like a cat, but yeah, it's a version of brass knuckles.
Right. You better take that on your walks.
Yes, I should. Yeah, I've got mace in my pocket too, but it couldn't hurt,
Yeah.
to have that, because I'm in no condition to defend myself from anybody. I once had a very brief self-defense class when I was in AmeriCorps for a little while, and I don't remember jack shit from it. I have no recollection of. It was only a short class. I don't remember anything of what they said. Anyway, Jim gets on the phone to Nina, and I think it's Nina, and in order to relay the information that he just got.
What happened there?
What is he calling? Who is he calling?
What happens there is he calls that number to the C4, the person that provides the C4, and he acts like he says, "Hey, I need the same setup that you did on the Joey Ellis or the Joey Ellis job," and they're like no problem or something. They say something like that.
Oh, thank you. I
Mm-hmm.
forgot about
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's coming back to me. Yep. Because it didn't show who he was talking to in the picture, and it slipped my mind. Yeah, so that's more proof that there's something shady going on here with the C4.
Right, right. And I think maybe it was meant to like it was like, okay, yeah, he didn't do it, and then he calls he calls that person, and it makes him think that, oh, maybe he did do it, because
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a moment where Saxon like mentions that guy's name or something, right? Or did that already happen in the episode?
I don't know.
Saxon mentions the name of the C4 specialist or something like that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I know. I think it happens in this scene, right? I think it happens in this scene because Jim was smiling, and then he looks tense
Uh,
again.
oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
I think it may be this scene where he says it actually, and then now Jim's like, so he's going back and forth. He doesn't know what to think.
Mm-hmm.
And one minute he thinks he's not guilty. Next minute he's looking guilty again. So yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. I'm still thinking not guilty, but yeah, this is where like the camera like turned the focus from Jim's face to his knuckles squeezing, his white knuckles squeezing that steering wheel. This must have been when Sachs mentioned that guy's name, the same C4 person provider. So yeah, now he's white knuckling the steering wheel, and he doesn't know what the hell to think at this point. But if Saxon really is responsible, he looks like he wants to, fucking kill himself. And that's what he said. He said if he did it, then I'll kill him myself. A couple episodes ago.
Right.
So okay, so moving on. I'm gonna pull up the episode 4 images here, and I'm gonna try to get through these quicker. Next week will be a lot easier because we're only going to be covering one episode.
Right. Do you have are you gonna have the preview at the end of this one, or no? Right.
I do. I have the preview. I
Oh,
do.
okay, cool.
Yeah. Yep. Let me just check in with you guys really quick first. Okay. With Alice said, I meant to say that Breen is only pretending to be crazy because he's smart enough to know he's probably being watched. So he was talking in riddles and testing her coolness under pressure. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Totally. Dieter, I only do screenshots with closed captions when I don't have time to write notes and I want to remember certain lines. Other than that, I usually don't. But thank you for asking. Let's see. Okay. So starting this one was, I was so not expecting this. Oh, by the way, 51 people watching. Awesome. Please hit the like button. It helps people find this stream. New to covering the show, so every like really does help. And we do these every Monday night. It's supposed to be starting at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, but I got held up tonight. Normally, the goal is to start at 10:30. But if you subscribe and turn on all notifications, then you'll know when the live actually starts, because sometimes I unavoidably have to be late. So highly recommend that you enable all notifications when I catch these lives. So yeah, and I'm going to be most likely I'm going to put out a little bit of content, scripted content for this show too. I won't do an episode breakdown for every episode because I'm already a few weeks behind on that, but we're in the middle of the season now after episode 4, so I would like to do some mid-season content, some scripted content. So keep an eye out for that.
That should be exciting. You're gonna do what, like maybe try to do like a mid-season kind of video or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, it's like some type of mid-season video, like kind of looking at all the different clues and as to this whether Sexton is guilty or not, and yeah, just give my opinion on everything that we've seen so far in a relatively succinct way, nothing too over the top, but I would like to do some scripted content for sure. Okay, so the Looney Tunes opening really got me. That was crazy. I was not expecting that. Complete with the music. It's like, are we watching the right show here? It was so clever and just whimsical. It says Fast and Furious. I guess that's the name of this cartoon. And Roadrunner. They can do this because Warner Brothers makes this show, so they can literally just use this Roadrunner, and it always has like some fake Latin thing under it. Luna is eating some kind of sugary cereal. That looks pretty good, actually. It looks kind of like Lucky Charms, but with cornflakes.
Oh yeah. I don't know what that is, but it does look pretty good.
Yeah, I can't see the name on the cereal box, so I don't know what kind of cereal that is. Yeah, she's watching Wile E. Coyote, and in the next room, this was hilarious. Jim was talking to the guy that had him sign his name in blood to work for what's his name,
like Big Raul or something like that.
Yeah. That's the guy he was going to go down to Mexico to get away from the heat from the feds, and he signed his name in blood. So that had to come back around eventually.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You can't do that and then just walk away. You know?
No, you can't. No, you absolutely cannot. And I thought I had captions on for these screenshots because the dialogue was hilarious. Let me see if did I put them somewhere else? I don't know. But he basically it's just kind of comical because the guy tells him, I think his name is Machete Mike. Is that it?
Something the Blade, I thought, wasn't it?
Or was it Blade?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So and so the Blade, I thought.
Oh, that's right.
I think even the cartoon will show his name because we're gonna see the cartoon coming up.
Yeah, but at any rate, Jim makes a joke about it, like I forget what he says, but I think he might sarcastically call him something else that's similar to it. That's what I'm remembering, and it's very Sawyer.
Okay. Yes, Kelly in the chat said it was Enrique the Blade. So
Enrique the Blade.
Yeah,
he's like Enrique the Blade. Who the hell is that? Yeah, his reaction is funny. It like, and the guy's like, you need to get the fuck out of there. He's coming for you. It's not menacing. The scene isn't even menacing. It's comical because he's just like making sarcastic. He's kind of like sarcastic about it, and his delivery is comedic in a dry comedy kind of way.
Right. Very Josh Holloway, right? Yeah.
Very Josh Holloway. Yeah. He transitioned so smoothly from mob activity to sweet wholesome scenes with Luna too. It's funny how they have the juxtaposition of those things.
Yeah, and I love the ugly ass 70s couches. To me, I think those are hideous, but
I know, right? I think a lot of the 70s the 70s like aesthetic, a lot of it was pretty ugly if you ask me.
Yeah.
Like, the furniture So he's daydreaming while he's watching the Roadrunner cartoon. This was so unexpected that. So now we understand why they started with the Warner Brothers thing. There's the Duster. There's an animated version of Jim.
That is so cool.
Criminalis Velocitus Supersonicus.
Very fat, yeah, supersonic fast criminal.
I think that was the name of the title of the episode too. That's so
Oh,
good.
was it? Okay, yeah.
It was. Of course, this is an Acme brand car because Acme was the brand of everything in Roadrunner cartoons. Fake company. Enrique the Blade, Assassinus Giganticus Incalcubi.
I guess he's a gigantic, incalculable assassin. I don't know.
Yeah.
Enrique the Blade.
Yes. So yeah, he's the guy in the rearview mirror chasing him down. He's got a tattoo that says Toya with a heart and an arrow through it.
Toya. Wow.
Toya. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's like that stereotypical like big tough guy, but he has like a little heart tattoo with a chick's name on it, and
or it says
either
mom.
that or I was just about to say that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, don't be sorry. I was, yeah. You took the words right out of my mouth. So like the Blade, Enrique the Blade shoots knives at him. He gets in an accident, and that cartoon version really doesn't look much like him, to be honest. But it's funny. Enrique's like, yeah, Enrique shows up. He points a machete in his face. He's sweating, and it keeps cutting back to Jim watching it, and he's got swinging the that. This is why I was thinking it was like machete something, because it looks like a machete.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, swinging it around, and then he chops him up into little bitty pieces, and he just bit by bit it winds up with just his head.
Tis but a scratch.
Tis but a scratch. I finally know that reference after watching Monty Python and the Holy Grail for the first time. At last, just I don't know, a month or two ago.
Yeah. Was it an African swallow?
Oh, this was great too. One last little Warner Brothers cartoon, Looney Tune reference. As he's sitting there. This is what would always happen at the end of the cartoon. It would close with like a circle, like getting smaller and smaller on something or someone, and
yeah,
with the music in the background, and it did this.
That was like such a cool. That was such a cool segment, and it's like we weren't even we weren't expecting that.
That was completely unexpected. Yeah, I loved that. It was such a what the fuck moment in the best way. It was great. What a nostalgic. This show is already so nostalgic with the 70s and the Looney Tunes. I mean, they were still airing new cartoons back then, so let's just add it to the nostalgia.
Yeah, that's yeah, exactly. Really cool.
What? Julie can't cook? What? Well, you're right about that. I mean, actually, I can cook. The few things that I know how to cook, Jesse, I actually can cook really well. I just never really tried cooking anything else. So if I tried, I'd probably be good at other things too, but I'm in too much pain to do it, unfortunately. So I know, and I didn't like it anyway, to be honest. You can be good at something you don't like. I never liked cooking, but I could make killer mac and cheese from scratch anyway.
Don't you have a world famous enchilada casserole recipe as well?
I do. Yeah, it's not exactly from scratch like the mac and cheese, but it's still good. It's not exactly all fresh things, but yeah, it's pretty good. I'm more proud of the mac and cheese because I make that, just from, I grate the cheese, I make the roux, I do all of it, no shortcuts.
Rhode Island's finest mac and cheese. That's
Oh,
it sounds delicious.
it is white cheddar, sharp white cheddar mac and cheese. It is, if I do say so myself.
Cheddar.
I didn't say, did I say cheddar? I did. I totally did.
But you were supposed to, weren't you? Because it's
Oh,
from Rhode Island. It's Rhode Island cheddar.
it's supposed to be, yeah. Rhode Islander speak. Yes. Enrique the Blade. Indeed, Kelly. That was right. Latin species names. Yeah, that's what they did in the Looney Tunes thing. These guys are a different breed. Chicken adobo is easy to make. Huh, I don't even know what that is, but I've heard of it. I just don't know what it is. Anyway. So this guy he looks like he's about to sell somebody a used car with that blazer. The plaid blazer here. I guess that was a 70s thing too. That was just 70s style.
Yeah, that was one of the ugly, for sure, the ugly styles that came out of there.
Yep. It was. I could have sworn I had some of these with screenshots on them, but yeah, I didn't. I don't know why they don't have them. Anyway, maybe they're later on. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said to her that made her look so dejected.
That one guy's coming back and she needs to have something before he gets there. Remember the guy? I think someone said his name is Grant. That guy's on his way back, and I think that's why she was getting like that, because he's telling her, you're gonna make me and you look bad because of what you're doing, and you don't have anything yet. And that guy's on his way back.
That's right. Yeah. So, and he's actually kind of on her side now. He started out being a dick to her like everybody else, but he's been decent to her now. She meets with Jim at their usual weird, quirky parking garage spot, and she tells him that she needs some, hard evidence that she can use. Okay, hold on. I have to skip down a little bit. I have some with captions. This is going to help me because certain details slipped my mind and I didn't have time to take notes to remember all the details. So, okay, right here. This is where the captions start. So, yeah, they're talking about she gets the name wrong and it says like Ernesto the Knife or something. Yeah. Yeah, she's like, so basically he relays all the information, that all the stuff he did snooping on Sachs, and he's like, is that enough? And she's like, what, to help with Ernesto the Knife or whatever his name is? And he says, Enrique the fucking Blade. The dialogue is so funny in this show. I love it. So he says the meeting Sachs had was with a bunch of Russian dudes. The guy was with a big birthmark on his face. Didn't get a name, but the birthmark guy mentioned someone named Xavier. That doesn't mean anything to her or him. They don't know who Xavier is. Sachs was happy with how the meeting went, said it could have global implications. He's got another meeting next week, and he's going to need an interpreter for that one. Wants to use an antiques importer in Flagstaff to interpret. Okay, yeah, that so I had like a couple duplicates in there. So yeah, this is where he says it's Enrique the fucking Blade, because his neck is on the line here. Enrique the fucking Blade is coming after him. He's coming for him.
Literally on the line,
It is. His neck is literally on the line.
Mm-hmm.
And she's saying, I need purchase orders, deal memos, partner contracts, which Jim doesn't have access to that shit, as he says. And she's like, well, get access to it. And, for both of our sakes, do it fast. I like how in the captions it just says funky music.
Uh,
So the musical score, when they're not using actual songs, is just generic funky 70s music, I guess.
mhm. Yeah, brown chicken, brown cow.
Yeah. That's what it is. That the musical score is it's all like funky 70s style stuff. When they're not using awesome old songs, which they do all the time. He visits okay, what's the name? Damn it. The hell's his name? The
Royce.
Royce, thank you. Um Royce has a little home theater and he's recuperating still from his heart transplant, watching Bogart.
That's gotta be, yeah. Bonus points to somebody in the chat that knows what movie this is. But I'm saying that's the Treasure of the Sierra Madre.
Oh, okay. I never saw any of those. So yeah, this is it right here. What he's watching. Uh, yeah, I've never seen any of those old ones. Anything with Bogart, Double the Gangsters, Double the Fun. They both love that movie. They've got posters on the wall here for 2001: A Space Odyssey,
Oh, there's
and
Omega Man. You see that?
yep, the Omega Man. Yeah, says the last man alive is not. The last man alive is not alone. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm assuming you haven't seen that movie, but do you know
No,
what modern Will Smith movie that one's based on, or like the Will
I
Smith movie is based on?
I Am Legend, right?
Correct, correct. So there's basically three movies that tell the same story because there's also a Vincent Price one, which is I think I forget what that one's called at this moment, like The Last Man or something like that. And yeah, all three of those movies are basically the same, based on the same novel by somebody that wrote it in the 50s or something.
Right. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, one of those movies was referenced in the first episode of The Twilight Zone, actually. I'm pretty sure. It's like The Last Man. What is it? The Last Man on Earth or
Uh
something?
huh. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's the one with Vincent Price.
Yeah, the first episode of The Twilight Zone, it's about a man who wakes up and he finds himself in a town by himself and there's no one around and he doesn't know why or who he is. And he goes to a store and there's a little display with nothing but the only book in it was The Last Man on Earth. So it was a little promo, I guess, for the movie that was going to be coming out, I think, or something,
Oh, okay, that's cool.
or it was just a reference to the book. But yeah,
Right, right. Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah, every single book, and it fit with the theme of the episode because you wonder, is he the last man on Earth? The entire town is empty.
Right.
Anyway, excellent episode, by the way. It's called Where Is Everybody? One of my favorite episodes of that show. We're going to be doing Twilight Zone watch party in the Discord before long, for sure. More than one. Definitely going to do more than one. I want to do one for episodes that are similar in theme to From, for sure. I already have a bunch in mind for that.
Mhm.
Anyway, so Royce thanks him for what he did, that he went above and beyond. Jim literally did go above and beyond. He literally pumped the heart. He reached in the open chest cavity of Royce and pumped his heart and helped save his life during that surgery.
I'm thinking the cinnamon off of those cinnamon chips helped. Like to disinfect that area.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. It certainly didn't look very sterile. He didn't scrub up or anything. So so Royce is heading out on a little assignment already. It's kind of soon. And yeah, it's his first run after the surgery, and so then Jim goes to this dick again. He's always being such a dick when he gives his assignments. So he gives him some stuff to do. Roscoe Mabry's But Up My Ass hit him first. Then Goldie Kramer tell her we'll pull payments. She can't keep her husband in line. This probably doesn't matter. None of this probably matters, but that's the stuff that he's been given to do. Yeah, and Jim asks if the boss is busy. And yeah, he's like, yeah, he's always fucking busy. And the dialogue is funny. He's like, thanks, jackass. Just got a question for him. The guy says, if it's about that rash on your dick, then I'd get it looked at. Okay. Like, no walk-ins today. And then so like once again, he was trying to snoop and get a little access to Sax, but it didn't work this time. Hey, that Rocky Marciano out there, huh? What was that dialogue? Yeah, I'm not sure what that was, but that was anyway. He goes in and so he actually, what is he? I guess Sax calls him in.
Yeah, he was. The other guy was telling him that he's not seeing anybody, but then he hears Jim, and he calls him in there.
Oh, that's right. So yeah, so he calls him in and yeah, he says that he's given Royce this little, like, an easy run, that the doc says being out and about is good for him. A little soon after getting a heart transplant, but okay. Said they want a nice and easy pickup. And it's supposed to be someone else driving with him. He's like, what, is he crying again? Or laughing like a hyena? He's been acting a little weird. Maybe the drugs he's on after the surgery. Yeah, his father's like, it's a roller coaster with him. You never know if he's blubbering or chuckling. It's fucking unnerving. And yeah, so Jim volunteers. He says, I'm already like heading that direction, so I'll drive. I'll keep a close eye on him. And so yeah, and cover his ass if he doesn't, cover his ass if he doesn't stay in line, I guess. So anyway, so then so yeah, we've got a truck stop here, and Izzy is like washing up. So she's a trucker, and she's like dealing with this issue where like some jackass is like banging on the door, yelling, quit hogging the John. And so there's some of the issues that these female truckers face are kind of highlighted in this, and a lot of sexism in this episode. This guy's being a dick, and she tells him to fuck off. He says, anytime, sweetheart. This is an example of using sweetheart in a condescending sense. Something that was really frequently done toward women in a sexist way, in a dismissive way. So she goes and visits the local truckers union and meets with this jackass, the one who was naked in the bed in that previous episode with Jim and that blonde chick. That's the one they took pictures of, with her straddling him, and
Yes, Saxton. I'm
Mhm.
sorry, Saxton and Jim got that guy in line. They got dirt on him, so they can pull him any which way they want eventually.
Yep, blackmail fodder. So he's of course like complimenting her on her looks, like there's already like, you can see the sexism is brewing. He's like focusing on her looks, and he assumes she must be a sales girl or a secretary. And when she says she's a trucker, he's like, oh, no shit, good for you, love a woman who knows how to handle a stick. Huh. No double entendre there, creep. God, look at his face too. What a creep. And so yeah, he asks what's on her mind, and the Bob Temple is his name, by the way. I couldn't remember it. She points out that like well, he says, okay, he's probably going to be president of the union for longer than just the interim. But anyway, she says he points out that, health and safety are important. Hours, pay, pension are bread and butter issues. But like health and safety are important too. And there aren't safe washrooms for drivers like me, meaning women. She said we need women's locker rooms. And he's being a dick, saying you want union funds to redecorate bathrooms, you want special treatment. And I love her response to that. She says, no, I want equal treatment. Because this is what tends to happen, when women or minorities have just pushed for equal rights, people accuse them of saying they just want special treatment. It's not true at all. They just want equal treatment. And this is I like that they're highlighting this. It's really true to the time. She says I shouldn't have to recruit a guy at every truck stop to guard the door while I pee. And I shouldn't have to wait at the back of the line like most of the women drivers do just to get enough driving routes to qualify for healthcare coverage. And again, he calls her sweetheart. Another guy calling her sweetheart. And this is again in a condescending way, talking down to her. Sweetheart. There's nothing wrong with calling women sweetheart in the right context. You're dating, or you're, like if you're talking to your daughter or whatever. This is the wrong way to do it. Sweetheart, there are only a handful of women truckers driving local. 126 of us, and we pay dues. She says 126 of us, and we pay dues just like the next guy. So it's not just a handful; it's 126. And he's like, Ms. Reina, I will be sure to add new bathrooms to the box. Goes off to his next thing on the agenda. So yeah, I don't feel bad for him anymore. It's still not right what Jim did to him, and Jim and that blonde chick, but what a creep. I can't stand the guy. And that, let's not forget that pervy cop is also alive somewhere too. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, turns out that guy's a real douche.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that all that whole obviously that whole scene was all about condescension. Suggestion box, redecorate, sweetheart. It was just blowing her off, is what he was doing.
Yes, exactly. All too common experience for women in the workplace, including today. It still happens today. Make no mistake. It still happens, but it was much more rampant back then. Much more. Now we have other protections. We have certain protections to help us, but not enough. We still never got the Equal Rights Amendment added to the Constitution for women, and I still don't understand that. The ERA, that should have easily been added to the Constitution, but I digress. She's looking into the leads. Nina is looking into the leads that Jim gave her, including antique importers and Flagstaff, because that's gonna be like a translator for the next meeting with the Russians. Keep an eye out for international importers, anyone who might speak Russian. And here's Jan Brady again with the little curly cues in front of her hair, and 100% Jan Brady hair. So now we got this creep again. You had to keep pushing, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Now Breen's wife's a widow. Breen is dead. Now this guy, this is the one people were talking about earlier, saying they think is a mole, possibly a mole. I believe this is Agent, what the hell's his name now? I forget again.
Weren't people saying his name was Grant?
That's it. Agent Grant. He was also the one, I think, who was pushing her to stay away from Jim Ellis in the beginning, really aggressively.
Right.
I definitely think he's part of the cover-up. So yeah, now Breen is dead. Breen's wife's a widow. Like she cares, though. She sure didn't seem like she cared much. She's in cahoots with this cover-up, and probably with the drugging Breen and keeping him captive there. And that was the lady played by, what the hell is her name? Adrienne something. Adrienne Bardot, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Eugene Bardot.
She played Breen.
Yeah.
That's Breen's wife. So so now he's like blaming her for that happening because she kept pushing and she visited Breen without authorization. So she's once again triggered and doing push-ups when she gets triggered while she's looking at the Saxton file. And like Awan asks her why she's doing this, and the toxicology report on Breen hasn't come back yet. So she explains that Grant thinks it's her fault what happened to Breen, even though Grant actually doesn't know that they went to the hospital, but he does know that she's been pushing and snooping into things he didn't want her to, like questioning why those missing files were gone. And yeah, so yeah, she's worried about getting like kicked out or something. And she explains like it's not about exercise. She does the push-ups to deal with the stress. She got it from a former fiance, because he did it to blow off steam. And when you feel your heart pounding and your chest tightens, you just do the push-ups, and do just as many as you can. And she said it works. So she does that, and apparently they broke up because he made her choose, between being a doctor's wife and, going after this case, becoming an FBI agent. And so she chose this. He wanted to make his life her life, she said, which was a lot more common in the past. Like people expected women to be like housewives a bit more. It was changing a lot by the 70s, but being a housewife and being expected to be one was more common than it is, way more common than it would be now. So she chose this. It was more important to her because this was personal to her. It wasn't even just about wanting to be an FBI agent. She did this to avenge, to fight, to bring her father's killer to justice, who she believes is Saxton. And she's probably right about that he killed her father, but who knows about Joey? So they go back over what Breen said before he threw the knife, and basically just talking pies and riddles, and then she thinks about it more, and he put the numbers together, and it's easy to overlook what he said. It's just some crazy shit like she does at first, but then she remembers his exact wording. He said follow the numbers. So then that gives her an idea. It sparks an idea. She pulls out the case files and looks around at them, but we'll pick up on that scene later. This was funny. This dude working for Big Raul is just dancing to a Santana song in the little shop while he's sweeping, and it reminded me a lot of like something Hurley would do on Lost, kind of a big goofball. And yeah, then Enrique the Blade shows up, and he walks in on, I don't know this dude's name, but he walks in on him dancing like an idiot. Another comedic moment. It's nice to have something to cut the tension like that. And then he just turns, kind of stands all cash like this, like like he wasn't just dancing like a fool.
Yeah, trying to play it off. That would be kind of like Hurley too, huh?
Right? Didn't you get Hurley vibes from it? Like looking at it
Yeah.
now, you can get Hurley vibes from this. Totally.
Yeah.
He's even got the long hair and the beard, and he's a real heavy set guy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. he says, "Holy shit, think you need a new suit, my friend." He doesn't know who this is right at first, and the guy's got a little blood on his lapel. He's like, "Oh yes, but I dig this one." That's that old 70s term. Pierre Cardin. And it's like it's nice and
very
Hmm?
very famous fashion designer from the 70s and early 80s.
Oh, I didn't know that. Never heard of it.
Yeah.
I'm always I'm always noticing how every single guy in this show who has a collared shirt has those long, pointy ass collars that look like they could take an eye out. They're so sharp. They're all like that. Every single one of them. He says, in my line of work, I need to move. So, some fucker on the road tried to cut me off, so I cut him off. Yikes. That's kind of extreme. It's just talk about road rage.
Yeah, a bit of overreaction there, huh?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And then he just uses his knife. This is so badass. This is such a like badass move right here. This is why they call him Enrique the Blade. This dude's good with the blade. Somehow he extends a blade out of his freaking sleeve, uses it to like pick up a candy bar, and takes it. Oh, that's a huge blade too. That's terrifying. And then he says, he's like, Enrique the Blade. Oh shit. He didn't know who that was. Ominous music. It's just as ominous music, and he like stuffs the thing in his mouth, the candy bar. I was about to say, if I had to clarify, or I'd have to say pause on that one. He stuffs the thing in his mouth. Anyway, yeah. So he shows him the picture of the guy that Enrique is hunting, which is our Jim. He signed his name in blood. Shouldn't have done that. Like signing a deal with the devil. You knew that there's gonna be a payoff eventually. There had to be. And we're finally getting it. He wants to know where the fuck he is. Guy's not sure. He's ordered to find out. Now this is the scene where we've got Nina and Awan figuring out, okay, there's something up with the weird dates on these files. Dude said to follow the numbers. Breen said to follow the numbers. Look, the dates on are still on the folders. March 5th, 1937. We thought they were typing errors. There are other backdated ones too. So there's one that says January 11th, 1907. So are these some of the numbers he mentioned? He said a 7, and there was what was the other
6,
one?
8, 10.
Yeah. So anyway, he did this on purpose to hide his files. 1907. That can't be right. So they said maybe they go together. And Breen taught logistics and reasoning. He was a professor at one time. So he was able to talk in puzzles, and they realized maybe he left something in these numbers for whoever came next. And which would be her. So yeah. And yeah, they're like, maybe Breen is like the Riddler. He loves his comic books. He's such a dork. Look at his face. What a dork. I love Frank Gorshin. You?
Let's look at the screenshot. Oh, wow. That's
such a dork. She says I'm more of an Eartha Kitt girl. Eartha Kitt, what a beautiful voice she had. Gorgeous. I think she did I forget what Christmas song, the classic one that was hers. Anyway.
Now did Eartha Kitt, did she do Catwoman in the old Batman show, or that's not her, is it?
I'm not sure actually. Eartha Kitt. I don't know. But so yeah, Royce kind of resents that Jim is driving him, saying he doesn't need a babysitter, but Jim tells him it was his idea. And they were going to have a drink together anyway. Like Royce wanted to buy him a drink to thank him for saving his life, and so Jim wanted to check in and see how he's doing, and they seem to have like an actual bond, like a genuine bond. He seems like a really sweet guy for someone who's like the son of a mob kingpin, actually. He's getting a lot more attention. Yeah, and here we go, like his feelings start coming out, He's getting a lot more attention from his dad, but he wishes he felt a little more respect. His father kind of looks down on him. He says, like, I'm the disappointment of the family. He even trusts Genesis more than he does me. That's his sister. Genesis is a cool character. We didn't see her in this one, but like, even though you can even hear a little sexism in the way he says he even trusts Genesis more than he does me, as if it's a surprise that he would trust a woman over, his daughter over his son. It's just a product of the times, though, and it could also be a commentary on the way Genesis is. She's a little bit reckless. She's doing her own side deals, so that could be why he said that. Like, she's into things that her dad wouldn't approve of, according to Jim. Royce says his dad thinks he's weak because he's always been sick. That's not his fault. He was born with a heart defect, for God's sake, but some parents are just toxic. His name was never as strong as his dad wanted, and when he needed to close the job with this one guy, he sent Billy, and then another deal, he sent another deal, he sent Jim. It was never him. And Jim says, trust me, I know what it's like to be compared to somebody, meaning his brother Joey. He could never measure up to Joey. Like, Joey was like Bogart. Yeah, according to Royce, he was cool as shit. But he says Joey's shadow ain't never stopped you from getting respect. And Jim says it's still hard to live up to, though. I feel that too, what you said about respect. I'm just the driver. He's just he says nobody ever looks at me as anything more than that. That he gets jobs, but he never lets me in on the why or the how of things. I've never even been in Scottsdale warehouse. So this is very clever of him, what he's doing. He really does feel this way. Like, he does feel like less than. I believe that part. Like, he's being genuine about how he couldn't get out of his brother's shadow. His brother was like the big hero. His brother was being groomed to be Sax's second man, like, or whatever you call it, right-hand man, second in command. And he's just the driver. He wasn't let in on the how and the why of things, what's going on. He's just the getaway driver. But he's using his genuine feelings to kind of, in a crafty way, get more intel. So he's like, I've never even been in Scottsdale warehouse. Normally, on a job like this, he'd be sitting outside waiting. That's what the getaway driver's job is. But as a result of this conversation, Royce takes him into the warehouse. He's like, when we get to the warehouse, come in and walk the floor with me. I'll give you a crash course, show you how the whole thing works. So he took the bait. He's easy to fool. Talk about gullible.
He played him pretty easily to get in the door there. Because normally, what would he do? He would just drop him off. Or wait outside. He wouldn't go inside.
Exactly, he would. Yeah. So I think that those feelings he expressed are genuine about being in his brother's shadow, not getting enough respect, just the driver. He likes his job, but it must be difficult being in his brother's shadow. I mean, so yeah, but he used that. He used that for sure. I'm just gonna check in really quick with you guys before I continue. Just have to find where I left off in the chat before. Hold on. Where is it? Not surprised Jim has a rash. He's with a new girl almost every night so far. Yeah, it looks like he gets around. He's kind of a player, I think.
Yeah, there was a lot of penicillin being prescribed in the 70s.
I bet. I bet. Oh, thanks, Dieter. Julie is a sweetheart, a real sweetheart. Too kind for this world. Well, thank you. Yeah, not the condescending kind. I get you. We were talking about the use of the word sweetheart in a condescending way. And I have no problem being called that in the right context. So it's very nice. So, yeah, the cop is on life support, but he's still alive. That fucker is still alive. Please hit the like button or thumb the like button, as you put it. Yes, thumb the like button, hit the like button, whatever you can do. Please hit the like button. 60 people watching. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, just kind of skimming through the comments real quick. So, yeah, of course it's not condescending. Yeah, it's only in certain contexts when a guy is talking down to somebody. That's when a woman, when a guy's talking down to a woman. And yeah, I'm gonna take care of my pain soon. We're going at a quicker pace through this one, so should be done before too long. So yeah, Izzy, we've got like a cute little scene with Izzy and Luna. She loves toy cars. She loves cars. This is why she loves riding around in the Duster with her supposed uncle Jim, and her mom's boyfriend gives her this classic Hot Wheels thing, which is cool, and it's a little red car too. It's cute. It's really cute. She probably loves cars because of Jim's influence. I'm sure that's why it is. He's like, yeah, she's like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm trying to bribe your daughter. Trying to bribe your kid. It's like the classic like boyfriend trying to like buy the kid's affection or whatever. But he says, I'm just giving you a break. You got a lot going on. I thought this could keep Luna busy and make things easier on you. And then yeah, she talks about how the union president is being sexist, and she asked around and found out he was trying to pull the same thing with okay, no, wait a minute, sorry. The doctor, he says something like this happened to me, and I found out this guy was trying to pull the same crap with other new residents when he was a resident at the hospital, and it wasn't all of us, just some of them. And so they kind of got together. They banded together. This is why you organize, so like the women need to organize within the organized union, which is like screwing with them. And he says they'll follow her lead. So we've got that going on, which is, not really, it's not really as important to the story of this, the main story of this show, but it is a nice little window into the sexism in the workplace that was so much more severe in the 70s. Not sure where exactly it's going to fit into the rest of this, but maybe it will tie in with the main story somehow, because it does involve Bob Temple. So I think eventually it won't just be a random side tangent. Bob Temple was involved. Bob Temple is now, the mob has blackmail on him now. So those pictures that Jim took of him. Anyway, so Nina and Awan go through those numbers. They're trying to figure out what they are. They can't be, there are too many numbers for them to be phone numbers or case file or case numbers. And then she's like, or maybe he meant follow the numbers literally, as in longitude and latitude. You follow the numbers, longitude and latitude, on a map. So they try to apply it to that, and then they've got something here. They go with that. And then they realize that the numbers lead to the reservation where Awan grew up, the Native American reservation. And he says, I can't go there. He doesn't say why. He just says, I can't. And she convinces him to do it, basically. With the Navajo reservation, he grew up there, so he's in a perfect position to help her get on the, go there and do what she needs to do. Like, see what kind of clue it could be there. Like, why did Breen point her in that direction? So she convinces him to do it. So then Jim gets to the Scottsdale warehouse, and Royce just walks him in, shows him how everything's handled, like total patsy. Where like shipments are brought in and all this stuff. Explains a lot of stuff to him and who does what. And he points out that this secretary here, every incoming and outgoing package, weight, box counts, receiving dates, contracts, every warehouse has a data entry clerk that keeps track of that. So he just fed him a really important lead, and he didn't even know it. He goes away and takes care of what he needs to do, and then leaves Jim to turn on the charm, of course, Mr. Ladies Man here. Now he's going to use that charm. He also overhears some guy talking about, like, don't overpack the crates. So he's just kind of snooping. We got to keep our trucks incognito at the weight station, he says. No, can't have no hero rent-a-cup fucks getting nosy and searching. So they're doing some shady shit with the stuff in the warehouse, and the guy says, we don't want another fucking El Paso. So then he says, I double fucking checked those crates. So then getting back to the secretary here, he starts chatting her up, turning on the Josh Holloway charm, and he basically charms her into handing over a bunch of really valuable information without even realizing it. Most likely valuable information, I think. He flirts his way into it, and it works, of course. And he used his famous Sawyer line, "I'll be damned." That's one of his favorite. That's like his favorite thing to say, or one of them. "I'll be damned," or "son of a bitch," or that was another one. He's like, "You type as good as your teeth. What are you working on here?" So she explains these are shipping manifests, and he wants to know what she does with the old ones. And she's like, they just get thrown out in the trash and then they get incinerated. Therefore, they probably have sensitive information because they're incinerated. And he offers to just save her a trip. He'll just throw these away for you. And of course, she has no clue what his angle is. She hands him over. He snoops around in them instead of just throwing them away. Meanwhile, Royce is coming up to this crazy. I forget what kind of car this is now, but this is a really fancy car, and it's Howard Hughes's car. It's an old car. It belonged to Howard Hughes.
Some kind of boat tail, Model K boat tail, something or another. Like, it's. I think Stevens told us in earlier.
Yeah. So, he's like, "What the fuck are you doing in Howard Hughes' car?" So the Royce says he's doing some business with Pops. Doesn't know what exactly. He says, like, this is what I mean, no respect. So he doesn't know anything about the deal. Just that this car is part of that deal with Howard Hughes and Sachs. So then they want to take it for a drive. Kind of a risky move. I mean, I could have predicted something bad was going to happen easily. Then we've got Navajo Nation here. So it's the reservation, and Nina and Awan go. This is where he grew up. And clearly he's got a lot of sadness returning there. He doesn't feel welcome there, and he really didn't want to go back, but he did it to help her. Apparently he's eating antelope. He's like, it tastes like pork. And she's like, No question about food should ever be answered with antelope. I would have to agree with her. Yuck. No thanks. I'm
You
good
don't
on the antelope.
you don't like antelope, Julie? What's the matter with you?
It's just not something I'd be interested in. I don't think so. What about you? Would you eat antelope?
I might try it once. Who knows what it actually tastes like? I mean, I've had like buffalo and elk and some different stuff once,
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Buffalo and elk. Wow, buffalo. That's an interesting one. I know people who eat some weird, like, there's a place in Rhode Island where you can get like strange exotic meat that people don't normally eat. They had rattlesnake. Ugh. No thanks.
Mm.
I know I've never tried these things, so I wouldn't know if I like them, but just the thought of it grosses me out.
I- Iguana soup. You ever had iguana soup?
No. Yuck. Oh my God. Have you?
It's pretty gamey. It
Oh,
tastes like the swamp or something that it was like living near.
oh Jesus. Yeah. Uh anyway, iguanas are cute too. I wouldn't want to eat an iguana. Um
I'm
there's
sure.
so
Yeah,
there's this
sure. He didn't
hmm?
want to get eaten either. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Probably not. So they find this old rattle trap car. They think maybe there's something that was left in there that was like left as a clue by Breen. And as they're checking it out, a Navajo cop shows up and initially is like just joking that they're trespassing on sacred lands between the four mountains. But then you see it's just kidding, and he's an old friend of Awan. It's like, shut up, Daryl. So they're just old friends. And so he's just wondering like what they're doing, and she explains they're investigating potential federal conspiracy. She just comes right out and says that. Um, it's like, man, you feds get all the cool shit. Last 2 weeks, I got assigned to figure out who was stealing blouses from Mrs. Nez's clothesline. Sounds riveting. What a case. You anyway. Yeah. So someone's stealing her tops. So yeah, they used to go to school together, these two guys, and it's like I remember this guy when he used to still eat crayons. It's like, yeah, you still eat crayons? Only on the weekends. This show has great writing, great dialogue. I really love it. Uh, I really think this show is gonna go the distance. I think it's gonna land. Hopefully, people are watching and finding that it's finding its audience, because I think this is a fantastic show. Um, he
Yeah,
points out.
I
Mhm.
agree. Sorry, I chimed in late, but I definitely agree. I think this is a really cool show.
Yeah, I think it's gonna make it. So, um, the weirdest thing I've had is alligator jerky. Ugh. Oh no, I couldn't. I could never. Samuel said I've had elk, venison, and buffalo. I thought buffalo are endangered, though, aren't they?
No, they kind of aren't anymore. They're sort of rare to be running around, but they're here in Iowa. There was a time where they paid farmers to have some buffalo on their farm. So you go past a farm and there'd be a couple buffalo in their front yard ish kind of thing. But yeah, they're not endangered, at least as far as I know.
Yeah, I think at one time they were, because they were being excessively hunted, but maybe their numbers probably improved over
Yeah,
time.
yeah. Like when I was out here in the '80s, in the late '80s, as a kid, that's what they were doing. There was a federal program to have farmers have buffalo, and I think their numbers are where it's not endangered anymore. Now you actually consume the meats because there's buffalo burgers you can buy, and then at at a weird restaurant in like Idaho is where I had the elk and the buffalo, and there was something else. And I've had deer before too. That's too that's too lean. There isn't enough fat on it for like a good flavor, at least is my opinion. But
Yeah,
but enough food talk.
yeah. Yeah, one other thing on that. I worked as a nanny for a family that used to like the dad and his brother were avid hunters, and they used to go hunt deer and literally like actually make it into food. And like I had to like look at it. They were like cooking, what is it called, venison, when you eat deer, is that
Yeah,
right?
that's
Yeah.
what.
Yeah, I couldn't eat a deer. I love deer too much. They're beautiful creatures. Unless they're responsible for potentially giving me Lyme disease, in which case, fuck the deer. But um, I mean, I don't know. I had a blood test that said it's possible I may have once had Lyme disease, and who knows? Maybe that could be at the root of some of my mystery ailments. I don't know. But it's
What
not their fault. It's the goddamn deer ticks.
what a great Julie B line. Fuck the deer.
Yeah. Fuck the deer. Yeah, clip that one, Dieter. Just fuck the deer. Um,
Yeah, that was funny right there. That was funny.
right, yeah. Anyway, yeah, but like at least I will say if they were gonna hunt the deer, at least they did something useful with it and used it for food. Not that they needed to though, like like, they weren't like living out in the middle of nowhere needing to hunt for food. But the problem I had with these people, I'm not gonna go on a whole rant about this, but the dad I worked for as a nanny, his brother, he was like one of those guys who's obsessed with hunting, like to an excessive degree. Like takes it's almost like a bloodlust. They're obsessed with it. It was like his life. It was like his main hobby in life. He worked at a hunting store. He was constantly doing hunting trips and loved taking home trophies, and probably had animal heads on his wall. And I went on his Facebook, and it was like nothing but hunting related stuff. And I personally, I'm sorry, like no shade to people who hunt, and I know some people grew up doing that, and it's passed as like a tradition between generations, and some people need to hunt to survive. I just don't understand killing animals for enjoyment sake. I don't get that, but that's me. Um this so yeah, apparently, like we get a little bit. This episode has a bit more character drama than the others had. Like we're seeing some vulnerable sides of some characters and some backstory. Like we had the sexism happening at the union with Izzy, and now we're getting some character drama with Awan. He's asked, have you been back to see your dad here? And Awan says, can we not get into that? So he's avoiding the subject for some reason. There's some bad blood between him and his dad, and like being back on the reservation, he doesn't feel welcome. God damn, he's tall. I wonder how tall this actor is. He's towering over both Nina and that dude there too. Wow. Um, So like the cop helps them open the trunk, and they don't know what they're looking for. They're just messing around and following that lead from Breen. And what was they talk about our turquoise earrings, like the Navajo said that it keeps you invincible, and Awan says that shit doesn't work. It's just old stories. So he doesn't really believe that. But he's kind of very disconnected from Navajo culture at this point, it seems. And his friend, tells him to go see his dad. Then they find a little package in there. So this must be what Breen left them. They open it up. And what is that? Is that a tape? Yeah. Is
Yeah,
that some kind of...
I don't think it's a I don't know if that's a Betamax or something like that. Just a different. It's not VHS, but it's same kind of thing.
Yeah, I could tell it wasn't VHS, but it looks similar. So she could tell he's been triggered. So she asks, "Do you want me to pull over? You could do some push-ups." So yeah, more character drama. He talks about how his family's been here for generations, and his grandfather was a sheep herder after the long walk. The long walk, isn't that is that the Trail of Tears, or is that something else? I don't
Uh,
know.
I'm not sure if it's exactly the same because the Trail of Tears was a whole bunch of Cherokee, I thought. So
Oh
maybe
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Navajo have their own version of that.
Yeah, I've never heard of the long walk, but the Trail of Tears was when these Native Americans were marched, all the way to the ocean. It was horrific. Like a lot of people died, and yeah, it was terrible. Um, so anyway, Awan said he started helping when he was 14. Um, and his dad's Navajo, but his mom's a white lady from Detroit. So he's always kind of been caught in the middle of both cultures and didn't really fit in. And when he told them he was joining the Bureau, his dad said he was joining the enemy and cut him off. So that disconnect between the reservation and the rest of the United States, there's some bad blood there. Understandably so, given what America did to the Native Americans. I can't really blame them. And there's just no making up for everything that was done. But his dad thought he was pushing it aside to get out of here. He said, but I think about it every day. You know, like his culture, I guess. And he said that's why I joined, because we need someone who knows what it means to serve and protect people like me, even if it means some of them hate me for it. Which is really sad for him. He wants them to have a representative, someone who represents their culture, who's going to be sensitive to their history, and there should be more representation of minority groups in government roles, and that's why he did this. But unfortunately, sadly, some of his own people hate him for it. It's really a shame. So we cut to Izzy having some beers and food with other female truckers, and they kind of compare notes on like different sexist things that have happened to them and misogynist things. Guys hitting on them and like grabbing them, slapping them, and like all the sexism they've experienced. Like, so yeah, she's tired of asking like men to block the showers for her, and not having a place to pee at every goddamn way station, and you know getting grabbed and fondled and all this stuff when she's trying to fill up her rig, and having to beg for health care from people who want to keep this thing a boys club. And God forbid one of us gets sick, she says, straight fired. She says we can't keep complaining quietly, and she's not just going to sit around. Like hell is it going to be this way when Luna's my age? So she wants things to get better. She wants to fight for more equal rights for women for the sake of her daughter. So she's taking the lead, just like who was it that said they'll follow if you lead them? I forget. Earlier in the episode, someone was like, you gotta just lead the way and they'll follow you.
Oh, wasn't it her boyfriend, the doctor guy, kind of gave her some advice on what to do?
That was it. It's her boyfriend. So she says, the way I see it, Bob Temple, that union leader, Bob Temple's doing most of the work for us. He's a scumbag. We all know that, but I bet we're not the only ones. And she says, I mean, this is supposed to be a union, right? So let's start uniting. That motherfucker, and like round up everyone that motherfucker has ever pissed off, and let's make some noise. I like how she covered her daughter's ears when she said that motherfucker. I really like her. All the characters in this show are so likable. She is too, and full of dimples. I just noticed she's got dimples. Hold on, I just got a message popping up here. She's got dimples. Jim's got dimples. It's actually not that common of a feature, but so yeah, now they're gonna, huh?
I was gonna say, do you know anybody with dimples?
Yeah, yeah. It's the person I see in the mirror every day. That would be me. Um, so and you can't see them now, but I'll be back on camera on Wednesday because I'll have to get up the effort to be on camera because Doug Hughes is probably going to join us Wednesday night for our live that night. So the ladies say that they're gonna go to war. Like, ladies, let's go to war. They're gonna start digging for information that they can use, and it's really sweet. Like they cut to a shot of Luna's face, and this is her mother setting such a good example for her, and it's cute. It's cute how they're doing that. Now, then they're like, so they're driving this car down the road. Who is this driving it? Wait a minute, we've got Jim. I'm kind of blanking on this. So I thought that, why would Jim be separate? Well, I guess he was just following him to make sure it was good. But why wouldn't they both get in there and take it for a drive? It's weird.
'Cause aren't they? Are they just going for a joyride?
Yeah,
Or
like, yeah. Royce wanted to just take it for a spin. I'm surprised they both didn't do it. In the same vehicle. But
oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
yeah, it's weird. But this idiot is going too fast with this old car, and so he's trying to warn him. Jim is trying to warn him. He pulls up like next to him, and he's like yelling, slow down. That engine's a flathead. He can't hear him though. So like the exhaust ports go through the block and water. What is it? Water jacket, and it gets hot. So, but he can't hear him, and yeah. So then like, I don't know. I don't know a lot about cars, but it causes the thing to break down because he's going too fast.
I think he was just trying to relate to him that particular engine is prone to overheat, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. So yeah, that idiot broke down the vehicle, and it's got a bumper sticker that says "vacuums suck." Okay, it's real clever there. Okay, then I don't know why they showed that to us, but with the close up, these guys show up, huh?
I was saying, was that bumper sticker like a '70s thing that we all don't know about, and the showrunners knew about?
It could be, yeah, maybe, because they made a point to show that on camera. So these dudes here look like a couple of Mormons with why I don't know why they have matching. This is how Mormons go around, like white matching white shirts and black ties, and they're all like, they've got short hair. I don't know what the deal is with these guys, but they're clearly not, Mormon missionaries. They just kind of remind me of them. And they notice the car, and yeah, so yeah, the car breaks down, of course, like Jim knew would happen, and this guy's like an overgrown kid. He's so naive. So Jim's like, okay, well, there's a gas station up ahead. And then we cut to this scene where they're playing the tape that they found in that old vehicle. Nina plays it. And so, they do their best on their own with it, but there's heat damage from it being in the car. She said, for whatever it's worth, my father would have thought I was crazy for becoming a Fed too. I guess as a black woman. She says, I keep wondering if my father knew he was the reason I signed up. Maybe he'd laugh at the irony. Her father's murder by Sachs is why she signed up. And I think it's him that says time for him to come around, see how proud he should be. I'm not sure which of them says it, but it doesn't really matter. Those are some odd shaped glasses. How many sides do those have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's like a stop sign. So it's 1, 2, 3, wait, 4, 5, 6. Wait, how many sides is this? I can't even count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's an octagon. Just like it looks like an octagon, like a stop sign. Maybe that was popular in the 70s. Then we have that old gas station. They did such a great job making everything look, period correct, really accurate. They get the thing to the gas station. So it's a Lincoln K model V12 limo, and the guy recognized it right away, and he called it a spaceship. Because I don't know why, but I guess because it kind of looks goofy, it looks kind of like a spaceship. He says he can fix it. And then, of course, Enrique the Blade shows up while he's just minding his own business, trying to take a pee, and he's got Enrique the Blade coming up next to him at the urinal. And kind of looking at him a little too much. It's kind of creepy. Enrique looks over at him, and then he literally looks down. I don't know if I got a screenshot of it, but yeah, I didn't quite get it. But he looks. This is something I'm sure. There's got to be some kind of code. I'm not a guy, so I wouldn't know. But if you're both standing at a urinal side by side, there's got to be some kind of code where you don't look at each other, and you definitely don't look down.
Yeah, you're not supposed to look at the merchandise like that. Absolutely not.
No. This guy, not only does he look over and make eye contact with Jim, but I didn't get the screenshot in time, but he looks down at Jim's merchandise. Yeah, weird. They get into a fight. I love the fight scenes in this show. They're always entertaining. Yeah, so they're going at it, and this, this was funny. He's got him by the throat, and the big blade, Enrique's giant ass blade. They're kind of just throwing each other around. Really amazing job. Whoever did the stunts for this is fantastic, because there's no way they could have done this themselves. They had to have a stunt guy doing this. Look at the way Jim's flying through, he's airborne onto the ground. I mean, there are some people who do their own stunts. Tom Cruise famously insisted on doing his own stunts, and even as he got to be too old for it and got injured. And then Jim and the Blade keep fighting. They wind up flying. There's no way they didn't use a stunt guy for this. Jim goes flying through this partition thing, which is a cool effect. It's just a million pieces of wood flying everywhere. So they continue fighting, more fighting. Of course, Jim always gets the better of everybody in a fight, though. Oh, this is just I got a random shot of just got Jim's ass there. I swear to God, the camera crew did this on purpose.
Quote unquote. Hey guys, Julie got quote unquote a random shot of Josh's ass. Random. It just popped in my computer. I didn't mean to click on it.
I'm just taking screenshots in short succession. I can't help it if this one just happened to, come into the lineup of screenshots.
Short, random, rapid fire succession. Yeah.
Well, hey, they clearly wanted to highlight that on purpose, so why not show off their lovely camera work and the direction of the show?
This,
And
you know what? Right there, that shot. That's the Emmy. That's what they're gonna submit for lighting and costume. Right there, the Emmy.
yeah, that's it. That's Emmy winning material right there, 100%. Yeah. Uh, yeah. I love this guy. With the blade is great casting of that dude. He was scary as hell. Um. But this I loved this too. Jim grabs a fire extinguisher and it, it sprays it at him. And this shot reminded me so much of Tommy on The Last of Us using a flame. I think it was, what was it, a flamethrower or a blowtorch or something.
Yeah, flamethrower. Yeah, right. Flamethrower.
It was blasting the bloater with flames. Yeah. It looked a lot like this too. But this was more comical than anything else because it's a fire extinguisher. It's like something out of a sitcom. The guy's covered in, the stuff from the fire extinguisher. Then they like, roll around the floor some more, get covered in it. I swear, I get some sitcom vibes from this sometimes. Some of the humor. I love it. I love it. I miss sitcoms. I wish they'd come back.
Yeah, they're not taking themselves too seriously. They're having fun with the story that they're telling, and I really like it.
Yeah, like remember earlier I compared yeah, I compared Nina and Awan to Lucy and Ethel kind of getting into trouble, like sneaking into that room in the hospital, putting on a nurse and a janitor uniform, and that's like such a Lucy and Ethel scheme that they pulled, right out of I Love Lucy. And yeah, they're definitely not taking themselves too seriously with this show, and there's some sitcom vibes I get from some of the humor, which I really enjoy. Then right in the middle of the fight, like they decide to just stop and have a drink together. Like, hey, should we just take a break, have a drink? Who does this in the middle of a fight? Let's just take a break and have a drink together. Yeah, we're just about to kill each other, but let's just have a drink, take a break. And they do. Uh, and so Jim tries to make a deal. He's like, I'll give you Elvis's fucking blue suede shoes. Get the hell away from me. Leave me alone. Let me go. They're all yours. The guy says, keep that shit. I'm not sure. I don't know what that is. But that Spanish word. What is that? Can you see that on the screen? What is it?
Keep that shit, cabron.
What does that mean?
It's kind of like asshole, kind of like that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because I obviously you would know. So I took French, not Spanish, so I would not know. Um.
So what French word would you use instead?
Oh, I know some French swears, but not really French insult swears. So what was it? Merde means shit. Um, but I don't know any insult swears in French. Um, anyway, so yeah, I don't, why are these guys dressed like this? They look like they're dressed like Mormons. Who are these people? It's like they roll up, like they don't look like threatening people at all, but okay. Um, and then you see all these, what is this, guns? Yeah, a bunch of guns and stuff. So Jim said, just curious, the reason Mad Raoul wants me dead, do you think it's justified? The guy says, I have no idea. And Jim uses this to commiserate with him. Smart angle. He says, he only sees you as the assassin. We have that in common. He's like, oh yeah, what is your job? And Jim says, wheelman. You will, and the guy says, yeah, you will only ever be the driver. Which is all right for a while. But and Jim's like, what? But I mean, what's the future in that? So they're commiserating over it. You know, he's just the driver. Enrique's just the assassin. They don't have any details on anything really going on, and there's no future in it for them. So they're commiserating. Smart angle that Jim is taking. These two clowns who look like freaking Mormons. They're dressed identically almost, and they put on ski masks and hold up this guy to, you know, fix this car fast, and I guess they're gonna steal it. I don't really get why they look like that, but they continue commiserating so Enrique asks if he's ever read Peter I don't know how to say that, Sorokin. He's a Russian sociologist. He says there are 6 types of mobility. There's vertical, horizontal, downward, intergenerational, intragenerational, and upward. And we want upward, to move higher up the chain. So they commiserate on that, you know, like that's really interesting, you know, like that's some deep stuff coming from like Enrique the Blade assassin. And Jim asks, does Sorokin say how you move up? The guy replies, well, that's the question of the fucking day, right? That's the thing. That's the question for a lot of us. How do you get upward mobility? It's very hard in a lot of areas of society and different structures, different social structures, including these mob organizations. How do you get upward mobility? And Jim, I think it's Jim who says, I'll tell you how, or no, is it him? He says, I'll tell you how we get noticed, we get promoted. So that's what Jim says. The guy responds, how do we get promoted? We come back to this scene, and yeah, those guys are trying to hold them up for the car, to steal the car. Royce threatens them that we'll hunt you down. You take that car, you'll be fucked. Meanwhile, Jim is still negotiating with Enrique and tells him that's Howard Hughes's car. There's only one like it. Mad Raoul won't look at you the same again. So this is how he can get promoted, get noticed. If you want upward mobility, you get noticed, get promoted. So he's saying, you know, I'll give you this car, and Mad Raoul won't look at you the same again. The guy says, what's stopping me from killing you anyway? Well, nothing, except it wouldn't be very sportsmanlike. Killing the man you just had drinks with. So they strike up a deal, and the fact that, you know, they strike up a deal sitting there coated in this gunk from the fire extinguisher, and they're supposed to be these tough mobsters. It's just, there's such comedy behind it. I really enjoy stuff like this about the show.
Julie, I'm also getting like a old Western vibe, like in like Westerns they would do stuff like this too, where the dudes would be fighting and then somehow stop and have a drink and sort of talk stuff out, you know? Doesn't it give you sort of a vibe like that?
Yeah, I haven't watched like a lot of Westerns, but yeah, no, thanks for the input there, because I wouldn't really know. But yeah, they could totally be doing that too, you know, absolutely. What? Hi, hey, Nightman, LOL. Julie exposed, deep dive squad sexual. Oh, jeez. Yeah, my channel name invites this kind of thing sometimes, but it's fine. Deep dive, that's not that hard to take deep dives to a sexual place. What is this in the chat? Julie, that's you, Dimples. Yeah. And you You put in Julie B. Deep Dimples Dive. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that could be another one of your channels.
That could be, yeah, it could be that could be another channel, indeed. It could be a secondary channel. Anyway, so factory farms are hell on earth. Oh, yeah. Farms can be way more cruel to animals sometimes. Yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah. Anyway, let's see what else. Anything else here? Yeah, truly evil. I knew there had to be some kind of code among men, right, with urinals. He violated the urinal code, right? I figured. Yeah. You're supposed to leave one empty urinal between you if possible. Yeah, that makes sense too. So okay, Dieter has a photo, but let me continue because I can't click hyperlinks here. And I've got to hurry up and finish this so I could go walk. It's like with Terminator now. What in the world? I don't know where did this come from? I don't even know. Oh, maybe Sawyer's ass thing. Okay, yeah. Well, it wasn't like it wasn't his naked ass. It was wearing jeans. Dieter said about Twilight Zone, maybe an idea for Saturday night. Hope you can start at 10 so we can have fun together before the kids wake up. Yeah, whatever watch party we do, we can start it at 10. I don't know what yet. I've still got to think about it, but we definitely want to do a watch party at 10 on Saturday. We didn't do one last weekend, so oh geez. What in the world? Dieter's putting Spanish swears in the chat. Is that? I guess he Googled it. Or no, French. Sorry. What am I talking about? French. I think. Tom Mare. That Mare is French for mother. So, yeah, either that or I don't know. I need a deep dive, Cedar said. Yeah, Sawyer's ass and it wasn't naked. I know, just finding excuses. Yeah, you'll find any excuse for ladies' asses in shows or movies. Wow, we're up to 81 people. I don't know why this always happens around dawn, but thanks for watching. Please hit the like button. Maybe I don't know who's watching. If you don't like to chat, that's totally cool. I appreciate you guys. But sometimes it's cool if you pop in the chat and say hi and where you're watching from, because I'm always curious. But thank you for watching, whether you chat or not. Thank you so much. I didn't know if people would show up for these streams. I never covered this show before, and it's a brand new show, so I didn't know if there'd be a fan base, building up to even want to tune in. It's tough with a new show. You don't know. It does help having the star power of Josh Holloway and JJ Abrams being showrunner, of course. So I had confidence with that, but I just couldn't be sure. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. Please hit the like button so people can find the stream, get the video into the algorithm more easily. That would be much appreciated. I'm going to be doing some scripted Duster content too, looking back on the first half of the series, because I didn't get a chance to do weekly episode breakdowns, but I do want to do a video, at least one, looking back on the first half, because we are now at the halfway point. It's an 8-episode season, and we just finished episode 4, which we're about to wrap up the breakdown of. So yeah, I'm going to be working on that this week. So keep an eye out for a video on Duster that I'll put out. And I'm also going to be putting out my Handmaid's Tale video today for sure. I've been saying it for I don't even know how long, but I am going to get it out today. I don't care what happens. It's going to be my analysis of the Handmaid's Tale series finale breakdown, which I've worked really hard on. So if you see the notification come up, and even if you don't watch the show, if you could give it a quick view, you don't have to play the whole thing. It's going to be long. But if you just play it for a few minutes, you don't have to even listen to it. You can mute it. open up another tab. You don't have to watch it, but I would appreciate it. I could use all the help I can get. So if anyone happens to see it like pop up in your notifications, hit the like button on the video, throw a comment in the comment section, even if it's just an emoji, that triggers the algorithm. And what that does is it pushes the video out to more people, so more people can find it who are actually watching Handmaid's Tale content and would want to watch the whole thing, or at least more of it. I'm releasing this 2 weeks after the finale aired, so it's going to be a battle to get enough viewership. So any help would be appreciated when I do put that out later today. And let me get back into this now so we can wrap this up. So yeah, the guy, so those two doofuses in ski masks, I think maybe that's the joke. They're two doofuses, and they managed to steal the car from this like completely useless son of a gangster. Like, no wonder his father doesn't trust him with anything. I'm sorry, but he's completely incompetent. These two doofuses who look like a couple of Mormon, choir boys in ski masks managed to run off with that extremely expensive Howard Hughes car. Ridiculous. Anyway,
I think that's exactly the point, like what you're saying. Ridiculous.
so okay, so I was reading that right. Okay, good, good. Because they looked like idiots. They did not even look remotely intimidating. So we cut back to, sorry.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, yeah, it makes the boss's son look even worse. Like if he were to go back to his dad and say he lost the car to these two clowns,
Exactly. Yep. Okay. So I haven't watched a lot of shows in this genre. So yeah, good to know I'm reading that right then. This is a unique one too, with comedy included. Incompetent, weak, and sick. Yeah, Samuel. Sick since he was born, which he couldn't help. Thanks, Dieter. He said I'll help you and play the Handmaid's video till the end, and multiple times, like always. Oh, thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. I'm working so hard on this video to do justice to that masterpiece of a Handmaid's Tale series finale, and looking back on the journey as a whole for these characters, and what an amazing ending. So anyway, that video will be out later this morning. So the two of them are trying to make sense out of this videotape they found in the old car, and so the two doofuses are cheering, riding off with Howard Hughes' car. And we got Jim and the Duster hot on their heels with his new buddy. His new buddy, Enrique the Blade. Now they've made friends. Still caked in fire extinguisher shit. So yeah, you've got these two. Like, they make a hell of a team. Look at this. Like, they're both so good at. Josh Holloway's always been good at like giving an intense look, and of course this guy is naturally terrifying looking. So I wouldn't want the two of these dudes looking at me like that at the same time. That's a scary sight. And he's like whipping out his blade, his trusty blade. Then what are they doing here? I'm trying to remember now. They're still both looking that way.
Well,
Okay.
they're gonna get that like real quick.
They're gonna what?
Oh, the blade takes care of that guy, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. He throws the blade. Yeah. Enrique throws the blade, and gets that guy, takes that guy out. Look at the car going airborne. That was cool. That was a cool effect. I enjoyed that. The the chase scenes, the special effects, the fight scenes, they're very entertaining in this show. And I liked how they did it in slow motion too. Got a nice screenshot of it as a result. That goes flying. Really beautiful powder blue car, actually. I love powder blue. So that one down, Uno, I don't know how to say that. Uno, how would you say that? How would you say that, Carl? Do you see it on the screen?
Uno más. Uno más, which means one more. Uno más.
Okay, cool. So yeah, they've got one more. One more to go. Okay. So yeah, then it's they order this doofus to pull over. Yeah, like they can fuck over that pitiful little guy, what's his name? Royce, but you know, you don't want to fuck over the Blade and Jim Ellis. Yeah, so they order him to pull over, and they get the better of him pretty easily. He's just like, so he just Jim just walks up on him with that intense look and says, "Run." I would listen. I would definitely listen. He takes off running like a bitch. He takes off running like a bitch, and the Blade kills him anyway. He shoots him. So, yeah. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, doofuses. Anyway, so then we've got this scene with the tape. Nina and Awan, and so the tape. So there's so it's the guy. What's the guy's name again? The
Breen.
Breen. That's it. He says, you know, it's kind of garbled. It's like things appear to be more. I'm trying to deal with the case on my own, but it complicated than you would believe. It's imagine, now believe, a man named Xavier is. And so it's kind of garbled like that, and she freezes it. She's like, oh man, so she's got a light bulb moment there. So Xavier was already mentioned. Jim heard that name mentioned among the Russians with Sachs, so that's something. Blade says that kid you were with is going to have a hell of a headache. I guess that they're talking about Royce. So they've got a deal. It's like Mad Raoul does like cars. He's still looking ridiculous, covered in all the fire extinguisher shit too. Looks like it looks like he got in a flour fight, like, you know, in the kitchen. Like, it looks like he's covered in flour. So he takes the car. He's like, all right, what are you going to do about your boss, though? And Jim says, I'll come up with something, but at least I get to live to fight another day. It's a big gamble he's taking, and that's Howard Hughes' car, so I don't know how he's going to explain that away, but that way he can get Mad Raoul off his back, and he can't tell Sachs why he did this either. He can't tell him that he had Mad Raoul on his back. That has to remain a secret, because the whole thing was because he was making a deal with the feds. He was going to sign up. That's yet another secret that he has to keep. Like, he was going to sign on and go work in Mexico for Mad Raoul because the feds were on his case, and he was colluding with them. So yeah. Raoul says, I hope they're like bros shaking hands, smiling. Mad Raoul's like, I hope I never see you again. and Jim's like, the feeling's mutual. They're just smiling at each other. I found the whole thing so well written, this episode. The whole show is really, I love the lines, the way they put some humor into it. Then we come back to this, and we've got Breen talking about exposing Xavier and his network. So Xavier has got to be someone really important. Expose Xavier and his network. And until then, trust no, and it cuts off. So trust no one. Trust no one. So that's big. So there's a lot. There are a lot of people who got their hands dirty. Clearly, this is a large conspiracy involving the FBI too. Trust no one. That means including people around them in the FBI. So we don't know who's involved. Who else could be involved? Got a cool badass closing shot of Jim just kind of standing there, like contemplating his next move. Now what's he gonna tell Saxton? Yeah, and Saxton is, ripping him a new one. Precious cargo, you let it get jacked. It was a payment for the Russian deal, he said. Do you have any idea how much that ride was worth? Yeah, I'm sure it was worth a fortune. So wait, who's saying this? Ezra Saxton is planning. Okay, yeah. So Nina reports back to her supervisor. It says Ezra Saxton is planning something with the Russians. It's big. And wait, she says, I'm going to be Saxton's new interpreter. So she tells this to Jim. He's like you speak Russian. And she does. In Russian, she's like, I speak Russian perfectly, idiot. she's very smart, this lady. Very, very smart lady. She even speaks Russian. She says whatever's going on here involves the FBI and CIA. So this is big. This is a huge conspiracy. And the Russians. And it's a coordinated effort. She said, I need you to get me in. And so she's talking to Jim when she says that, I need you to get me in. He says, you want me to ask my pop to shill for you. She tells him it's our only play. And you said yourself, we got to find out what happened. I found a thread and I'm going to keep pulling till I unravel this thing. So, by the way, I segged right into this is the preview for the next one, in case it wasn't clear. Because he's wearing a bunch of different outfits, but I forgot to mention that. This is the preview for the next episode. So yeah. So this is a huge, huge conspiracy here. The FBI, the CIA, the Russians, some kind of conspiracy between all of them. She's trying to... So now she wants to apparently involve Jim's father. You want me to ask my pop to shill for you. She thinks it's their only play. So his father's like a retired mobster. So now this is going to put him at risk. She said, we've got to find out what happened. To Joey, he wants answers. So they're going to keep pulling on threads and trying to unravel it. We've got here, Joey deserved better. I think Jim is saying Joey deserved better. He deserved... So this is Jim trying to convince his dad to join in on their plot, his plot with Nina. And he's saying Joey deserved better. He deserves the truth. So he's probably telling his dad that Sax may have been responsible for Joey's death, that it may have been a hit, which is not going to sit well with him. His father views Sax as family, just as Jim has. So it's going to be a hard sell, I think. But I think he'll do it. I'm guessing he'll do it. And then, so Wade is his dad's name. Wade Ellis. Wade says Sax has a way of looking at you. He'll know. So he is agreeing to do it. So he's telling Nina, Sax has a way of looking at you. He'll know. So he's good at like figuring out if someone is playing him, and she's secretly an FBI agent. So see, how do you feel about violence? So someone, I don't know who's saying that in this preview, but see Saxton, and it says, how do you feel about violence? We've got, what's his name? Jim, and I don't know if that's the daughter of Sax there. It doesn't really look like her, but I think it might be. Genesis.
Yeah, it kind of looks like her, doesn't it?
It does kind of look like her, but her hair is different than it was earlier in the season, but she could have just changed it. Yeah, same kind of body type. So I'm guessing it's her. Yeah, the two of them are driving off in the Duster together. Got another really cool 70s outfit. I love the wardrobe in this show. That looks really awesome on her, actually. Like some of this stuff I've never really seen. I've never seen like I've seen a lot of 70s clothes in old sitcoms, but not anything quite like that. It's like it's a denim suit with white accents on it, and nowadays we call a denim suit a Canadian tuxedo. Kendrick trolled Drake by wearing denim on denim to the Grammys, and he called it the Canadian tuxedo. It was great. So I think, is that it? I think. Oh wait. Oh, and then it ends with, I think, Nina saying, "I can pull this off." I think this is the end of the. Yep, that's the end of the preview for the next episode, which will be episode 5. That's dropping on Thursday. Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, and I will do a watch party in my Discord for it. So if you want to join and watch with us, it's fun, even if you have a way to watch it yourself, or if you don't, you can come watch with us. But the watch parties are always a good time. That's again 9 p.m. Eastern Thursday night in the Discord. I'll be streaming it when it drops. Then we can chat about it if anyone wants to chat a little bit after. And the next Duster Live will be next Monday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. I really am going to try to make it 10:30 and not 12:30 a.m. I am. So we'll see.
On time, Julie. Always. You're always on.
Always on time, right? Yeah, everyone knows that's my reputation. That's my biggest virtue. Punctuality. So
That's right. Number 1.
right? With Alice says, I think that Mormon thing was just their cover. They're actually gangsters. Yeah, it's just they look like doofuses like that. That's how they dress. They wear white short-sleeved dress shirts with black ties, black pants. They're always matching. They had short haircuts. Yeah. And they always go in pairs. The missionaries, like they go around, I'm pretty sure they travel in pairs, but yeah, anyway.
Yeah, that's how I've always seen them. And sometimes with like a black name tag even.
Yeah, the name tag. Yeah, I thought there was something missing. That's it. Because sometimes they do have that, I think. Samuel said either that or they were raised religious and rebelled. Oh, getting out his blade. Pause. Okay, Dieter. Anyway, Desperado knife guy. Yeah. Oh yeah. I loved Enrique the Blade. I really loved this episode. Enrique the Blade was freaking hilarious. It was great. I will say, like, some of the stuff was I don't enjoy as much, like getting into kind of the more character drama elements of it that don't really have to do with the main story. Like, I mean, it's fine and all. They had I sympathized with these characters a lot. It's just not my favorite part of this show. That's all. Like, I really liked seeing Izzy rallying other female truckers against sexism. It's just, I don't know. It felt a little bit out of place in the context of the show. Like, I know they're going to tie it back in somehow because they're going to be targeting the same guy that the mafia has been blackmail material on. So I know they will tie this in, but right now it just felt kind of random and out of place.
And weren't there some guys in the warehouse like doing like putting stuff in a shipment or something like that? I'm thinking that the girls are gonna relate back to something related to shipping something illegal or something like that.
That's a good point. Yeah, I could totally see that happening. Yes, yeah. All those details, they're going to come back. They mentioned the there's something shady that they're packing in those cartons, shipping cartons. So that will definitely pay off to something. So and who's the union guy that I forget the guy's name again. The union leader, that smarmy guy. I forget his name, but that's the same guy that they've now got the mafia has now got dirt on, that Sachs has dirt on, with those pictures of the blonde chick straddling him, and he doesn't even know it because he was drugged, so he has no idea. I mean, who knows what he must have been so confused, like being left alone there, but they have dirt on him, so I'm sure this will tie together with, it will dovetail with the story of Izzy and the union female truckers and stuff. So that was cool. And then like the reservation stuff again. I don't know. I feel like that might be a thread like we don't really need in the show. Like there are only 8 episodes, and now we're bringing in Awan, leaving the reservation, and he should talk to being told he should talk to his dad. I don't know. I felt like there was a little too much character drama that wasn't quite. I don't know. It wasn't all necessary, and if the show were 10 episodes long, I'd say fine, go for it. But we're only getting 8 episodes, so I need a little bit less of that, just for me, in my opinion. Like, if less character drama for a supporting role guy like Awan, but it was.
Right.
Was
You
well
think
done.
like more streamlined, right?
Yeah, yeah. Because
Bob Bob Temple, by the way, sorry to interrupt, but Bob Temple was the character's name of the union boss.
oh, thank you, thank you. These names like driving me nuts. I need to like have a list of names in front of me for these lives because it's always like this for me with new shows, trying to keep the names straight. Yeah, Bob Temple is the union guy. So yeah. It's not that I didn't like the storyline with Awan and the reservation, but it was just like, okay, it wasn't really necessary to further the plot overall. It's just more character drama, but it was well acted and everything. I really like that actor. He does a great job. Humanized him. It fleshed him out more. What did you think about that? What did you think about like the added little like the layers that they're adding to Awan? Like,
Um,
is it really necessary to the show? Like,
yeah, I don't think so. I think you can do it. Like we kind of already knew, and then adding the dad. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that dynamic's going to play into the rest of the story.
right? Because I definitely think they're gonna pay that off. You should go see your dad. Well, yeah, we'll probably see his dad at some point, and I don't know. That's just a little too much character drama for me. With like a more minor character who isn't really as pivotal to the plot line, to like
Right.
the main plot line.
I think we were already kind of getting to know him. Just like we're
Right.
kind of getting to know Izzy. Do we need to show her as a union fighter? I mean, I don't know. But it's like you say. I wonder whether it could have been more like streamlined. We could have got some other like cooler scenes than some of those.
Yeah, and possibly a little bit shorter. Maybe I feel like it didn't need to necessarily be quite as long and a little bit like repetitive. The stuff with with Izzy, it was a bit repetitive. Some of the points that were being made in her various scenes, in my opinion, but still well done.
Right.
And I do love seeing like the portrayal of the sexism and how they're rising up against it. That's great and all. Just we only got so many episodes, so we got to like maximize screen time here. And I'm the most interested in the main mystery of like did Saxon kill Joey? What's going on with that? And how Jim is going to handle all this. I'm more interested in him and Nina and that sort of thing. But
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. And honestly, with a conspiracy, here's the thing: with a conspiracy as large as this one clearly is, that's going all the way up to Washington D.C., do we really have screen time do we have that much screen time that we have time to spend like fleshing out like his strained relationship with his dad because he left the reservation and became an FBI agent? Like, that doesn't, like, there's too much conspiracy to get into, with too much to dive into and try to like figure out who's involved in this conspiracy, this cover up, and why. So I'm more interested in that stuff.
Yeah, me too. Like, we need more like CIA. How are we gonna flesh out the CIA characters, or how's that gonna pay off?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So hopefully the next episode will be a little tighter like that. A little more focused on the main storyline that we have going on here. Dieter said, I really loved it today. I'm a bit more charged up. Thankful my boss isn't around now and it's quiet today so I could be here more. Thank you for being so awesome and understanding. Well, thank you for being here and being so awesome and supportive, and glad that you could be here so much. It's always nice. You're the GOAT, Dieter. You're amazing. No, Grant, not 5 more hours. Hi, Grant. No, believe me, I would love to. In a perfect world, I would do marathon streams on a regular basis, but my pain, it just gets out of control, and it's out of control right now. So unfortunately, I can't do it, but I enjoy it for whatever time I can, at least. And maybe when I get a new treadmill, I can stream a bit longer without having to pay for it, because I'm already paying for it right now. I just really wanted to get through these episodes so we could be caught up. And now next week will be so much easier. We could just do one episode at a time for the rest of the season and keep it more manageable so I can manage my pain. Anyway. Yeah, but anyway, hi Grant. I played the intro as always at the beginning of the live, which I am still obsessed with. And by the way, I have that song in my head all the time. That thing, They Don't Dive Like Us, is a freaking bop, and I could hear Kendrick covering this thing. It's unbelievable. It's so catchy. Hey, yes, we're still live, but not for much longer. Wrapping it up for real wrap up, not my trademark 2-hour wrap up, but the real thing.
Mhm. The real deal.
Yes, the real deal. And Miss J, glad that you could pop in again, and I hope you please feel free when you come into the chat in future lives. I'm sorry, I never even thought to give you a wrench. I normally give everybody who follows the channel and has their own channel a wrench, so you can drop your link. So now you can feel free to do that. If you have any content you want to promote anytime, just feel free, please. I gave you a wrench specifically for that reason only. No need to do anything else. But you have to have a wrench to drop links, so that's why. And you know that because you have a channel. So Dieter said, if you can't make it for the watch party, send me a DM. Okay. I think I should be able to. If you're talking about Saturday, yeah, you're thinking way ahead. Dieter's a planner. I'm not. My mind isn't on Saturday yet. I'm just trying to get through every day as it comes, man. But I'm trying to do better, and I will make a decision on what the hell we're gonna even show Saturday. I'll try to decide today. How's that? And then we'll make an announcement. But I should be able to make it for that one. And actually, yeah, I was gonna do a watch party for the rewatch, but we're not gonna do that this week. So we're gonna do most likely a live with Doug Hughes on Wednesday night. Yep, I'm gonna be getting something to eat and going for a walk, Dieter. Thank you for caring so much. Yes, Julie is more interested. in the mystery in Josh's ass. Josh's ass. Oh God, no. He's not just a piece of meat or eye candy to me. I think he's an incredible actor.
I mean, in that screenshot you had, we could see the acting just coming through. You know,
Yeah, his he was acting his ass off, is what he was doing.
literally.
Literally, yes. Uh, oh, the Duster watch party. Okay. Thank you. I thought you were talking about Saturday. Thank you. I appreciate it. I never really know what's gonna happen till the day of with like stuff like that. But I should be able to make it. But I'll let you know Thursday if there's any issue with that. So appreciate you offering to do that, and I will keep you posted. Um, Samuel, are you okay? Are you like having a stroke or something? What is this? um anyway, so we're gonna stream the next episode on Thursday night when the episode drops at 9 p.m. Eastern. That'll be episode 5 of Duster. So we're officially at the halfway point already. I got a late start. I just didn't have the time to cover it when it premiered. Too bogged down with other series. Honestly, I probably should have just dropped The Last of Us like when it started to go south and just, or at least dropped it when Duster premiered. Oh well. Now I regret that actually. Well, no, I take that back. I don't regret it because The Last of Us live streams were a blast. We managed to make it fun regardless. We can watch the most depressing show on TV and still make it fun here with the awesome chat and the awesome panel. So no, I don't regret it. But unfortunately, that means I couldn't start Duster from week 1, and we're already halfway through. Okay. Thanks, Dieter. Appreciate all the help so much as always. No, Taryn. Not tech. I don't think I'd call. And hello, Taryn. Nice to see you, Taryn Matheru. Yeah, I don't think I'd call 5.5 hours a marathon. I'm actually about to wrap it up for the night, and this actually isn't bad considering we broke down 2 episodes. 5.5 hours is not bad, especially considering I was doing 8 and 9 hour streams for a few weeks before that. And next week we'll only be doing 1 episode, so we can make it even more like sane in terms of length. Huh?
Yeah, I'm saying you're gonna make it more concise and streamlined, like you want the episodes to be.
Yes, exactly. So next week we'll do a shorter one. Maybe we can finish it. I don't know. We could even finish it after. It depends. It depends on what happens in the episode. Could be 3.5 hours. Which, if we do that, that would probably be the shortest one I've ever done. But I don't know. I'd say 4 hours max is what I really should be doing, at least until I get a new treadmill. And next week we'll be able to cap it at 4 hours for sure. So, link to what is this? It's not This is so funny. I think he meant to type Taran, but it came out Tarzan. link to Tarzan. We've got Tarzan in the chat here, and here's his website. No, it's Taran's website. Link to Taran's website. It's author taranmatheru.com. It's right there. That was nice of you to drop the link to Taryn. Taryn put a gorilla in the chat. Dater dropped the link to Taryn's website. You can check out Taryn, New York Times bestselling author Taryn. He has a website there, and you can check out all his books and stuff. So that's right there. Thanks, Dieter, for supporting Taryn. Samuel. Yeah, 4-hour streams would be just right, I think, especially for a show like this. I think we can cap it at 4 hours. And I can slow down with it a little bit. I had to kind of rush through some of this to get through it quicker so I could go take care of myself. believe it or not, this was me rushing, but we covered 2 episodes, so I'd say that was not bad. It's okay, Dieter. You didn't have to correct it. I thought the typo was funny. We know what you meant. But thank you. You didn't have to correct it. That was the
Everyone knows that Tarzan, he doesn't have very good internet in the jungle or whatever, so everybody knew that website was going to go.
yeah, spotty Wi-Fi out there in the jungle. So, yeah, poor Tarzan.
Yeah, poor guy.
Oh, and he dropped the link to Taran's YouTube channel too. Taran also has a YouTube channel where he's put out some. I know he put out some content on From during season 3. Some of his theories. Like loads and loads of info on his theories are there. So check that out too if you're a fan of From. Anyway, he has it saved on his phone. So yeah. Okay. So yeah, I really loved both episodes. I'm loving the show. I think it's fantastic. It's so much fun covering it. So much fun covering it with you. Thank you so much, Carl, Pandecolima. His name is Carl, in case anyone gets confused. But thank you so much. You're doing an incredible job with this. Like, no one would know that you never streamed before you started doing 3 with me last week. It's amazing.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, and it's always a blast to be on here. And shout out to everybody in the chat. It's always great, Julie. You put on a great show.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and it's so much fun breaking it down with you and the awesome chat. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate everybody in the chat who showed up, everybody who's listening, not just the chatters, but everybody who's listening and either can't chat or just it's not your thing. Thank you so much for tuning in, and next week we'll try really hard to start this earlier, but sometimes my pain condition does delay me, so make sure you have your notifications enabled so that if I'm 2 hours later than what's on the schedule, you'll get a notification when I do go live. So like if you tap the bell, make sure you have all notifications enabled. Because I want to start these at my cat is making noise. I want to start these at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. That's the goal, but today it was 12:30 a.m. So yeah, the notifications will help. And so yeah, like Dieter said, indeed, Pandecolima is a natural and an amazing and kind person. That's awesome. Yes, he is. He's incredible. So Dieter is 100% right. So that's gonna do it. So that's gonna do it for tonight for us. Today, I mean, it's like what did they say? Good morning. We should be saying it started out as tonight, but now we should be saying today.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you said it. I can't say it. You said it right.
Good morning. Yeah. So watch out for my Handmaid's Tale video later today. If anyone has a couple of minutes to just click on it, give it a view, let it play for a couple minutes. Even a 30-second view 30 seconds counts as a view, but it helps more if you do let it play a little longer, like a few more minutes. You can mute it if you don't want to listen, you don't watch the show. And hitting the like and dropping a comment in the comment section, all of those things push it out in the algorithm so that the fans of The Handmaid's Tale who want to see these videos can find it more easily. That will be my final Handmaid's Tale video on the series finale and my analysis of it and looking back on the journey of all the characters. I'll also be doing a Duster video later in the week, which will be I'm not sure like exactly what form it's going to take, but I know I'm going to address this whole mystery going on of what is this conspiracy happening here? Who could be involved in this cover up over Joey's death? And is Sax guilty or not? Things like that. that'll be a scripted video I'll do. I'll try to get that out. I don't think I'm not gonna be able to get it done before the next episode, but I'll get it done this week. I'll definitely get a video done. We'll do our next live on Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, and that one, don't expect me to be like 2 hours late for that. The most it would be maybe 15 minutes, because we're most likely going to have Doug Hughes on again for another round of story time with the man in yellow, aka Doug Hughes on From, and we'll catch up with him. Maybe he can regale us with more fun stories if he's able to make it. As of now, he said he's pretty sure he can. So going to schedule that for Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. You can ask him questions, maybe call in with a question or a comment, and that'll be fun. Then when Doug heads out, we'll do some From theory talk for a little while anyway. I won't be able to make it as long as usual because of my treadmill not working, and I can't stream on there. So yeah, we'll do some theory talk though after he leaves for at least a little bit, and I'll try to cap it at 4 hours Wednesday. And then Thursday we'll have our watch party for the next episode of Duster. Again, that's at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. Link to the Discord is in the description of this video, if you want to join. And then Friday we'll have FROMacademy with Doc, and we'll break down more, deep diving into the monsters, the nightmare creatures, and all of our theories on that. That will be starting around 11 p.m. Eastern time. 11:30 p.m. Eastern time. Doc will join around 12:30, and we're going to discuss some theories, including my friend Robert Saunders' theories on the monsters, and Nick L., another prominent theorist in the From fandom. They submitted their theories. If you have any theories that you'd like us to discuss on the FROMacademy live Friday night about the monsters, you can put them in the FROMacademy channel in my Discord. And that way, if you can't make it or can't stay for the whole live, we'll discuss your theories, and I'll put in a timestamp for you so you can see where we discuss your theories, like I'm going to do for Robert and for Nick. And if anyone is so inclined and wants to support the channel in any way, since I am not monetized, I do have a Cashapp and a Venmo. The links are in the description of the video, but Dieter dropped the link here too. And there's also a PayPal that's in Dieter's name, but it's for me, for channel expenses for me. So that's going to be it. So thank you so much again for the awesome discussion, Carl, and awesome chat. And I really enjoyed this.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. This is awesome.
Yeah. Yes. Doug is most likely joining. Just a sec. My mom is knocking at my door.
Yeah, Doug is supposed to join, more than likely on Wednesday, Dieter.
Yes. Sorry about that. So yes, most likely he is joining. Barring some kind of random thing happening, like once in a while he gets an audition dropped on him at the last minute and he has to get it done, but it's pretty likely that he's joining. I'd say almost certainly. So Just Me said if Doug joined, she would do a cameo giveaway. Oh, wow. Just a heads up. I will let Doug know. I will send him a message this morning and let him know, and I will set up the stream ASAP then this morning so that we can publicize the stream. So thank you. Thank you for the heads up, Dieter. And Just Me is not here right now, but I'll thank her too for that. Okay. So we'll see you guys on the next live. Wednesday night, we'll do another story time with Doug Hughes, almost definitely. And if that changes, if for any reason he can't make it, we'll just pivot it to a From season 4 theory chat is what we'll do. Either way, it'll be From related. You are welcome with Alice. Thank you for being here. And okay, so see you guys next time. Appreciate you all so much. Have a good day or a good night, everybody. And hopefully see you Wednesday night.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the claw.